Yo, this is Set with Set Media, man. I'm here to talk to you about our partner, Kalshi. Kalshi is the largest legal prediction market in the United States with over 1 million users. It's available in all 50 states. They are a real money market, people trading on what they think will happen. You can build a position and trade in and out of almost any prediction you think. Kalshi facilitates trade between people kind of like the stock market. There's no limiting your trades just because you are winning. Kalshi will pay you interest on your position. So if you make a long-term trade, you can earn a return even before the market is resolved. If you want to try out Kalshi, go ahead and give them a try, guys, at my link, kalshi.com/setmedia. Get $20 when you trade 20, so it's 20 for 20, guys. Once again, that's kalshi.com/setmedia. Go ahead and use my code setmedia to get $20 when you trade 20. Let's go ahead and take a look here at Kalshi, because like I said, it is a trading market where you can put in your prediction and you can go ahead and earn interest on that. You can make money off the knowledge that you know, and if you put $20 in, you get $20 back. So all right, guys, make sure to go check out my guy at Kalshi, because you can get in on good trades like who will Trump nominate as Fed chair, will Ali Khamenei be outed as the supreme leader, and will the US confirm that aliens exist before 2027. So if you want to get in on this action, once again, go ahead and go to my partners at Kalshi. Go ahead and use the link, or you can hit the QR code above and use Set Media to go ahead and get $20 when you trade 20. This is Set from Set Media, and shout out to Kalshi. And all right, we are live. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to jump right into Trump's interview with Sean Hannity right after his trip to China, which seemed to went pretty well. It didn't really seem to leave it on a strong note like everybody was hoping, but I mean, it could have been worse. But let's get right into it, guys, with Fox News and Sean Hannity. Let's get right into it.
Wow. They rolled out the red carpet. I have video of when Barack Hussein Obama came to China. There wasn't as much pageantry.
Yeah.
From your perspective, that welcome, how did you interpret that?
Well, we have a relationship, he and I, and we've been working together a long time. We've gotten along well. When I first came here, China was really taking advantage of the United States. He understands that. And now we do great with China, and we have a very good relationship. We have a friendship, really. He's a tremendous leader. He's been here a long time, very powerful, very strong. There's no doubt about it. And we just have a good relationship. I did actually see other people arrive here that not treated so well, but we were treated very well.
So that was meaningful for you?
Well, I mean, if I got out of a plane and nobody was there to greet me, I would say that wouldn't be so cool, because it's really respect for our country. Our country is respected. Look, we're the hottest country right now anywhere in the world. But he and I know each other well, I think beyond maybe that. But we certainly got a very nice greeting, and today was beautiful.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
If there was any meeting that I think I would want to be a part of,
I think it was kind of cool how we had the kids out there waving the American and Chinese flag for Donald Trump and all that good stuff. I thought that was kind of cool, so I'll give him that.
I would love to have been in that meeting. Rather than me start with a bunch of questions about this and that, and I do have specific questions, in your own words, how did this meeting go? Because you were there a long time.
It was a long meeting. It started off interestingly because they're very organized people. And as you know, we have about 30 of the biggest business leaders in the world, biggest everything, I mean, you name it, from chips to planes to everything. And they're all here. I didn't invite them. They all wanted to come. And they're all here. And I suggested that before we start the meeting, I'd like to introduce them to you. And they were surprised because it wasn't scheduled.
Here's the concerning part about that. So you brought those guys over there to pretty much beg China to let them, do business in China. And then here's the thing, aren't we supposed to be getting these guys, you know, to bring manufacturing and or to bring more business back here to America? Like, doesn't it kind of seem like we're kind of going, you know, once again taking a detour away from putting Americans first? Another one.
And they looked around, they said, well, and then, you know, we had everybody. I don't want to go into names because I'll leave some out. But there were a lot of guys,
Tim Cook, Elon,
a lot of people.
Musk.
Yeah,
you know,
we had everybody.
The head of NVIDIA was
Jensen.
here.
We had just everybody, and men and women, all great business, the best. And they said, okay, and they each spoke a little bit and introduced themselves. And it's interesting because they do business in China. Most of them do business here, but probably like to do more. And I'd like to see them do more. That would be good for trade and trade balance. And they were fantastic. I'll tell you, they really had a good time. Once the Chinese leadership, because it was President Xi and many other leaders, once they got used to the fact that we're a little off schedule here and we're talking about a subject that wasn't even thought about, but they were outside. I said, I think we can get them in 5 minutes, because they were literally, you know, a few minutes away from the room where we were in the Great Hall. We were in the Great Hall. And they came in and they did fantastically well. It was really good. I think it was, he actually said, that was very good. That was a good idea. Mm-hmm. But it was very different from what the schedule had. And then we went on and we talked about a lot of different subjects, and I think it was all good.
Let me ask you this. You know, you always say that you have a very good relationship with President Xi, and you say the same thing about Vladimir Putin. Yeah. You're America first. Yeah. You seem to always understand he's going to be China.
Honestly, we have a way better relationship with China than with, you know, Russia. And that's because, you know, we kind of hold each other, you know, economically hostage. So we can pretty much cut off China from our consumerism, and that would destroy them. And China can cut us off from their rare earth minerals, and that would screw us. So we kind of play nice with each other. Russia, we don't got that same attachment to, or else we wouldn't be putting sanctions on them like we do.
First.
Yeah, totally.
And so
he's China first. He wants to make.
Oh God, do me a favor and double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation. Bye. Double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support.
Good deals. But having a good relationship is a good thing, not a bad thing. I explain to people, you know, it's great when you have good relationships with very powerful countries, and powerful economically as well as we have the most. I built in my first term the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest military in the world. We proved that with Venezuela. We proved it with Iran. Iran's wiped out militarily. It's just a question of time. And, you know, we gave them a break by stopping a little while. We have a blockade. They have no boats are going in. No boats are even thinking about it. We talked about it today. It's very interesting. But they're impressed. We have a great military. We have the greatest military we've ever had, but we have the greatest military anywhere in the world. I built it in the first term. A little was given away by Biden to Afghanistan. And as much as it was a lot, but it's a very little compared to what we have. We have a country that is respected. Our country 2 years ago, if Biden came here, I don't even think he would get a meeting with President Xi. I don't think they'd even meet with him.
I don't know if he'd be able to focus long enough in the meeting.
You know what? He wouldn't come here. But assuming he came, I don't know that he'd even have a meeting. It's amazing. Actually, a lot of people, I noticed even with the business leaders, they're the biggest businessmen in the world, and women, a couple of women. And most of them, almost all of them, but most of them never met President Xi. This was the first time they've met him. So they found it exciting. They all performed very well. They all spoke. And I said, it's a little different position for them because they're hot stuff back in our country, but here they are, they're standing in front of this, you know, massive country.
So we brought all these, so you brought billionaires with you to sell out to China is basically what I'm getting. Yeah, that's pretty much what happened there, guys. All those guys who came out there was pretty much going to say, so China, pretty please, can you unblacklist us and let's do business? Pretty please, can you unblacklist the AI companies? You know, let us have access to your 600,000, well, my bad, 600 million AI users. Pretty please, with a cherry on top.
Leadership, but they really performed well, I thought.
You have in the past described President Xi to me as very tough, all business.
Yeah.
You're not describing the type of business that he normally used to do. Do you think that your relationship has evolved to the point where, oh, he can go along with your spontaneity?
I think he's a warm person, actually, but he's all business. He's there's no games, there's no talking about how nice the weather is.
He a warm person, but this man be executing people left and right. Bro, this man Xi just disappeared his general. And by disappeared, you know what that means. He's no longer with us. And what? They just try to do a coup against this man. All of them gone. I mean, nah, that man cold-blooded. But there's one thing that everybody like about China when it comes to doing business with China. They don't care what you do. They don't care if you're a dictatorship. They don't care if, I don't know, you're a crazy monarch. It doesn't matter to them. They'll do business with you. Yeah, China got this great I don't care policy.
Oh, let's look at the
You might want to start adopting that. I'm just saying.
Let's look at the sun. No, he's all business, and that's, I like that. I mean, that's a good thing. No games. I say it about him, and I could say it about some, not as complimentary, frankly, for the most part. But I say about him that if you went to Hollywood and you looked for a leader of China to play a role in a movie,
central casting.
He's central casting. You couldn't find a guy like him. Even his physical features, he's tall, very tall, and especially for this country, because they tend to be a little bit shorter.
I'm not trying to sound racist, but that man Xi is tall for an Asian. Like, bro, my height. Like, bro is literally like 6'2". Like, that's tall for an Asian. I ain't gonna lie. He be towering over his whole, his whole staff. Be real.
You look at the military. I mean, the military today was incredible. That military marching was incredible. But no, if you went to Hollywood, you're not going to find a guy to play the role. He's good. And he's I mean, I'll get criticized. They always criticize me when I say good things about certain leaders, and this one. But he's a leader for China. He's led almost 1.5 billion people for a long time, and he's respected. It's sort of interesting when the fake news said, he said, they'll say, President Trump said that President Xi was a brilliant leader. That's a terrible thing. What am I going to do? But it's,
come on now. I ain't gonna lie. There was a like, bro went off on like a 2-minute glazing rant for Xi. Even I was shocked. I was like, yo, I always say you're a good leader. You're a strong leader. You're the best leader, man. Can I grip your nuts? Like, bro, what? Like, it did get a bit weird. Like, I'm not gonna lie. He was glazing him. But then again, I'm sorry, but guys, go watch the video. Actually, I might actually have to pull it up because you should have seen the Xi glaze. It was actually pretty crazy. It's like, wow, I ain't never hear this man ever talk about a world leader like this. And this man, I mean, bro, let's be real. I mean, President Xi, respectfully, he is a good leader. But a humanitarian, I mean, is he an ethical leader, moral leader? Nah, not really. But you could still be a good leader without those.
You saw the response. You saw and here's the thing. Those business people are here to make deals and to bring back jobs. They're bringing back massive numbers. China's going to invest hundreds of billions of dollars with those people that were in that room today. That's why they came. It was really an honor. We had just about every major business leader in there.
Yeah, I mean, the list was impressive. There's no doubt about it. So maybe to give people some insight into how you act in these situations, you're representing our country, you're the president of our country, and we get to watch you on a regular basis, something that the media did not get a lot of access to when Joe Biden was president. But we watch you.
He never did it. And when he did do it, it was a disaster. Okay, so almost 100% of the time, it was a disaster.
Pretty much.
It was a terrible thing for our country. Can't be represented like that. Our country was left at.
Oh, guys, and if you can go ahead and help me hit the goal in the chat of 50 gifts. So yeah, let's go ahead and try to hit the goal in the chat. And also, if not, double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get those likes up. How we get pushed into algorithm. Come on, let's go, chat.
2 years ago, our country was laughed at. We felt like a stupid country. We were scorned. We were mocked. we were taken advantage of in trade and every other way. I mean, look at what happened with Afghanistan. We left all that, billions of dollars of equipment behind. Could have taken it.
And I know, and here we are in the Middle East, wasting billions of dollars of military equipment. I mean, like I said, every time we get involved in the Middle East, it never really works out for us. I'm like, we're always billions of dollars out. And I mean, look, Biden left behind billions of dollars of equipment. Well, we're spending billions of dollars with this conflict / war with Iran. I mean, isn't that crazy, guys? Look at that. Look at that. He's damn near pulling the Biden on us.
It was just unbelievable. There's no reason to do that. It's just all of a sudden and leave it. No, we were a country with the highest inflation in history. When they talk about high prices, I inherited the high prices. I'm getting them down. I've got them down incredibly. In fact, if I didn't make the little excursion to the country of Iran, I had to do it. We just hit the highest stock market ever, which, by the way, now
which is wild as hell to say. He's like, so if I didn't make this excursion to Iran that nobody wanted but the Warhawks, you guys would have still had lower gas prices. Inflation would have still been at that like 2.4%. Yeah, we'd have still been there. But I just had to take this excursion that skyrocketed your gas prices and have inflation sitting at like about what 3.8%. But you got to understand, guys, Iran can't have a nuke that they never had or that they were never going towards. But you have to understand.
Highest, we're now higher than we were before the war started. And oil went up very little compared to what most people, even including me, I thought it would go up more. But that was okay for a short period of time because we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. They're crazy.
I'm going to get to that.
You can't let them have a nuclear weapon. They would use it. There'd be no Israel. There'd be no Middle East.
I promise you that response is going to get a bit annoying to me. So Trump, well, like, what's going on with affordability? Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. So, so what are we going to do about, I don't know, like the border, building more border wall? Oh yeah, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And so it's kind of just like, no matter what's going on, this man will just hit you with the Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That response is low-key getting annoying because here's the thing. We're not even tripping about Iran having a nuclear weapon. We're tripping about their ability to enrich uranium.
We know Europe, and they come at us too because you know why? They're crazy.
I'm going to get back to Iran. Let me go to the media and Donald Trump and then the person and give people insight into the guy that sits in the room across from the leader of China, 1.5 billion people. We watch you almost daily with the media, and I think you enjoy it. You bring them in, they have gaggles, you keep them there for a long period of time. Probably.
It's not that I enjoy it.
You don't enjoy it?
No.
You seem like you do.
Well, every question's a kill. They're always going for the kill. Every question, you see these people with a hatred. I said, you have
Come on, Trump. He enjoy it. He's lying. Come on, stop the cap. Like, let's be real. He likes sitting there and, saying some outrageous stuff when he sat there and called the lady dumb. Like, you're dumb. You're dumb. I'm sorry, but when I just rethink about it, it was low-key pretty damn funny. And this man has low-key been vicious towards the press. But hey, it is what it is. It's kind of comical. And when he's gone, we'll miss it. But let's make sure we double tap that screen like the video, guys. Let's get more people inside this chat by double tapping that screen. All right, let's keep it going.
Hatred when you ask the question, why? Because they have a strong border? Because they have a good military? Why do you have such hatred? The whole thing is crazy. It's not that I enjoy it. It's that I can get the word out because I don't get the word out. I mean, look, Fox is great and, we have some that are good. But overall, if you read the New York Times, you actually think we're losing or not doing well in Iran. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force.
Nope, still got a Navy. And here's the problem. The Trump administration says one thing, and then our own intelligence comes out and contradict what they say. So he's going to say, oh, they have no Navy, but no, they still have 60% of their Navy. That's what they're closing down the Strait of Hormuz with right now. Hormuz, yes, that's what they're closing down the Strait of Hormuz with. So, yeah, that's not true. Their Air Force has been destroyed. Well, they still got these Chinese shoulder pad missiles. They're still able to shoot missiles at our aircrafts. Like, obviously, they've shown that to us twice. So that's not true. And then, of course, when they say, oh, well, we've killed like 3 layers of succession, that doesn't matter. The Ayatollah is still in power. The IRGC still holds control over Iran. There has been no regime change. So when it comes to all of the goals, like we have completed none of them. Like, what have we completed? I know he's going to sit here and try to say we've decimated their military, but our intelligence begs to differ.
It's gone. It's just a question of time. If we want, we stopped. Could have gone for another few weeks. It would have been over. I did that at the request of a lot of leaders that are friendly with them. It's not going to matter for them. They're finished. Now they can make a deal, or they get annihilated. I don't want to do that. Yeah. But we have the greatest military, and you know when you do news conferences, you're getting the word out that you're not going to read in the New York Times. I mean, I read these things. I see some of your other networks, the way they cover, they will take a massive military victory and make it like we should have done it faster. Yeah. The one thing they couldn't complain about was Venezuela because it was over in one day. So we're comparing it to.
So here's my question.
You know, here's the thing, and not that we wish you'd do it faster. We wish you'd never started. That is the main problem here on both sides. On both sides of the aisle, we wish you never started. But since we're in it, yeah, we would wish you to actually finish it within the 4 days to 2 weeks that you said initially. But here we are in day 70 plus. So. Yeah, I think we kind of have the right to be a bit irritated with this war/conflict. A lot of people don't want to call it a war, which it is.
Example, Vietnam lasted for 19 years, right? I think Iraq was 10 years. Thousands and thousands of people killed there. Many, many thousands in Vietnam. And we have, sadly, we've lost, in 2 wars, we've lost 13 people. 13. That's 13 people too many. But we've lost 13 as opposed to 75,000 as opposed to 50,000, as opposed to numbers that are staggering. Think of it. We're 19 years in Vietnam. Every war, we're 4 years, 8 years, 9 years. Iraq was 10 years. We're on all these wars.
Now, come on now. Here's a problem with that point. And just me being fair with it. You can't really compare an ongoing war to concluded war. So how about this? You end a war and then you could tell everybody about how they was tripping over. Okay, come on, guys. It was like 70 days, bro. What was the last one? 5, 6 years, 70 years? Come on, guys. You're tripping. But you can't hit us with that when the war is still ongoing.
I've never, like a couple of months, and the Navy's gone. They have 159 ships. Every single one of them is now happily floating or not floating at the bottom of the sea. No, every one. They have no Air Force. They had a nice Air Force. They don't anymore. They have no Air Force. They have no anti-aircraft. Now, they probably have. I mean, we know everything they've done. They built it up a little bit. We'll take it out in one day. It'll all be gone.
Yeah, well, they still got about 70% of their missiles, and that include anti-aircraft missiles. So we still got that problem. If we're about to go inside and try to strike Iran again, it's going to be bad. And here's the thing. Iran is threatening to cut off the internet cables underneath the Strait of Hormuz. And I know, if you don't know, yes, we kind of got a good amount of our internet cables. Yes, the fiber cables underneath the sea in the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, they can cut that off and cut off internet to that entire region. And that would decimate e-commerce and a whole lot more. So Iran is pretty much threatening to take out the entire internet of that region. And that would be absolutely, I mean, bro, I don't even want to imagine it. Let's just say it would be like a doomsday scenario in a way. In a way. No internet. I mean, and, you know, for the people in that area that didn't already have internet, I mean, they're good. But for those who did, you know, rely on e-commerce and GPS and all that good stuff, yeah, they're all cooked.
I hope they're watching because all of their anti-stuff, anything they put up, we know exactly what they put up. You know, they had a little respite. And so they're trying to get a few things together. They have taken some missiles from underground. We know exactly what they're doing. It'll all be gone in one day. Everything they've done for the last 4 weeks will be gone in one day. But when you read some of these horrible papers, if you watch CNN as an example, or that other one, they used to go to MSDNC, now it's MS Now. And they got rid of it because it was such an embarrassment. It gets no ratings. CNN has just been destroyed.
You were pretty funny the other day. You were in the Oval Office and you go, you know, I think whatever I want to do, I'm going to say the opposite. Then I'll get what I want.
It took me a while, you know.
But by the way, there's probably some.
No, I'm going to announce what I don't want. I'll be able to get it. They'll immediately, like, I'll say, We will not build a wall. We will not because I built over 1,000 miles of wall. People don't even talk about it. We have the safest southern border in the history of our country. We have the safest border in the world other than North Korea. I tell you, North Korea has a pretty safe border. They've got 5 fences that are fully electrocuted.
You were at that border.
I saw. There's never been anyone.
I mean, no, that's true though. He definitely did close down the border, and he is doing internal immigration, which is a very risky political move. But I ain't gonna lie, shout out to Trump for doing so. But here's the problem, though. He's kind of lax on the H-1B visas because he's actually approved to let more in. And we've hit our cap for H-1B visas last year in 2025. So it doesn't really seem like he's tackling that at all whatsoever. And then also, oh, yeah, they stopped doing mass migration, guys. And now the Republicans are now trying to come out with a Dignity Act for, the construction workers and the farmers to give them amnesty. So basically, mass amnesty for undocumented immigrants, sponsored by and being pushed by Republicans, of all people. Republicans.
One person that got through, but he ended up dying about 10 feet as he got through.
All right, thanks for watching. Check out my new podcast, Hanging Out with Me.
But all right, go. Let's get on to the next part of the video. And guys, let's make sure we're double tapping that screen and liking the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation by double tapping that screen. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to post it on top of the screen and read it out loud. Just $2 and up. All right, let's keep it going. Oh, or you can also send a Venmo as well. All right, let's get right into it.
All right, we continue my interview with President Trump for the full hour. Now, of course, this was right after his all-important meeting with President Xi as we continue our interview. Let me go to the issue of trade, tariffs, intellectual property theft. I'm sure, especially with all those big business people you brought in, those are big. Any progress you can report?
Yeah, I mean, it is progress, but I also tell people that, I was on an interview with a very bad, stupid reporter. She works for CBS. You saw that 60 Minutes. Stupid person, just an average person. You could take anybody off the street and it'd be as good as she is, just very average. And she asked me a question.
Yeah.
She's talked about China, this and that they steal this and they steal that. And I said, yeah, we do it to them too. They spy on us. I said, we spy on them too, I guess, So some people thought that was cute. Other people said, you don't have to say that. I said, I sort of do. No, we do things and they do things, and that's the way it is. Now, with that being said, I spoke to him very strongly about that, and I'd like to see it taken care of. But they've been doing that for 50 years.
Will we see a change? In other words, will there be an improvement with trade?
Fentanyl is way down coming into the country for 2 reasons. The border's strong, but it's also down because they're sending less. We taxed them. I gave them a 20% tariff, and because of fentanyl, it was like a penalty. Nobody ever did that. You didn't know that probably. I gave them a 20% tariff because they're sending fentanyl. It's a huge amount of money. I actually said, the tariff is costing you $200 billion, and you make $200 million, much less, a small percentage from the sale. I think from the sale of the fentanyl. And so fentanyl is used for a lot of different reasons, but the bad reason probably outweighs the good. That fentanyl is used for a lot of, you go into fentanyl, it's used for a lot of different things, including operations, et cetera, et cetera. But it's been a disaster. But as you know, I put on a charge of 20% of tariff at 20%. Nobody else would do that. And we do well with China, and I think we'll both do well. These people really, what I'd like to see, China doesn't open the country. It's massive. It would be unbelievable for our companies if they opened it. And I think it would be good for China too.
Any indication they will open?
Well, they're going to open some of it. Yeah, they open it in stages. I'd like to just see.
If they buy more American product, up their purchasing of American products and all that good stuff, that's great. But if you're talking about, these guys just selling out and pretty much taking more of their business over there, then you're kind of selling us out. But we'll see.
But, they guard their country, and he cherishes his country. He wants to take, he wants China to be,
What does he want from you? What does he
MAGA
want?
is the greatest phrase of all time. But
What does he want from
Here's the problem. I don't think Xi's willing to sell anything. I mean, buy anything from us. Well, the only thing that they really buy is materials to do manufacturing, and that's pretty much it. That's mostly what they buy. It's like ethanol and all that good stuff for their plastic. Outside of that, they don't really do much with us.
have a similar.
What does he want from the U.S.?
A lot of things. We talked about a lot of things. Too many things to discuss, but a lot of things. We had a very good meeting, but we want things from them. One thing he agreed to today is going to order 200 jets. That's a big thing. Boeing. 200 big ones. That's a lot of jobs. It's a lot. Boeing wanted 150. He got 200. He said, I think it was a commitment. I mean, sort of like a statement, but I think it was a commitment. It's a great thing. It's a lot of jobs. Boeing's doing a good job. They're catching up. The requests were a lot, and our requests were a lot. We requested for a lot. We have Visa, which is not allowed to trade, and they were there. It was a big company, and other companies are allowed to trade. And I said, what about letting Visa? We had the head of Visa there today, by the way. Visa's a big deal. I said, what about using Visa in China? For some reason, they were blackballed. And maybe that'll come off. So we had a lot of, we were in there for a few hours, right?
I don't know, man. When you're out here throwing sanctions willy-nilly, why would I want to work with Visa? I mean, I kind of understand China's unwillingness to have Visa in their country because when you throw sanctions around, Visa is going to be the main place where you're going to enforce it.
Do you think you made progress? Did you feel like that the give and take?
Sure,
for example, you're not going to sign this big agreement after hours meeting, but do you feel the foundation was laid for great success?
Better than last time. Last time we signed like 36 deals. This time, it's much bigger than that.
Oh, guys, if you got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements you want me to read out loud, engage with, you can please go ahead and super chat that in. Otherwise, I'll just look at the chat, and if it's something funny enough or informative enough, I'll go ahead and I'll pull it up. But other than that, I would appreciate it if you super chat
in. Talked about soybeans for our farmers. They're going to do a lot of soybeans for our farmers. They're going to be buying a lot of our farm product, which is great. They have an unlimited appetite, as the expression goes. They can buy as much as when you have that many people. They need it, and we have the best product. We're the best, sort of the best of everything. And
as part of the trade war, one way China kind of hit us with a gut punch was pretty much stopping their purchases of soybeans, and that kind of decimated a lot of our soybean farmers. So pretty much when we kind of start bringing down the tariffs on China, one of the stipulations was that, you guys got to start buying more soybeans more and more over time. And I'm pretty sure as Trump met up with him, he's like, so you think you can, speed that up?
Be doing that. Very farmer to me is very, I must have gotten 95% of the farm vote. And by the way, we just signed the farm bill, or we just approved the farm bill in Congress, which a lot of people thought was not going to happen. The Democrats are against farmers. You believe it? I say, how can they be against? Add that to the men and women's sports center. The Democrats are against farmers. Can you believe it?
That's funny.
So anyway, they're defective. I came up with a new name. I don't know if I should.
I know which one it is.
Democrats. Because they're dumb. They're dumb. It's D-U-M. I got rid of the B. So you're only changing one letter, right? E goes and the U comes. It's a Democrat.
You take up more space in people's heads than any one person on the face of this earth, right? You live rent-free.
I was talking about a guy, Hakeem Jeffries. He's a very low IQ individual. And I talked about him. I said, he's a dumb guy. He's a Democrat. And I said, oh, what a great name.
A Democrat.
So
let me ask you this. The issue, and you've been asked about.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie. Hakeem Jeffries is like the worst offender of I have no policies, but F Trump. Like, you're literally the worst offender. If you ask Hakeem Jeffries, all right, so what's the Democrats' plan for, fixing healthcare? Well, let me tell you about how Donald Trump is doing with healthcare. Okay, well, yeah, whatever. But what's your plan? Well, let me tell you about Donald Trump. That's what they do all the time. All right, well, what you gonna do with the economy to help out with affordability? Well, let me tell you what Donald Trump is doing with affordability. Oh, no, bro. What's your plan? Donald Trump is actually doing the worst with the economy since yeah, he's like the worst offender of doing that bullshit.
About it, and you've spoken about it, and that is China's support of Iran. How big a discussion was that today?
We discussed it. I mean, when you say support, they're not fighting a war with us or anything.
No.
He said he's not going to give military equipment. That's a big statement. He said that today. That's a big statement. He said that strongly.
But yeah, I doubt that. First off, Iran was already loading up with China before this war popped off. They was already loading up with China, so it's already too late for that. So pretty much, I guess he's telling Trump we won't sell any more further weapons to Iran. And then, of course, well, Iran was using Chinese and Russian satellites. Spy satellites to pretty much get coordinates on American military bases and, well, what was it? Not only our bases, but our radars as well.
At the same time, he said, you know, they buy a lot of their oil there, and they'd like to keep doing that. He'd like to see Hormuz Strait opened. I said, well, we didn't stop it. They did it, then we stopped them. You know, sort of interesting. He joked. He said, you know, it's sort of, they stopped it, then you stopped them. But they'd like to see it opened. But they actually closed it. He didn't like the fact that they're charging tolls. I don't know if they are or not. I don't know who would pay them. I mean, where do they put the money? The country's decimated. You know, they're charging tolls. Where's the money going?
So do you think President Xi and China have the ability to influence the Iranians, considering they are one of their biggest
probably,
customers?
But
no. Not when it comes to this war. Not at all. Like, I know everybody has this fantasy of maybe, oh no, he's gonna get their big brother. He's gonna get Iran's big brother, China, and they're gonna pull him to the side and make him stop this war and open up the strait. Yeah, that's a fantasy. That's not happening. Actually, China's like, you know what? I mean, we can make sure we get our oil. We can make sure we get our resources. And, you know, we could still try to do a good deal with you. But as far as making Iran stop, I mean, we have no say in that. I mean, one of China's main policies is that we don't care what that government does. They don't. So if Iran wants to go to war with the U.S. and they want to keep it going, China's just going to be like, well, all right, bro, just whatever. Just don't drag us into it. And that's always how China's been. I don't care who you are. I'll do business with you. And I won't get involved in your politics.
Look, he's not coming in with guns. He's not coming in with rifles. They're not coming in shooting. You know, influence. Somebody said he's been very good. They get a lot of their oil, 40% of their oil from that location. So what has happened, and one thing I think that we're going to make a deal on, they've agreed they want to buy oil from the United States. They're going to go to Texas. We're going to start sending Chinese ships to Texas and to Louisiana and to Alaska. And I think that was another thing that was agreed to. That's a big thing.
What about liquefied natural gas?
It's not that much longer.
Gas too?
Yeah, everything. Energy.
Energy.
That's the one thing. They really need energy. That's the one thing. They have an insatiable appetite for energy, and we have unlimited energy. You know, we've now under me, but we now produce more than, if you combine Saudi Arabia and before the war, if you took Saudi Arabia, Russia, put them together, we're doing twice as much oil and gas as they are. Think of that. It's amazing.
Venezuela was where too.
Called drill, baby, drill.
I mean, it's amazing for the oil execs, but it does nothing for us because, well, we sell our oil to the world. So, AKA, oil is a global commodity. So it's priced on the supply of what's going around on the globe. So when there's 20% of the oil supply being held up in the strait, that's going to drive up prices. And unless we just nationalize our oil and we just stop selling abroad and we just only sell to ourselves, or we only use our oil for ourselves, that's pretty much the only way we probably could be like, okay, well, yeah, oil prices are going to go down because we're producing more oil for ourselves. But that's not the case. We're producing oil for ourselves and to sell abroad.
Oh, well, I mean, when you really think about it, if they have a problem with Iran, and they need the strait more than we need it open,
we don't need it at all.
We don't need it at all.
We don't need it at all.
Fair enough. So,
I mean, you could make the case. You
know, like I said, if we want to bring down oil prices, then yeah, we do kind of need it. Unless we want to deal with the fact that 20% of the oil is going to be regulated now, or just not put into the global market, and that's going to keep prices high. Oh man, and then God forbid we actually let Iran control the Strait with their $2 million a barrel fee. Oh, I mean, prices are gonna still stay up. So I would have to ask Trump, all right, what's the plan here? Because you're saying that we don't need it, but I mean, if we want to control price, if we want to like get a grip on price, then we're gonna have to do something about that Strait. We just can't produce our way out of it.
Why are we even? We're doing it
without shutting off abroad sales, of course,
to help Israel and to help Saudi Arabia and to help Qatar and UAE and Kuwait and other countries, Bahrain.
It also helps China.
And I told them today, I said, we're helping you, and we're helping you in another way, because I don't think China wants Iran to have a nuclear weapon either.
Bro, China don't care.
I said, they're stone cold crazy. You don't need them having a nuclear weapon either.
What did he say?
Well, he's not going to respond too much. He's a pretty cool guy. He's not going to say, "Oh, gee, that's a good point."
I think he might.
What's he going to do?
Oh,
say,
I mean,
what a wonderful point.
Here's the thing. One, I don't think China cares that they have a nuclear weapon. And two, if they was to choose, I think they would want Iran to have a nuclear weapon, because that means one of their best assets is pretty much solidified, like it's protected all the way through. They don't got to worry about regime change or anything like that. Everybody just can leave them alone. So if anybody wants Iran to have a nuke, it would probably be China and Russia.
Agreed.
Well, they're not going to give it to them.
Yeah, I think
that was the impression.
I don't think he wants them to have. No, he would like to see it end. But he's been good about it, hasn't done anything hostile.
They get discounted oil from Iran. Here's a thought, because if you're going to expand...
Well, guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation by double tapping that screen, and make sure to support the show with a super chat or a gift. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
Trade, and it's going to include benefits for our farmers, and it's going to include manufacturing and all those, top CEOs and executives that you brought into that meeting that they didn't expect. I would imagine that there probably is a deal to be had on the energy front, which would be great for our country.
So I told him, I'd love to see you buy oil from Texas and Louisiana, from the United States, Alaska. We've got so much of it. And he said he likes the idea. He'd like to talk about that. I think it'll happen.
Yeah.
That's a big deal. That's a big deal. I don't know.
I think that would be a huge announcement.
Look, they're doing it right now. They're sending Chinese ships up to buy oil.
They do.
So we're doing, and I don't like talking about it, because then the fake news media says,
like I said, it helps out the oil execs, but it doesn't help out the American people when it comes to gas prices. It doesn't whatsoever.
Trump doesn't talk about the fact that somebody's paying $2.50 from, I had it down to $1.85 in Iowa a gallon. So now it's $4, and it's going to not be long. And as soon as the war ends, it's going to go down to lower than it was before. It's going to be very quick. And, when I explain it to people, all you have to do is say, do you think Iran, they're crazy, should have a nuclear weapon? Everybody says no. I said, well, then you think I'm doing the right thing. And I have no choice. The sad thing is that we had just broken every record on the stock market, as you know. I thought the market would go down 20, 25 points. It didn't. It's higher now than it was before we started.
All right. If you want...
Well, what? But isn't that amazing?
And that's the problem. Here's the problem about bragging about the stock market while people are, seeing higher prices. You're just letting everybody know that, yeah, well, guess what? It seems like kind of working for the corporate guys now, the corporate elite. That, yeah, they're making money, but what about the Americans when it comes to affordability? What, is that no longer on your mind no more? Or is it just about the corporate guys turning over a buck? That's all you're bragging about. You ain't bragging about how Americans are paying like lower gas prices no more. You ain't talking about lower inflation no more. You're talking about how the corporate elites are making a good buck out here. And I mean, God bless, but that ain't helping the average American citizen whatsoever.
It is amazing. And, I know people around you told you oil prices would go up. Okay. I had a conversation with you, and I asked you if I could bring this up. And I said, Mr. President, if you wanted to knock out Iran's economy, you could probably do it in under an hour. And you said to me, no, probably in 5 minutes.
Yeah, very little time.
That's what you said to me. And then I asked you.
Well, we hit Carg Island, everything but the oil.
That's
we left that one little thing, as they stay 50 yards away. And I said to General Raisin Kane, I said, General, how long will it take? He said, 4 or 5 minutes. I said, no, seriously, how long? I figured he'd say a day or 2 days, a week. He said, no, only 4 or 5 minutes. They wiped out the whole island, except they left the nozzle. You know, that's where the oil comes out, just in case.
You know what? That would end this conflict. That would end this war.
Well, it would, but then
you said to me,
then you'd lose a lot of oil. And I don't know. Look, right now, there's no oil coming out of Karg Island. None. Zero.
They're going to cap those wells.
People are finding other places to buy oil, like Texas.
I don't know, man. Tell that to the 20 Iranian shadow fleets that made it through the blockade. Like, tell that to them. I don't know about that.
So I don't want to say we're making a fortune. You understand that? Because if I say, they're going to say, oh, he forgets about the little man, you know, with the $4 gasoline.
You said the reason, you said to me, this would wipe out their economy for over a decade. It's a population of over 90 million people that have been oppressed for 47 plus years.
Yeah.
And you said you didn't want to do that if you didn't have to.
So if I don't have to, I don't. Oh, that's the easiest shot of all. That would be done in 1 minute. The island took 4 minutes. The only thing I said, leave 50 yards around. They wiped out everything.
You think taking Karg Island would take 4 minutes? Hey, yo, all right, bro. Who lying to this man? Somebody's lying. Somebody's obviously lying to this man, bro. If you take Karg Island in 4 minutes, bro, no, I'm sorry. Like, not even in our wildest dreams would that happen. To where we just take Karg Island in 4 minutes, bro. That's not happening. Like, maybe he's over-exaggerating it, but I'm going to tell you this. Well, he's definitely over-exaggerating. But, bro, we wouldn't be able to even take that in 40 hours. It's going to take a minute. You got to remember, this is close to their ports where they can fire off missiles and drones, and it's right there. I mean, bro, like, they can shoot over into other countries. What makes you think that they can't shoot into Karg Island? Like, what? That's just not – I'm sorry. That's not logically thinking. Like, and first off, it's almost like he doesn't know the geography of Iran. Well, maybe if he did, he understood that they have a huge body of water called the Caspian Sea above them, he'd also realize why this blockade isn't really working.
Everything. I mean,
I don't know, guys. Maybe Trump needs a geography lesson of Iran. Like, here's Iran. Here's these 2 big-ass mountains on the side of it, making it damn near impossible to invade. Here's this big-ass body on the north of it, where they could still transport their goods, and damn near makes it once again impossible to invade. And then here's the Strait of Hormuz, where they can close anytime they want. So on the south of it. So this is why we should not invade Iran.
Wiped out. It would.
That's all we need. That's all somebody had to say.
One plane, 1 minute. That's all it would take. When you do that, you start off. That's a big statement to do that. Now, you also have bridges. You also have electric plants, which I think in many ways are worse because you can get the oil open faster than you can build a new bridge or build a new electric plant. But these guys should make a deal. I mean, only crazy people would not make a deal, but they should make a deal. And President Xi would like to see a deal made. He would like to see a deal made.
Should we praying for?
And he did offer. He said, if I can be of any help at all, I would like to be of help. Because
he did say that.
Yeah, he did say that. And look, anybody that buys that much oil has obviously got some kind of a relationship with him. But he said, I would love to be of help. If I can be of any help whatsoever, he'd like to see the Hormuz Strait open. He said, if I could be.
Oh, guys, you got any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements you want me to read out loud and engage with us? Please send in a super chat or a Venmo. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's get right back into it.
If any help whatsoever, I would like to help.
What has complicated things probably the most is the top 3-tier leadership is wiped out.
It's gone.
Now you have a fractured leadership.
Yeah, but I think we have people that are leaders. I think they're much better than, I think they're much more reasonable. You know, if you talk about regime change, that's the ultimate. No, I said, that is serious regime change, right? The 3rd tier that we're dealing with now, I think they're actually much more reasonable and in many ways smarter than the 1st tier and the 2nd tier who are no longer with us.
And why do they go forward?
I mean, I don't know about that, bro. Here's the problem. We replaced Khomeini's son, Ali Khomeini's son, with this Maja guy, Khomeini. And here's the problem. His son is more of a hardliner than his dad. Apparently, like, yeah, he felt like his dad wasn't going hard enough. And now that he's in power with his dad dead, his mother dead, and his daughter dead, all in one strike, by the way, I mean, how you think he's feeling towards America? I mean, here's the thing. You think we're dealing with a more moderate regime than we were before this war? Well, I'm sorry, but you'd be wrong. No, we're actually dealing with a more extreme regime, a way more hardline regime that really don't even really want to do the ceasefire. They would love to get back into war with us. They would love to start destroying energy infrastructures. Why? Because they want to make sure that we never do this again, and they want to make it hurt as much as possible, to the point where they're willing to threaten cable lines, or was it fiber optic lines, underneath the sea to pretty much take out the internet in the region. Yes, and it's like what, Iran's $10 trillion threat, which would be absolutely insane.
They can't get there. They make a deal, and the next day, like, we waited 5 days for a letter that should have been there 1 hour. So where's the letter? They're having a lot of turmoil. They got nothing but turmoil inside. And it's an amazing phenomenon. Nobody wants to be the president. You know, it's like they say, who wants to be president of Iran? Anybody want to be president? Everyone says, I don't want to be president.
But I've known you long enough to know you don't have infinite patience. You have patience. You're being patient.
No, I'm not. I'm not going to be much more patient. No, I'm not. They should make a deal. Any sane person would make a deal, but they might be crazy.
All right, thanks for watching. Check out my new podcast, Hanging Out with.
All right. I don't think we will, Hannity. But guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys, and make sure to subscribe to the channel by hitting that icon above. Yep, go ahead and subscribe, guys. You've been watching for about long enough. You might as well. And make sure to double tap that screen. But let's get into the next part of the interview, guys.
All right, we continue more with President Trump. We held this interview right after his all-important meeting with President Xi as we continue from Beijing, China. If you were to take some headlines out of this summit, America, I'm sure, watched the reception. And I'll do a side-by-side of the reception of then President Obama.
He doesn't respect Obama. Nobody does. Highly overrated, and he's a divider. Biden will go down as the worst president in history because I think what he did on the border.
And how do you explain your relationship with President Xi? Because it seems as cordial as it can be. He doesn't seem like the warmest guy in the world on the outside.
He is. He's warm. I mean, look, he's smart. He's a very smart person, but we have a good relationship. No, he has to respect somebody. He's no games. He's not like, let's talk about how did the Yankees do last night? Okay, you know, who cares? They don't care. He's all about China. It's you know,
but their economy's hurting.
Thing.
Their economy's hurting.
I don't know. I've been hearing that about them for 40 years, that their economy is hurting. I've been hearing about it. I'm always hearing about it. Look, we want to open it up. It's massive. And we want to get all of those companies and many more in there and make a lot of money and a lot of jobs for America. That's all. It's very simple. And I've done it better than anybody else. Our deficit's way down.
I said, if we're getting China to up their sales of American-made products, I mean, yeah, that's going to create more American jobs, create more demand for our products. But if you're saying that we're going to just get more companies to go over to China, I mean, once again, you're kind of selling us out. Just like you were kind of selling us out when you were saying, oh, well, we're going to bring like 600,000 Chinese spies. I mean, Chinese students here to America to what? Keep afloat our universities. And I'm sorry, but if we need Chinese foreign students to keep our universities afloat, then I think we need to let these guys fail.
Down from what it used to be, way down with China. And this could end any deficit with China. China's been very good. China treated our presidents with great disrespect. Like we have a lot of presidents, and I was a Reagan fan and am. I liked him. I thought he was great style and everything, but he was not good on trade. We lost the car industry to Japan and Germany and others. People have liabilities and whatever, but we had some presidents that were really, really bad. They allowed our country to be just absolutely decimated. And when you look at what happened with Biden, when you look at what happened, the way everybody treated him, there was zero respect. Obama, too. The Iran nuclear deal. It was the worst deal, one of the worst deals ever made. If I didn't go in and terminate that deal, Iran would have a nuclear weapon, and they would have used it. We wouldn't even maybe sitting here right now.
Can I
They would
ask
have
you
used
this,
it.
though?
No, it's not that Iran would use a nuclear weapon. Is that we'd be forced to leave them alone, and we'd be no longer trying to enforce regime change on them, just like we did with North Korea. Bro, if North Korea did not have a nuclear weapon, bro, we'd be trying to enforce regime change there right now. Right this second, we'd be trying to do it. And we'd be feeding you the same BS propaganda we'd be feeding you about Iran, all right? How we need to save the South Korean people. And look at the defectors in the street doing the Trump dance as we bomb South Korea. We'd be running the same bullshit propaganda. But guess what? We don't. Why? Because they got a nuke. And you know we've shown the world, if you got a nuke, nobody F's with you. And if you if you don't got a nuke, you're going to be bullied by the countries, or you're going to need protection by the countries that do.
But John, they would have used it. The Iran nuclear.
I agree
deal.
with you.
Then if I didn't go in with the B-2 bombers 9 months ago, they would have had a nuclear weapon. And by the way, the one thing they told me, because I deal with the Iranian leaders now a little bit, they said very strongly, they said, because they said, we're getting the nuclear dust. That was a term I made up because it's sort of, it's a simpler term for people to understand. It's nuclear dust, sort of dusty. But I said, we get the nuclear dust. They said, you will get it. They agreed to it, right? They agreed to it. But then they take it back, then they agree. It's back and forth. I don't know. I think they have a lot of problems with the leadership. But Sean, they said, we get the nuclear dust. They said, there's only 2 countries that can get it. Who? You and China. Nobody else has the technology. I said, why do you say? He said, because when you hit that thing, the whole mountain collapsed on it. I said, so you're saying we really hit it good, didn't we? He said,
actually, so crazy. I can argue that North Korea is way more radical than Iran, and they got a nuke. And here's the thing, that North Korea pretty much released today, and it's kind of funny how they're kind of covering their ass with this, that if Kim Jong-un is assassinated, they will nuke the U.S. So, yeah, like that's how radical they are. So while Iran's out here talking about a fatwa and they're not going to ever make a nuke because it's a sin against God, we got our guy Kim Jong-un talking about, oh yeah, I will nuke the shit out of you guys if I end up dead. Shoot, if y'all do me like Khomeini, trust me, it's on. And that's how he's talking. So what does that tell you? We've let a way more radical regime, way more radical dictator power have a nuke, and we're not doing anything about it. Why? Because they got that nuke. It's just a sad reality of it. So when they sit there and say that Iran's, as soon as they get a nuke, they're going to start attacking people. No, actually, when they get a nuke, so if God forbid they ever get a nuke, but if they get a nuke, then we're just going to leave them alone.
There's no way
we don't want to do
any
that.
normal country can. The only 2 countries that can go down and get that are you and China. It's very interesting because CNN was saying, well, maybe it wasn't hit that badly. It was hit. And what they did is they took a lot of credit away from those great B-2, pilots and the Tomahawk submarines. And, we had the submarine shooting Tomahawks in there, 30 Tomahawks. We obliterated it. And before the pilots even go back, I remember CNN saying, well, maybe it wasn't hit that badly. Maybe it wasn't. They didn't even know anything. And they were saying that. The top person said to me, there's 2 countries that can get that. We can't get it, even if we wanted to, because we don't have the technology or the equipment. They said us and China. It's very interesting.
60% enriched uranium to be weapons grade, 90% enriched in under 12 days.
Yeah.
And they were bragging to your Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff.
If I didn't go in with the B-2 bombers that week, that day, that week, they would right now have a nuclear bomb.
So it was that.
Oh, that's a fucking lie. Oh, hell no. Bro, are you serious? That's the next lie? Is like, oh, well, we didn't commit to Midnight Hammer. Iran would have a nuke. Okay, now that's just cap. That's just cap. Like I said, we've been talking about them in 2 weeks away from a nuke for 10 years. Now that we're in this war, and now we understand that, they only have 60%. They don't have a nuclear weapons program. And you're over here crying about their 60% enriched uranium, which is reasonable to bitch about. Like, trust me, I get it. But to sit here and say that, oh, well, if we didn't do Midnight Hammer, they were going to get a nuke is ridiculous. And I'm going to tell you why. Because they've had it since, they've had 60% enriched uranium since 2021.
So if they wanted a nuke, they could have been had one, guys, especially under Biden while everybody was distracted with Ukraine and Russia. So no, that's absolutely wild, and he's just trying to cover his ass at this point.
Imminent.
Well, I thought so.
The intelligence told you
I
so.
thought that they were.
Yeah. Okay. Damn. Hannity kind of cooked him on that one on accident because he wants to give him a softball interview, but he's like, "So did your intelligence tell you that?" Yeah. No. Yeah, because Tulsi Gabbard came out and gave the intelligence assessment of 13 different departments, 13 different intelligence departments came together and gave the assessment that Iran is not going towards a nuke, nor do they possess nor do they have a nuclear weapons program. So, yeah, it would be kind of crazy for him to sit here and say that, yeah, I have intelligence. Our U.S. intelligence said that Iran was going to go towards a nuke because no such U.S. intelligence exists. That's why he's going to say, well, I had a feeling. Which is wild, by the way. But hey, instead of listening to our intelligence, he wants to go off his feelings.
We're very close to having a nuclear weapon, and it all emanated from those 3 sites that we hit, and we hit them good. We hit them good. And when he told me that, and he wasn't saying that as a negotiation, he just said, we can't get it. We'll never be able to get it. They're not, you got to move like the weight of a mountain. And it was a granite mountain. Those bombs went right down air chutes. I guarantee they'll never build an air chute again.
This is the bunker.
Think of it, at 1 o'clock in the morning with no moon, we dropped bombs. Every one of those bombs went down an air chute and exploded. And the whole mountain collapsed on top of that site. And the Iranian leaders told me that they would be, and everybody else, other than, literally, he said us in China. And I don't know that China can do it. I know we can do it, but it's a big project. To get it, it's a big project.
Do you feel there's been people that have, and generals that I've spoken to, that think you have to get the dust, which is the enriched uranium, or have you been told that maybe?
Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen. Like I said, guys, you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, you can go ahead and send in a super chat. If not, hey, just double tap that screen. Or if you want to be mad at me, I mean, you could just cry in the chat. Like, I honestly don't care.
Be a way to entomb it that they could never get to it.
So we were thinking about doing it early on, and
about getting it.
It would take a while. It would take a week and a half. That's a long time to be in enemy territory. No, you got to move these massive amounts of granite. It's a granite. Granite's the hardest stone. It's amazing.
I wonder if anybody's really going to grill Trump on the fact that he just said, I felt like if we didn't, do Midnight Hammer, Iran was definitely going to get a nuke. With no intelligence to back that up, no nothing, just feelings. Yeah, that is wild.
It's those were really powerful bombs that we used. And don't forget, we hit it on top of that. We hit Tomahawks on top of that. No, I don't think it's necessary, except from a public relations standpoint. I think it's important for the fake news that we get it. I'm the one that said we're going to get it, and we're going to get it. We have our eye on it. So Space Force was my creation. I did that in my first term. It's going to end up going down as one of the most important of all of our military.
So it can be entombed.
Yeah, it can be.
With eyes on it.
It can be, but I'd rather get it, to be honest with you. It can be, a lot of things can happen, and even despite the statement that, they can't get it, they are, first of all, if we left right now, it would take Iran 25 years to rebuild, and it can never be like it was. It would take 25 years. I would rather get it, but we have our eyes on it. We know exactly what's happening there. We had, the other day, there was a man that tried to get into the chute. We saw there was a door that was blown to smithereens, and we know everything that's happening. If they ever moved on, and I told them that, if they send a force over there to try, where I see somebody's trying, all we'll do is just hit it with a couple of bombs, and that's going to be the end of that. They won't do it. I said, we have 9 cameras on that site, on those 3 sites, 24 hours a day. We know exactly what's.
I know, and that's why if Iran was ever try to go towards 90%, we'd catch them on the spot, just like we did with North Korea. Except, we had a choice to make. It's either we tried to stop them through isolation, or we stop them through putting boots on the ground. Now, I don't know. I'll leave that to your own opinion. I would actually ask you if you were president and you know North Korea was going towards that nuke, what would you have done? Would you have put boots on the ground, or would you just kept on sanctions? Because, well, guess what? I mean, spoiler alert, if you don't know, yeah, the sanctions didn't work. So would you have put boots on the ground to stop North Korea from getting a bomb, putting South Korea at risk? Would that have been okay with you? I mean, that's kind of the dilemma we are in now, right now with Iran. And here's the thing: we got no proof that they're going towards 90%. And here's the thing: like I said, like Trump said, we got tracking all over that country, satellite and everything. If they were to try to go towards 90% enrichment, we'd find out, and then it'd be a race against the clock at that point.
It's happening. Nobody's even gotten close to it. They looked at it at the beginning and they said, "There's no way that anybody can ever get down to the nuclear test."
You think it's?
But I'd still rather have it. I'd rather get it. I just feel better if I got it, actually. But I think it's more for public relations than it is for anything else. The other thing we could do is bomb it again, just make it absolute. But I would feel better getting it. So, and we will get it.
Let me go back to a question that has come up before for you, and I want to get into more detail because we are in Beijing. The issue of Chinese students in our universities. More importantly, in my mind, is that Chinese nationals have been buying up thousands and thousands of acres of farmland, ranch land, and
I mean, yeah, they take up farmland that Americans could buy up and use to farming to bring down what food prices, adding more into the supply. So we could be using it for that, but we're letting Chinese companies buy it up. We'll let Chinese students pretty much take opportunity away from American scholars to go into colleges by letting their students fly in here. And then also they also get into the H-1B visas as well. So they also take jobs. So they take in land, jobs, and wealth. I mean, and we just let it happen. This is the insane thing about China. This is why everybody kind of is like, yo, we don't go hard enough on China. Like, honestly, we don't.
Land near military installations. Now, I would assume I'm in Beijing. If I wanted to buy property near one of their military installations, I don't think President Xi.
No, they wouldn't let you. I don't. Look, it's not that I love it. You want to see farm prices drop? You want to see farmers lose a lot of money? Just take that out of the market. But they've had a lot of land for a long time. Obama did nothing about it. They bought a lot of it during the Obama administration. He did nothing about it. As far as the students, it's 500,000 students. They come, good students. I could tell them, I don't want any students. It's a very insulting thing to say to a country. They would then immediately go out and say,
what do you mean, bro? It's kind of insulting to us. They're like, bro, so you're telling me saying China, like, look, bro, we'll do business all day, but I don't want none of your students, bro. We got enough of y'all here. It's all good. We actually need to start opening up a lot of opportunity for our own people. So sorry, bro, but yeah, we can't do this exchange no more. And let's be real, the exchange ain't really equal because you're not really letting a lot of us go into your, industry. So yeah, let's just end this relationship right here. This one-sided one. And he's just like, well, it'd be a very rude thing to not letting these Chinese spies into our universities. It'd just be so rude. Like, bruh.
Start building universities all over China. But if you don't have those students, good students, by the way, if you don't, and we do another thing, if they're good and they want to stay in America, we won't give them a green card and things like that. And that not only them, but other countries. But if you want to see a university system die, take 500,000 people out of it. And the ones that won't be hurt are the top schools. The top schools will do fine, but your lower schools, the ones that don't do quite as well, they'll be dying all over the place. I frankly think that it's good that people come from other countries and they learn our culture, and many of them want to stay here. I think it's good. Not everybody agrees with me, and it doesn't sound like a very conservative position. And I'm as conservative. I'm a conservative guy. I'm really a common sense guy, I think, more than a conservative guy. I think MAGA is common sense. People understand we want strong borders, we want strong military, we want good education, we want low interest rates.
Well, I'm gonna be real with you guys. Actually, Trump actually has brought back a good bit of manufacturing. Like if you're actually looking this up and you don't have TDS, you look it up, all the manufacturing projects that's starting up, you're going to get like a whole lot of them, a long list of them across like 7 different sectors. So when you guys say you really thought Trump was going to bring back manufacturing, well, be real with you, those tariffs actually did bring back some manufacturing, especially in the car sector, aerospace, chips. I mean, you can't, I'm sorry, but that actually did work. His whole tariff agenda to bring back manufacturing definitely did work, especially the sector Pacific ones. So let's just be honest, guys. I can actually give you a laundry list of companies that are going to start doing manufacturing here. And you like, oh, and then food processing too.
But
I think people would argue they worry about, do they have nefarious intentions?
I know, and we worry about that. And honestly, you know, they do things to us and we do things to them. It's a very, very fine line, the whole thing with students. So they have 500,000 students, and our university system does great.
Bro,
you know, it does great.
I mean, like I said, if you're telling me that we need foreign students, 600,000 Chinese students to keep these universities afloat, then they need to fail. I mean, I don't even know how they even got like so dependent on foreign, like well, not foreign influence, but foreign students or foreign money coming in. Like that's kind of crazy. And we all know that the foreigners pay like double tuition. Like, yeah, okay. But if you're telling me like they depend on that, oh yeah, that's a problem.
You want to screw it up? Take 500,000 students out, and you're gonna see bankruptcies at the lower end of good colleges, but they're not known or whatever. You're gonna have a lot of problems. So it's something I'm always looking at, but it's a very insulting thing to tell a country, we don't want your people in our schools. I mean, it really is. Now I'll have people say, "Oh, that's a terrible thing," you know. It is a very insulting thing. And it's very interesting. It's something didn't come up today. Came up last time. But I will tell you that school systems don't want that to happen because you won't have much of a school system.
All right, Mr. President, when they look through the history books, this summit, what will people be saying 10 years from now?
Well, I think it's a very historic summit. It's the two great countries. I call it the G2. This is the G2. They have G7. They had the G8. This is the G2. And I think it'll go down as a very important moment in history, and maybe more than anything else, a great moment of respect.
Mr. President,
Thank
we
you.
appreciate your time.
Thank you very
much. Thank you. All right, thanks for watching. Check out my new podcast, Hanging Out with Me, Sean Hannity.
I'm weak. Somebody says go there, actually study one, meet people. I mean, sweetheart, I went to one of these universities. Like I went to Wright State University. If you don't know, that's a university in Dayton. That's right across the street from Wright Pad Air Force Base. So trust me, I see this. Yeah, I seen the Indian students, the Asian students. I seen them all, and I talked to them. And yes, they are bright people. I'm not saying that they're dumb. That's not what I'm saying. I don't got to insult these kids to pretty much prove the fact that they are taking opportunity and they are pretty much filling in a slot that another American could be filling. That, well, I'm like, honestly, like, let's just be real. It's not like throwing shade on them. I'm not saying that they're dumb. I'm just saying that they are taking away opportunity. And that's just the truth. It is what it is. But all right, though, let's get right into it. Let's start on we started off on the right. Let's get over to the left. Let's see what CNN's saying.
CNN Business senior reporter David Goldman to make it make sense. He is tracking the 5 key numbers steering this summit. So, David, help us break through the noise. What do we need to know?
Yeah, Kristen talked about sticky issues. They are sticky indeed, because the first number you need to understand is 600 million. That's the number of Chinese AI users, according to China. That is why President Trump brought with him Elon Musk and Jensen Huang and Tim Cook. There's a massive market to be tapped in China with the key technology for U.S. national security, and that is AI. The second number you need to understand is 93%. That is the control of the second number.
See, there is Chinese citizens using AI. 600 million users that guys like ChatGPT, Claude, well, I would say Google. These guys want to have access to these 600 million people. I mean, like I said, it's opening up the market for AI use. I mean, I'm not really sure how that really helps us, Americans. I guess more data centers get popped up that increase your electric and water bill. But I mean, at least, the Chinese people get to use our AI, right? Right.
You need to understand is 93%. That is the control of the rare earth market that China has. We know that the United States needs to restock its weapons after the Iran war. What makes those weapons work? Rare earth minerals. China has control over that. That will be a big sticking point. 80% is the next number you need to know. That is the percentage of Iranian oil that China buys. It's probably even more than that. That was before the war. China needs the Strait of Hormuz to be reopened.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. If you actually look at a map of Iran, you can still see how they're able to still get their oil to China. And the fact that China and Iran are using shadow fleets to get their oil past the blockade. This is why our intelligence came out and pretty much said that, these guys could last out at least like 6 months.
Because
while Trump and Fox News was telling you, oh, just give it 48 hours, they'll be done. Actually, give it a week. And then once it passed, then we're like, okay, we're going to keep it real. Yeah, it's going to take months. And, strangling them with a blockade is not really working.
Relies so heavily on Iranian oil. President Trump knows that. That will be a big point of leverage as well. $25 billion is a big number. That's the amount that Taiwan just approved to buy U.S. military equipment. You just heard Kristen talking about how serious she is about this issue. That will be a topic of consideration as well. And then 10% is the last number you need to know. 10% is the tariff that the United States has put on Chinese goods. Now, remember, a year ago it was 145%. It's come down a lot because the Supreme Court says Trump doesn't have the ability to put any tariff he wants. He's lost a little leverage there, Pam.
David Goldman, thank you for.
Well, he kind of misphrased that. He can't invoke tariffs to the the Emergency Economic Powers Act. Yes, he can't do tariffs through that, but he can't put a 1% tariff through that, but he's allowed to go ahead and invoke 100% embargo. They said he has to use other means, which he did. So he's using sections of the Trade Act and Trade Expansion Act, and that's why he's able to pretty much put back on the global tariffs. That the courts are trying to strike down again, ironically. I mean, hey, and here's the problem though: the pretty much the small businesses that are pretty much complaining about it are going like, whoa, I know we're supposed to get these refunds for the tariffs, but we're still paying tariffs. I know it's kind of the confusion of it, because like as soon as Trump lost it, he went right back out and was able to invoke 150-day tariffs on certain countries for 150 days tariffs. Pretty much. What section was it? I'm trying to remember. Section 122. Yep, Section 122 of the Trade Act.
Helping us better understand everything that's going on, as always.
CNN's Fareed Zakaria is also here, the host of course, Fareed Zakaria at GPS. Fareed, what are you going to be watching for in this meeting in terms of, are we going to see Xi Jinping say something directly to the president about Iran? What are you expecting?
I suspect the Chinese are very formal. They very rarely will reveal publicly what they are really talking about privately. I don't know if you remember, there was a time when Justin Trudeau let slip what he and Xi Jinping had been talking about, and she was visibly upset about it and told him that's not how this is supposed to work. So I suspect what we will see will be all formalities and that kind of thing. Tough for President Trump because he likes to actually just tell you what's going on. I suspect the issue that Trump will want to come away from is some kind of economic deal where there's a talk about the Chinese buying goods, investing in America. The Chinese will want some lowering of tariffs. The hot button, of course, is Taiwan. The Chinese have indicated that they would like to see some shift in America's position on Taiwan. I doubt that they're going to get something on it. So my guess is that this is going to be a little bit more practical and nitty-gritty and not a transformative set of meetings, But I suspect that there will be progress on most of the big economic.
Guys, make sure to smash that like button if you're watching horizontally, and guys, if you're watching vertically, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video. Guys, let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support. And you have any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just go ahead and send in a super chat.
Make issues that both sides want.
Well, when you were in China last month talking to officials ahead of this meeting, what did they tell you about what to expect?
What they were hoping for was some movement on Taiwan. What they were hoping for was some movement on tariffs. They believe that China unjustly has, these very high tariffs against it. It's a little complicated now because so many of Trump's tariffs have been rolled back by the courts that it's not exactly clear what the tariffs on China are, but they are higher than other countries. And he certainly has the ways he can get them higher. But for them, the main issues were Taiwan, tariffs, and to a certain extent, a sense from the United States that there was a workable relationship going forward, not a kind of race to demonize China, decouple, etc. For Trump, I think it's somebody said, well, what was it? The three B's, beans, the three sets of goods that beans, Boeing, and something else. He's trying to get the Chinese to buy American stuff. And agriculture is a big part of it. Aircraft is a big part of it. And if he can get them to announce some big purchases, that's what he's going to be looking for.
Well, I mean, he also wants them to open up the Chinese economy to these American CEOs and a lot of the CEOs that are traveling with him. I mean, you just heard Kristen listing them out: Elon Musk, Tim Cook, Jensen Huang, from X, Apple, and Nvidia. Also, we've got reps from Meta, Boeing, those other major companies. What does that look like when they're all gathered there, when they are eventually, all in front of Xi Jinping together?
Well, a lot of those companies have businesses in China. I mean, Tesla sells lots of cars in China, and it's facing stiff competition. Tesla's market share is declining, not because the Chinese government is stopping.
Yeah, that, and bro, I ain't gonna lie, those Chinese EVs are pretty damn impressive. Like, they're getting cooked. Like, Tesla is getting cooked in the EV market in China. Like, they're barely able to compete in that, and also there's some restrictions as well.
Them, but
it's China. I mean, they're always going to make sure their product beats everybody else's. Like, that's just the way they work. It's not a fair market. So this is the problem. Why they're trying to get into a market that's obviously controlled. It's not a free market. It's not a fair market. The Chinese companies are always going to beat ours because they're going to make it that way.
Chinese have a ferociously competitive EV market at home. Most of the ones you mentioned, I think, other than Meta, actually do operate there. But you're right. Trump is looking for more market access to China. My sense, Caitlin, is if it's about this kind of stuff, the Chinese are happy to deal. They're happy to be transactional. They're happy to say, in return for you lowering tariffs this much, we'll allow the American banks to own 10% more of their joint ventures in China. The issue that they find with Trump is he's very unpredictable, he's very disruptive, and he does things like the Iran war, which completely disrupt and upend their planning. I mean, the Chinese get a lot of imported energy out of the Persian Gulf, and I think they find that it's the wild card of Trump that they find harder to understand and deal with. Trump, as a transactional businessman, they're happy to cut a deal.
We're learning more about the first day of talks between President Trump and Chinese leader Xi Jinping. The two men toasting each other today at a state banquet in Beijing and praising the long, sometimes strained relationship between the two countries. Xi and Trump both emphasizing the value of cooperation between the world's two economic superpowers. And Xi even seemingly reaching out to the president's base in these comments through a translator. Listen to this.
Achieving the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation and making America great again can go hand in hand. We can help each other succeed and advance the well-being of the whole world.
2.5 centuries later, that first connection has grown into one of the most consequential relationships in world history.
Also new today, a red line over Taiwan. China's state media was reporting that Xi...
Guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys, and hit that icon above to subscribe to the channel. All right, let's keep it going.
Warned President Trump that Taiwan is the most important issue between the two countries. And Xi says if mishandled could create, quote, a very dangerous situation, end quote. The Chinese Communist Party has long vowed to unify the island with the mainland, even if it requires military force. CNN's Kristen Holmes has more from Beijing.
This is an incredibly consequential meeting, particularly when you get to the top two topics, which are Taiwan and Iran. We heard a readout from state media saying that President Xi has issued somewhat of a...
And here's the problem. Like, the thing is that because we're so busy with Iran, if China was to make a move on Taiwan right now, there'd be very little we could do. We'd be too caught up with Iran. And if they really want to be like duplicitous actors, then they would go ahead and start giving Iran weapons while they make their move on Taiwan, pretty much holding us up with them while they make their move and take over. So this is one of the main reasons why Taiwan's on the table, is because, well, we're kind of in a vulnerable position when it comes to protecting it.
Threat to the United States over Taiwan, saying it was the single most important issue when it comes to U.S.-China relations. And on top of that, that if it was handled poorly, it would create instability and be dangerous. We also know President Trump was expected to push President Xi to help with Iran, to pressure Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Of course, Iran and China have a close relationship, and to potentially pressure them even into signing a peace deal. Now, what we heard from the White House, from a White House official, saying essentially that President Xi agreed with President Trump that the Strait of Hormuz should be opened and that Iran shouldn't have any nuclear.
But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get over to this interview with Marco Rubio. He did an NBC interview. So let's get into it. All right, guys, make sure we double tap that screen and like the video, guys. And like I said, any question, comments, jokes, disagreements, just go ahead and super chat that in. Let's get right into it.
The war with... Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker, and we begin with the president's high-stakes summit in China as he looks to forge a more cooperative...
Actually, let's take a quick little break, guys, and I'm gonna go ahead and enjoy this quick little clip. Give y'all guys a clip from the left. F it. Shout out to Zoran Mamdani. I guess he closed that deficit. Check this out.
Zoran Mamdani has just balanced the New York City budget. All he did was kick the can down the road. He faced a $12 billion 2-year budget shortfall left to him by Mayor Adams, which was the largest gap faced by a mayor since the Great Recession, and Mamdani managed to close it without drawing from the city's reserves, increasing property taxes, or cutting into service delivery. He did a stellar job. Remember during his campaign when he said he was going to pay for all this free stuff by raising the income and corporate taxes on rich people, and I told you that won't happen because it needs state approval? Well, I was right. Well, his budget does include free childcare, a government-ran grocery store pilot, and funding for his Office of Community Safety. Very watered-down versions from what he promised, thankfully so, but where are the free buses? But let's dive into piece by piece how he balanced this budget. The largest chunk, so $4 billion of the $12 billion shortfall, was aid from the state. I wouldn't call it aid. New York City is the lifeblood of New York, so Zoran did a good job negotiating for the city, and the state will benefit too. But it doesn't address the city's underlying budget issues, and it creates bad incentives, making it seem like the state is always there for a bailout when they can't be, especially as the New York City deficit is expected to climb up to $7 billion by 2029 and $9 billion in 2030. But Zoran also closed $2.3 billion of today's deficit through an accounting gimmick of extending the amortization period of unfunded pension liabilities by 5 years, which doesn't reduce any retirees' benefits or any current employees' promised benefit, but it lengthens the period which the city pays interest, like carrying costs on unfunded liabilities. So he's increasing the cost on New Yorkers in the long run while decreasing it in the short term. Again, kicking the can down the road. The mayor was not in an easy situation, but he did close $500 million of the shortfall through his second home tax on places worth over $5 million, taxing the rich. That still needs to be approved by the state. He also closed $1.47 billion through efficiency gains by his chief savings officers. He closed around $1 billion through deferring state-mandated student-to-teacher ratio, so that's a cost that will return in future years. But let's summarize. So of every $10 of gap closure, about $4 is one-time state cash, $2 is deferring pension costs, $1.5 is deferring class sizes costs, and another $1.5 is efficiency savings, and about $1 is the new tax. This is straight accounting kerfuffle. The efficiency gains are real, and Mamdani was faced with with a tough situation as the previous mayor chronically under budgeted, so his budgets appeared balanced when they actually weren't. So Mamdani did the responsible thing to re-baseline to actual estimates and solve the problems the real way. But he failed to do what is so obviously needed, and that is cutting spending. New York City has the highest taxes in the nation on rich people who are moving out, so income tax revenues are projected to fall. But instead of cutting, Zoran is delaying the problems for future years. The mayor was able to solve an almost impossible budget deficit while doing more for New Yorkers at the same time. I trust his judgment to do the same in future years.
Okay, correction. He kind of fixed the problem, kind of. All right, guys, let's get into it.
Relationship with Beijing amid major tensions between the two nations tied to Taiwan, trade, and of course, the war with Iran. Today, China rolling out a literal red carpet with President Xi greeting President Trump in a formal welcome ceremony, complete with school children jumping and cheering while waving flags, a military honor guard, and the performance of both countries' national anthems. The two leaders then sitting down for the start of the summit. President Xi saying the U.S. and China should be partners, not rivals, and that the world has come to a new crossroads. President Trump, in turn, praising his relationship with the Chinese leader.
We've had a fantastic relationship. We've gotten along. When there were difficulties, we worked it out. I would call you and you would call me. And whenever we had a problem, people don't know, whenever we had a problem, we worked that out very quickly. We're going to have a fantastic future together. Such respect for China, the job you've done. You're a great leader. I say it to everybody. You're a great leader. Sometimes people don't like me saying it, but I say it anyway because it's true. I only say the truth.
That closed-door meeting lasting over 2 hours and, according to both sides, included discussions about several contentious issues. Beijing saying President Xi warned the U.S. about, quote, clashes and even conflicts over Taiwan, the democratic self-governing island that China's communist government claims is part of its territory. The U.S. maintains an informal relationship with Taiwan, including the sale of billions of dollars of weapons.
I ain't gonna lie, China, they're kind of desperate for Taiwan. They literally send Chinese spies over there to subvert their government into and subvert their politics into pushing a reunionizing with China campaign. So yeah, there's people in Taiwan that are Chinese spies that are trying to push the Taiwanese people into reunifying with China.
Notably, Taiwan,
which is kind of smart, I ain't gonna lie,
and was not mentioned in the White House readout of today's meeting. NBC's Tom Yamas sat down with Secretary of State Marco Rubio and asked him about the discussions tied to Taiwan. Here's part of that exchange.
President Xi stressed to President Trump that the Taiwan question is the most important issue in China-U.S. relations. Talk to me about that moment when that was discussed.
Well, they certainly feel that way, and they always raise that issue, and we understand they raise that issue. From our perspective, any forced change in the status quo.
And that's fair, because if you understand the history of Taiwan, I mean, it is kind of theirs.
When the situation that's there now would be bad for both countries. One of the things the Chinese emphasize, which we agree, is strategic stability in our relationship, a constructive relationship, but also one that establishes strategic stability so that we don't have misunderstandings that could lead to broader conflict. And so we always reiterate the point. We hear them when they say this. We always respond by saying anything that would compel or force a change in what we have now would be problematic. And that we would certainly, our policies on that have not changed.
The summit in Beijing is also happening against the backdrop of the U.S. war with Iran, with questions about what role China, a key economic partner for Tehran, could play in easing tensions, particularly in the Strait of Hormuz. In an interview with Fox News, President Trump said President Xi told him he would, quote, love to help, and said the Chinese leader wants to see the strait open. But traffic through the Strait of Hormuz remains largely stalled, causing oil and gas prices to rise. Tom Yamas also asked Secretary Rubio about his message to Americans who are facing.
People are paying doubling gas price. So like whatever you paid to fill up, it's probably went up by about 45%. So yeah, it is tough. Especially diesel, and that's gonna translate down to us. Like that's where your food's gonna get more expensive, and so does your everyday products. And yeah, right now crude oil is trading at 101. Well, let's see where Brent crude is trading at right now. Last time I checked, it was at $106 per barrel, and WTI was at 101. But if I look at it now,
the economic consequences.
Every day, Americans are spending more and more.
Yeah.
And
all right, yeah, if we look at it now, this is where we're at here. See, we got WTI over 100 at 104. So yeah, that's not good. I'm gonna be real with you. That's not good at all. Like at all. Huh? One of my buttons not working. Crazy. But all right. So yeah, WTI crude that over 104, not good. Like I said, before the war, we were trading around at what? 60, 70 range. Preferably we wanted at that 50, 60 range. Brent crude at over 109. Yeah, this is why you would not see any reduction in gas or any major reduction in gas anytime soon, because prices are still high. Yeah, I know, right? War with Iran. Like, but don't worry, guys. Don't worry. You know, Iran doesn't have a nuke, right?
saving less and less. How do you explain to them why is this taking so long in Iran?
Well, first of all, I would say, obviously, it may seem like a long time from the perspective of other conflicts that we've seen in the past. It's only been weeks, not months, and certainly not years.
But longer than the president has told the American people.
Well, we achieved the missions of Epic Fury.
As the president was leaving for China, did he make a mistake when he told a reporter that America's financial situation isn't playing, quote, even a little bit of a role in his motivations to make a deal with Iran?
No, I think what the president is claiming is that Iran's not going to use that as leverage against us.
Doesn't that sound out of touch, though? I mean, Americans are spending so much for gas.
Because I think what the president is making clear is that we're not going to let Iran use that as leverage. And I think what the president's making clear is if the Iranians think that they are going to, use our domestic politics to pressure him into a bad deal, that's not going to happen. We've taken extraordinary measures to keep gas prices lower than they are in some other parts of the world, and it will go down.
Yeah.
Joining me now is NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez covering the president's trip in Beijing. Bonnie Lin, director of the China Power Project at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Also with me are NBC News senior national security correspondent Courtney Cubie and NBC News chief foreign affairs and chief Washington correspondent Andrea Mitchell. Thanks to all of you for starting us off. Gabe, let me start with you. Traveling with the president, a lot on the agenda.
All right. Well, but let's move on from this because they haven't released a full interview yet. So I guess I'm going to go ahead and react to the full Rubio interview tomorrow then, because that's when they're going to release it. But let's get into it, though. Is Iran's military as destroyed as the Trump administration suggests? And no, not at all. But let's get right into it.
The New York Times citing classified assessments suggesting that.
Oh, guys, and make sure to support the stream with a super chat or GIF. Appreciate support, guys. And if not, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get the likes up.
Iran retains substantial missile capabilities. This squares with other CNN reporting, but not with what the administration is saying publicly.
Last June, Operation Midnight Hammer obliterated their nuclear program to rubble.
We've degraded just about everything. They have very few missiles.
Their nuclear program, such as it is, the enrichment facilities that they had before, they've been destroyed.
Their military is gone. Their missiles are largely depleted.
We've knocked out their missile production. Their missiles are mostly decimated. They have probably 18, 19%, but not a lot.
U.S. intelligence has come to the conclusion that Iran, while having substantial missile capabilities damaged, they've regained a lot of those capabilities along the Strait of Hormuz, which of course directly contradicts what we're hearing from the White House. The assessment suggests Iran has rebuilt 30 of the 33 missile sites along the strait. How big of a setback might this be for the U.S.?
I think it's a significant setback, Jake. I'm deeply surprised at this finding, if it's accurate. Obviously, this is all highly classified, but if accurate, good on the CIA for bringing bad news to the leadership.
Bro,
they need to hear it.
I'm sorry, but the CIA been bringing bad news to the leadership before this war, and sadly, the Trump administration just been hitting the CIA with the
"We do not care."
Yeah, we do not care that Iran is going to close the strait.
We do not care.
We do not care that Iran's going to start shooting our Gulf allies. I know you're telling us this, but guess what? We do not care. Now, all right, I'm joking. But no, the thing is they were told, but they just didn't think that Iran could do it. Like our CIA said, like, yo, these guys could close the strait and they most likely going to start attacking our bases in the region. And of course, the Trump administration said that, hey, look, we're going to hit them so goddamn hard. They're going to be days. They won't have time to hit our Gulf neighbors, their Gulf neighbors, and they won't even have time to close the strait. And we're going to take out the Ayatollah. They'll be like thrown in dysfunction. And boy, were we wrong. Boy, were we wrong, because we found out what a mosaic defense is actually like. And that's exactly what Iran's doing.
Personally, watching the campaign, the shock and awe, having been.
Boy, was the Trump administration wrong. I know when people hate when I use the word we, but I mean, come on now. If you're a U.S. citizen, we in this together. Sadly.
Through this many times in the Gulf Wars, was expecting kind of maybe 30% still capable, but to hear that they have 70% of their top end weapon systems still viable, accessible, worrisome in two principal ways. One, threatens the strait, which we need to get open. And number two, really worrisome, threatens the Gulf Arab states, their oil and gas infrastructure. So this is not welcome news at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
And here's the thing, if Iran just starts attacking the oil and energy infrastructure of the Gulf region, that's only going to set oil production back. And that's also going to stop these guys from investing in, well, one, our military tech, and then two, I forgot, the petrodollar. Like, why? Because we can ensure their protection. And this is the whole reason why the Middle East even let us run the game like we do with the petrodollar, is because, one, we ensure their protection and we make sure they make a lot of money. If we can't ensure their protection, well, they're going to move to people who can, or to people who's not going to drag them into a conflict, like China.
Let's discuss with retired Army Major General James Spider Marks. He's now the head of geopolitical strategy for Academy Securities. General, thanks so much for being with us. So let's look at the Strait of Hormuz right now, obviously an area of intense focus. If this assessment by U.S. intelligence is correct, how has Iran been able to restore so much of its missile sites along the strait?
Well, I think a couple things, Boris. First of all, the report indicated access to the sites. So that gives you some type of, at least you should question, what does that really mean? You've got access. Do you have full?
AKA, we basically try to bomb these sites, but because they're basically buried under mountains, they were pretty much able to make them operational again. I mean, like I said, they got these missiles buried under mountains, underground. Like, they have underground fortresses, guys. This is the problem with Iran. This is why we'd have to literally commit to a ground invasion, boots on the ground, if we want to talk about just taking out the threat altogether. Like, you know, the IRGC and everything else. We'd have to put boots on the ground and get into those underground bases. And that's going to be a whole nother problem on its own.
Operational capacity and capability? Do you have the stockpiles of munitions? Do you have the guidance capabilities, et cetera? So that becomes question number one. And question number two is, how redundant are these capabilities at those locations? Look, the Iranians have learned early on that in order to survive, you're going to have to dig very deeply and you're going to have to cover your activities.
Hey, shout out to my man Chad for starting us off. Appreciate the support, my man. Go ahead and give you a shout out real quick. You said Comrade Marco Lou. Hey, appreciate that. Wait, Comrade Marco, I'm weak.
So I think through the process of targeting that Epic Fury has been able to go through, certainly that targeting package has gone after those sites, but we haven't been able to do an effective bomb damage assessment. You know, the effects-based operations that we're all about, which is to conduct an operation and then be able to pressure test what it looks like, what were the results. And I think that's what we're seeing right now, that the Iranians have indicated not only are they...
You know, I just remembered Marco Lu. They had to change his name because they banned his ass. They banned Marco Rubio from China because of some wild stuff he said about how they treat their people, which is valid. They do treat their people horribly. Nah, damn it. Now I'm banned from China too. But F it. It is what it is. But yeah, they do treat their people horribly. They do have some humanitarian issues going on. But if you call it out, you get banned from China. Marco Rubio called it out. He got banned. So now we got to go under there as, well, Marco Lu, which is absolutely hilarious. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, come on, guys. That's hilarious.
Immensely politically resilient, but militarily resilient as well.
To your point, there has been evidence gathered of Iran recovering some of its missile launchers, and you see some of the dump trucks there, the front end loader as well. So it seems like a lot of this is mobile, much of it hidden underground. The Times is reporting that Iran retains roughly 70% of its pre-war missile stockpile, including ballistic missiles and cruise missiles. Obviously, that means that as we look at
Boom. All right. This is the perfect time right here to give you guys a bit of a geography lesson. Now, of course, we all see Iran right here. Do you see what's north of Iran? Yeah, this body of water right here is how Iran can still get their oil out. And of course, railways to China and Pakistan is also helping them out with a route as well. So you see the problem, guys. You see the problem. And then, guys, look, not only could Iran pretty much close out the Red Sea with just their missiles alone, but so can the Houthis. They can close that shit out as well anytime they want. So there's the problem right there. Like Iran has what we call escalation dominance.
The range that Iran is capable of reaching, there is still an enormous threat that it poses in the region.
Yeah, it does, and it will. We have to be very clear-eyed about what the effects are of this operation. As we've indicated, the Iranians have been able to resist the onslaught of Epic Fury, and let's be frank, that has been immensely well executed. But any nation that is...
And like I said, here's a problem. It's Iran's proxies as well. If we could just go back to this map. I mean, you got these guys over here in Yemen. So this is Yemen right next to Oman right here. So yeah, if you want to know where Yemen is, right next to Oman. Now, these guys over here in Yemen, the Houthis, yeah, that's who can close down the Red Sea. Then we got these guys up here in Libya, like right up north of Israel. And you know what? They can't really do much. I'm gonna be real with you. In the grand scheme of things, they're kind of just dealing with Israel right now because Israel's pretty much bombing them to hell. So they're kind of distracted. But the Houthis, I mean, they're just waiting for the call. And we're just hoping that Iran doesn't do that. And then we're also hoping on that Iran just doesn't start firing off missiles into these countries, destroying their infrastructure, their energy and water. That would just be terrible. But you know what? I don't think Iran's going to do that if we don't attack them. So you know what? Maybe we could prevent the Middle East from being completely decimated if we just stop this war today. But then there's some of you guys who actually want Trump to commit the power play in Bridge Day, which is going to cause the complete devastation of the Middle East.
There is still an enormous threat that it poses in the region.
Yeah, it does, and it will. We have to be very clear-eyed about what the effects are of this operation. As we've indicated, the Iranians have been able to resist the onslaught of Epic Fury, and let's be frank, that has been immensely well executed. But any nation that is relying on, its definition of sovereignty is all about its position opposite to its regional partners, wants to destroy Israel, doesn't want to be a member of the global community of nations, and wants to eliminate the great Satan, us.
Well, they are part of the United Nations. I mean, wait, what? I'm sorry, but to say that they don't want to be part of like the world or part of, nations, they signed the non-proliferation treaty. I mean, they kind of do have a right to enrich. And then, like I said, they are part of the United Nations. Like, what the hell? And I'm like, I'm sorry, but yes, we can sit there and call them a terrorist state all day, but they are a sovereign nation.
So this is a nation that has spent close to 5 decades digging deep, creating redundancy. And what we see now is a lack of command and control, that operational command and control, where these units that have the missiles, that have the drones, they've got the capability to operate within what's known as commander's intent, kind of a mission, a broad mission statement. I don't need my boss to tell me what to do. He already did early on, and I'm going to continue unless I hear something different. Guess what? I'm not going to hear anything different because my command and control network has gone away. So you're going to see this type of capability and resilience.
Yeah. On the other side, there are indications that the U.S. has significantly depleted its stockpile of key munitions, including precision strike, THAAD, and Patriot missiles as well. What does this mean not only for this conflict, but potentially future conflicts?
Well, it's conflicts where they might occur. Look, every one of these combatant commanders, European Command, Indo-Pac Command, Southern Command, all of them rely on the same stockpiles that are being used right now very liberally, have been used very liberally and effectively against Iran, the Central Command. So all of those combatant commanders go forward on a routine basis, daily, minute by minute. They evaluate their ability to execute their tasks, and it's all about their readiness posture. And a part of that readiness posture is access to the stockpiles that all of them rely on simultaneously. So,
yeah, and here's the problem though. These stockpiles, yeah, we actually do got to get those. Due to the threat from the leader of the Iranian parliament, due to his threat, I mean, we actually got to take this serious. You know, like before that threat, I was like, you know what, guys, if we just make a deal, you know, and not attack these guys, I mean, bro, we can go ahead and get that enriched uranium. But here's the thing though. If we commit to an attack on these guys, yeah, their leadership pretty much said they're going to go towards a nuke. They're going to enrich to 90% and go towards a nuke. And here's a problem. If they make it in their underground base, we're going to detect it and the clock will now start. It is good. We are going to most likely have to put boots on the ground if the goal is Iran can never have a nuke. And if we continuously strike Iran, then guess what? They will go towards a nuke. They've pretty much said it out loud. So, like I said, if we strike Iran and we commit to power plant and bridge day, don't be surprised when you hear the national alert talking about, oh, we've discovered that Iran is enriching uranium. We got it on the sensors. Because, I mean, yeah, and I'll also let you know that, you know, we will know. We'll know, guys. We'll know when they go from 60 to 90. It will be obvious and it will be read all over the world. So I need y'all to understand that if we strike these guys and they go towards that and we find out, oh, man, I mean, I don't even want to imagine what we might do. But let's just say best case scenario would be boots on the ground.
We have always understood, irrespective of Epic Fury, that those stockpiles must be routinely replenished. And through the normal operations that we've conducted over the past.
Hey, guys, let's get those likes up, man. Let's get to 200 likes by double tapping that screen and liking the video, guys. Appreciate your support, by the way. But let's make sure we're double tapping that screen and subscribe to the channel while you're at it, guys, by hitting that icon above.
20 years. Those overseas contingency operations in Iraq and Afghanistan, we have dwindled those stockpiles, but we continue to build them up. And what we've seen now with Epic Fury is clearly, I would state with some level of confidence, that they've been depleted. I could not quantify what that looks like, nor would I add an adjective to it. All I'd say is it's been depleted. There has to be a legitimate effort across the board to make sure that we reach that level, that minimum essential level to operate along those tasks. So it's not surprising at all that we're probably at a level that bears some significant consideration of making this a priority moving forward.
Yeah, Major General James Spider Marks, thanks so much for joining us.
Some perspective now. Joining us is CNN national security analyst Alex Pleitsis. So what do you make of the administration's claims? Obliterated, degraded everything, military gone, missiles mostly depleted. If Iran retains the ability to resume full-scale military strikes, I mean, do you think we've knocked out their facilities as much as the administration is saying?
It sounds like some of it actually may have been recovered as well. So some of the entrances to the tunnels to underground facilities and caves or things of that nature had been struck. The Iranians have been able to dig some of that and get access to things that were buried. And even with the missiles, it's a question of how many launchers they have left, right? So if they've got 6,000 to 8,000 missiles, but they've only got a couple hundred launchers, that's a strategic choke point. But it's clear the Iranians have been able to recover since then. And also, I mean, when speaking to Central Command and asking about battle damage assessments, even in the beginning, they said, look, it's very difficult for us to get there. It's going to take a little time for us to figure this out. So I think there's been a little clarity after action there. I think the Iranians have recovered some, but it is quite clear that they retain substantive military capabilities at this point.
So would Central Command have anticipated this? I mean, that the Iranians could dig out so relatively quickly?
Well, I mean, the fact that the campaign stopped when it did was also a political decision, right? So I don't think that they anticipated, that potentially, I mean, obviously as reality, it could have happened, but in terms of the timing, when it happened, what would be left, how long that would last, would the Iranians have the ability to dig out? Those are all factors that wouldn't have been really weighed into military planning, but they're a reality of the battlefield at the moment.
Do you think President Trump is going to ask China for help regarding the Strait of Hormuz? I mean, actually having them be the power broker over the strait, because that would be, in some ways, a great victory for China.
It would be. And so the Chinese have been, largely hands off the Middle East for a long time, but they've gotten more involved in recent years. They had a pretty big diplomatic coup not that long ago in which they were able to broach the rapprochement between the Iranians and the Saudis before the conflict kicked off. And there was a desire to potentially get involved in the negotiations between the Israelis and the Palestinians, particularly over Gaza.
Oh, man, you know, it's crazy. I just found this excellent map of, well, we're about to get into this whole, you know, underwater cables, you know, that connect our internet and all this good stuff. Is pretty much how our internet goes across the world. But like I said, if we do a quick little geography lesson, remember, guys, this is Iran right here. And you got, like I said, you see this Caspian Sea, this big ass body of water. Yeah, this is how they can get into Kazakhstan, right into China. There you go. Then they got a railway. If they don't want to do that, they can just go through here and get a railway that goes through Kazakhstan into China. And guess what else? They got their pals over here in Pakistan that can what? Give them a passage. Where? Right into China. Do you see why this blockade is not working at this point? Like, do you get it now? Because
emotional damage.
It's how I was feeling. I was like, when he said we're doing a blockade, because I'm looking at the map and I'm just going like, well, bro, how's that going to work? They can still get to China and Russia. Still. Like, what? Kazakhstan is pretty much a mini Russia, except with Arabs. But all right, though. Let's go ahead and get into the next video. And in the meantime, though, you guys can go ahead and enjoy this funny clip.
Iran made a video about Charlie Kirk. I didn't even know that was in their wheelhouse. It was literally a video. You have this Iranian general just sitting in a chair with his face blurred. He's speaking in English, which means it's to me, okay? But he has an Iranian accent. I know it's an Iranian accent because I lived in LA for 10 years. He's like, let me tell you about a Charlie Kirk. I'm like, what do you got for me, General? And he's like, did you know Charlie Kirk was killed by your government? I was like, yes, I did know that. I did actually. He's like, well, while we were hacking Cash Patel for funsies, we got into your FBI's mainframe, no big deal. Apparently the password's Valhalla123. And we found documents that revealed that your government plotted the murder of Charlie Kirk, and it didn't go according to plan. What? Our government botched an assassination attempt? We would never. He says, well, did you know Charlie Kirk was not killed by a bullet? He was killed by an explosive device planted into his microphone that was clipped to his shirt. I know. Mind blown. Better choice of words? Sure. I'm sure a lot of people are asking, what? Who could even plant an explosive device in a small piece of technology and detonate it remotely? Who would do that? But it's a thing, and it is real. 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 And it's Israel. They did it with pagers in Lebanon. By the way, where did we get this? Trevor? Best Buy? What is it? Tel Aviv Tech? Okay. He said the device was supposed to explode downward into Charlie's chest cavity to make it seem like a clean gunshot wound to the chest. So we would all be like, oh my God, he was shot. And they'd thumbs up the fake Tyler on the roof. Be like, good job, buddy. We'll see you in Valhalla. But it didn't go according to plan because the device misfired. Like, where have I heard that before? And a piece of shrapnel shot through Charlie's neck and it came out the place that we were supposed to see the bullet going in. Now, this was the part that he said that blew. Okay. This was the part, he said, that really opened my eyes. He said, because it misfired and because it exploded in all sorts of which ways, a bunch of pieces of shrapnel flew everywhere, and a lot of them went down and lodged themselves deep into the concrete where Charlie Kirk was speaking. And this is why, the next day, a bunch of people came to repave the entire area. So Charlie Kirk is shot, and the next morning, a bunch of random guys from God knows where in Israel come and start repaving the entire asphalt. It's like you could have chose a better time to do that. This is literally the weirdest, most eerie part of the Charlie Kirk case, aside from Erica. It is the second strangest part about the case. Like, if you were watching a crime drama like CSI Orem and somebody gets shot and then like moments later like, oh, nothing to see here, we're just repaving the whole area, that would be like a 10-part series where they're trying to figure out like, who the are these contractors? And so then the Iranian general was like, and this is how you know that it was your government who killed Charlie Kirk. Like and subscribe to my page. Hit the bell. I was like, do you have Lego content? The Iranian intelligence, they understand the American mind because they know that Charlie Kirk is a very sensitive issue in the United States. They understand that even better than I did. Because after Charlie Kirk was shot, I honestly didn't even know that much about him. I was like, oh my God, that's horrible. But I still did a stand-up routine because that's what I do. I would do it to any of you. Don't take it personally. I posted it on YouTube and YouTube took it down instantly. That's never happened to me in the history of my whole career. And you've seen some of the things I talk about. That's how many people flagged it saying no, they were upset. They were very sensitive about it. I didn't know you can't make jokes the same day. All right, that was stuff on my part. I should have at least waited for the cement to dry.
All right, guys. Hopefully you enjoyed that bit of a truth comedy. Now let's get right back to it.
3,000 miles?
Well, allegedly.
Do you know 97% of the internet that we use, to upwards of 99%, is it satellites or is it underwater?
Cable.
It's cable. And cable is where?
Underwater.
Underwater. 97% underwater. You know how many thousand miles? There's 750,000 miles of cable underwater. Each mile to build these is between $400,000 to $1.1 million to create each mile of this. So go 750,000 miles of cable. Okay. What the hell does this have to do with anything?
And like I said, it was that map. It goes into the map that I was showing you guys. To this map right here. This is the, well, yeah, these are the internet cables that my man's talking about all over the world. A shitload of them. And if we hone in right here and our guys over here in Iran, and quick correction, because thanks to my man Chad, yeah, guys, sorry, but the Caspian Sea actually connects right to Europe. My bad, my bad. Sorry, I forgot this little strip right here is Europe. Sorry, mistaked it for Kazakhstan. Oops, a daisy. But yes, so yeah, Iran could go through the Caspian Sea right into Russia. And then, of course, like I said, take railways to Kazakhstan into China. So, like I said, blockade ain't doing nothing. And look over here. Look at all these cables over here in near Iran that they're threatening to cut. Do you see the problem here? And this is why I say Iran has what? Escalation dominance. Because they can go ahead and start cutting off the internet for everybody in that region.
If you want to pull up these cables, Rob, on what they look like, the underwater cables for internet, and if you go to that one right there, go to that one right there. Can you, no, the one, that's what it looks like, just so you know, but go to the fourth image right there. Can you make that bigger? Okay. This is what Iran just figured out.
Huh.
You see all these cables where they're going through? 60%. Go zoom in a little bit more. That's a pretty shitty quality picture, but we'll do the best with it, Rob. Zoom in a little bit more to India. Do you see that bottom left, like right in the middle of India, that zero dot right there? Go a little bit higher to show you which one it is. Go right there. Go down a little bit with that arrow, Rob. Can you put it right to the left? Right there. That one right there is Mumbai. 60% of India's internet comes from Mumbai and the cables that go through there. 2 of the connections of these cables go through where? Strait of Hormuz. So Iran has realized, wait a minute, if this collapse, by the way, $10 trillion a day is going through that cable. And they figured out, and they said, oh, you guys want to play ball, so guess what we want to do? They've not just been asking about the $2 million per ships that come through a day from Strait of Hormuz, which is 2 million times 60 ships is what? $120 million a day times 30 days. That's a lot of money for these guys to be making, right? If you think about, is it 2 million?
Oh, guys, remember, if you have any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud, engage with it. Just send in the super chat. And also, double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's go ahead and try to get to 200 likes. We got about 500 of y'all in here.
Million times 60, $120 million, right?
Yeah.
They're not only asking for that because they want to say, we want to control Strait of Hormuz. But guess what now they're asking? They've made 3 requests. 1, they want to take control of the cables that goes through Strait of Hormuz. 2, the entire, if it breaks and fixes, you can't use any other company except for Iran to be able to fix the cable. So they want.
Yo, Iran's like, nah, bro, we want to be an internet provider under hostile situations, under a hostile type of deal. AKA, yo, this internet you get from this line right here going through the Strait of Hormuz, yeah, we about to make you wish you never laid it down here. So, yeah, we now control it. You'll now be paying us to make sure that you have internet throughout the region. So, what y'all about to do? You about to bend the knee, or is y'all about to go without internet?
The business to go through them. And he's now asking, do you know who has cables on Strait of Hormuz? Which companies? Microsoft, Apple, Meta has built their own cables that's going through there. India all of a sudden comes out and is like, wait a minute.
Yo,
we cannot, because Iran's like, hey, we found out about these cables. If you guys mess with it, because back in the days, what China knew how to do is, even Russia trained on this. China had a unit, and Russia as well, where they taught their people on how to go underwater to mess with these cables. And in many instances, they'll go and they'll drop the anchor, okay, in areas that they know where these cables are at, and the ship gradually moves. You know what all of a sudden happens when anchor gets stuck in the cable? Boom, cuts the cable. All of a sudden, the country loses internet. You know for how long? A long time, because it's not like you call AAA and somebody comes and fixes it.
I mean, yeah, bro. I mean, bro, you got to call a dive team who could fix cables, and Lord knows they getting paid if that's their job. But like, bruh, trust me, we're gonna have to get some specialists out there. to go deep in the sea and fix those cables. And I mean, I'm sorry, but yeah, that's gonna take some time. They're gonna be out without the internet for a while.
Within 20, 30 minutes. You know how long it takes to fix these things? Weeks to months to fix them. And if India is now being threatened by this, India is now making a phone call and saying, hey, these Iranians, we thought they were dumb. Apparently, they're not done with the IRGC. Yeah. Not only do they want to mess with this, but now they're talking about they're going to mess with the cables. If they mess with the cables, guess who's going to be impacted by this economically? Everybody.
Everybody. I mean, like, bro, if they was to cut those cables, like, all right, let's just think about YouTube. Do you know how much traffic YouTube gets from that region? India is one of YouTube's biggest markets. Like a lot of views come right out of India. If YouTube was to lose that, oh my God, they'd be hurt. They would be hurt. I mean, that's just India alone. I mean, it's going to be other countries that's going to lose India. I mean, not lose India, but lose internet outside of India. So yeah, if Iran pulls this move, bro, woo. I mean, bro, like I said, I don't even want to think about it.
The whole world. And is there a country that is famous for saying things like death upon America, capable of messing with these cables if you really push them to the corner?
Oh, yeah.
Probably yes. So now this leads to you thinking about one of two things. Does the Strait of Hormuz impact the West more, or does it impact China, India, Russia more? Oh. Who does the Strait of Hormuz impact?
Oh, no. Iran's about to make sure it impacts everybody. That's the thing. They don't care. It's like, see, I don't need the oil? All right, what about these internet cables down here? Like, yeah, what about those? Like, whoa. Hold on now, Iran. Let's not get too wild here. That's a pretty pernicious thing you could do, like, to yourselves as well.
Act negatively more us or China and Russia?
China, Russia.
Okay, beautiful. So if it's China or Russia, don't you think this will be a conversation that they're going to be having? Because we're not at a point with the satellite. Oh, we're going to go. Internet's coming from the satellite like Starlink. You know how long it takes to fix those things?
Yeah.
Long time to fix it. Internet is underwater, and Iran just brought. Can you pull up the story, Rob? They just brought this up a week ago. You've not even heard about the story until about a week ago when Iran said, here's what we want with these cables.
You know what's hilarious? I actually, what was it? Yeah, I low-key called this out like a couple weeks ago. That, Iran could start striking internet cables. Actually, it was Professor Zhang. Shout out to Professor Zhang. He actually brought up the theory that, Iran, last case, like worst case scenario, they could start striking these internet cables that run through the strait and they could start cutting off internet. And I remember I was like, yeah, that is true. They could do that. And I remember I was echoing that to y'all, and people were saying I was tripping, of course. Iran doesn't have that capability, but I mean, hey, look where we're at now. And trust me, Iran's exposed a lot of capabilities that we didn't even know they had. So let's not get a bit, cocky here. Let's not underestimate Iran any more than we already have.
Whoever's given this intel to them, is that it? Yeah, there you go. Look at this. Iranian state media proposes charging international companies a fee to use fiber optic cables in the Strait of Hormuz. Go a little bit lower. Iran's semi-official Tanzanian agency could start tsunami. It says change Iran. So they ask for three different things, which they're getting. And you're starting to see this is becoming a topic. So I wonder if this will be another one of those things that they'll talk about. Because if they all of a sudden get reckless and they mess with this, the world is going to be saying, hey, we got to stop, specifically India. So India will be in the middle saying, well, U.S., listen, we kind of got to finish this war because we can't get anything. And the U.S. is going to be like, nope. Number one priority for us is making sure those guys don't have a nuclear weapon. So this
India's gonna be like, bro, but my internet, like, bro, my Wi-Fi, like, bro, my way of life. Like, I'm sorry, but yeah, if I was India, I'd be like, I'm sorry, but bro, I don't even think we should let you continue this. Like, I know we can't stop you, but pretty please, like, dog, my internet.
This is a bit of a right there. Go to the bottom left. That's how they set up the cables. So look at that guy. That's a maintenance. That's your AAA to fix the cables. Look at that. That's your AAA. And by the way, when you have 750,000 miles of cables, how do you secure them? Do you have cameras down there? Do you have security waiting for them? Do you have people that are waiting there? You ever hear the saying that 94% of the ocean has not been discovered? So if 94% of the ocean has not been discovered, how the hell do you protect 750,000 miles of cables that a country like Iran?
I'm weak. Like, Colorado gamer, I'm sorry, but I'm the last guy you could say that to. Trust me, both the left and the right, both the far left and the right do not like my black ass. And understandably so. I get it. But like, you gotta understand, dog, that ain't me. Trust me, and I heard about it. Yeah, there are YouTubers that are literally getting bought out by big corporations to spew whatever that corporation wants them to say. Like me, nah, that's not me, dog. Trust me. Shoot, I have a Kalshi partnership, and I'll sit here and talk about how gambling is bad for you. Like, trust me, ain't nobody controlling me. I mean, really, like I said, I'm viewer supported, so make sure you guys super chat in and send a gift. But yeah, this is a viewer supported channel. I'm gonna be real with you. Ain't nobody paying me.
If they wanted to
and for complete transparency, dog, even the Kalshi deal, that's affiliate marketing. If I don't get nothing unless you sign up.
disrupt the world, they could. This is it. Look at this. These are all the cables on Strait of Hormuz. And look, the connections with Iran. They know, like, they're starting to talk with, I don't know where this information is coming to them, but this has been a known topic for a lot of people, but it's becoming a conversation just in the last week. Brandon.
No, that's fascinating. And I was thinking the exact same thing, that somebody had to have been putting this in their ear and getting in their ear saying this, because for it to come out of nowhere like that, with them to have a plan.
You almost don't want them to be talking about this.
Yeah, no, because if you're dealing with somebody who has nothing to lose, like, you could have all the resources in the world, but they always say that an equal or even more scary opponent than that's.
Yeah, I mean, wild thing. You think Iran care about the internet when they've been shutting it on and off? It's like, you think these guys care about internet? Yeah, I don't think so.
He has nothing to lose. So if they're living in pain and no energy, like turmoil, what is it to them to do this to set the?
Nope, not me. Shoot, I can't be bought. And shoot, people have tried, but nope. Like, shoot, they were trying to pay me to support Ukraine, and I told them nope.
World on fire. It's
that, and I was ready too far in. I was like, y'all trying to pay me to change my opinion on Ukraine? Like, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna still say y'all losing and y'all getting y'all land took. It's like, I'm not switching up. Like, trust me, it's already been attempted, brother. It's already been attempted.
Nothing to them.
It's nothing to them. Yeah, Tom,
they already know my
what are your thoughts on this?
You know what? This is the backstory of economic pinch that is going on all over the place. We saw it before.
Well, shout out to my Ukrainians. No hate against y'all, but there are people willing to pay influencers to support you guys. And, that's a problem. Not just Israel. Shoot, it ain't just Israel. It's also Ukraine.
Don't realize what you're seeing it. And the mainstream media is just not diving in. There's some smart people in mainstream media. You have to squint and look hard to find them, but there are some people out there. Think about Nord Stream. What was Nord Stream? Natural gas pipeline that went from Russia to Germany. All of a sudden, in the middle of the Ukrainian war, way over there, everybody goes, boom, boom. What was that? Did you hear a thump? And all of a sudden, there's natural gas foaming out of the North Sea until the Russians got it turned off. In 2021, Pat, what percent of natural gas to Europe, EU, came from the United States? 6%.
Yeah.
By 2024, after Nord Stream got bonked in 2022, that was 28%. The end of last year, it was approaching 40%. By the end of this year, the natural gas, LNG, to EU from the United States will be 80%. And guess who's no longer collecting money on the Nord Stream pipeline because they haven't been able to fix it? Russia, because they've been kind of busy with the Ukraine thing, and there's like this, and maybe our guy's got cancer, maybe he doesn't. Now, fast forward here, these are the backstories of economic pinch. Everybody was saying the CIA cut the Nord Stream pipeline. It doesn't matter who you think cut, who benefited later. The U.S. is now up to 60% natural gas. And you hear Trump say, we got lots of natural gas, lots of gas going to Europe, lots of gas.
Yep.
And guess what? He knows he's got the card there. 60% will be 80%, they say, by the end of 2028. 80%, because Europe is moving from fossil fuels. Natural gas burns cleaner. So guess what? You've got all that going. Now you've got this. This doesn't surprise me at all, Pat. This is Nord Stream with data bits, where once you break it, who wins? Or they just want to put a toll booth on it and with a light switch.
So here's the question.
Okay.
Basically, it's like, what, you're telling me Iran's willing to go down there and put some type of switcher on those cables where they're like, yep, congratulations, guys, we're now an internet provider. You pay us to keep the internet on in this region. Man, if we let them get that off, guys, oh my God, this war is going to be marked down as like one of the worst ideas a president has ever made.
All right, listen.
You know, and now you know why other presidents didn't go to war with Iran. And now you see why Trump is not brave, or he just has the balls to do it. Is that no, he's the one gullible enough to fall for the selling that Bibi Netanyahu gave to him on going into war with Iran. So no, it's not that he has the balls or he's just this brave guy. I mean, I'm not saying Donald Trump ain't brave or whatever. I ain't saying that, but I'm just telling you this right now. The decision to get into this war wasn't a brave decision. It was a stupid one. It was an idiotic one. It was an ill-informed one at best.
Upset. No OnlyFans for Europe. Click.
This is the question, though. Brad, I'm going to come to you, and then I'm going to come to you. The question becomes...
subscription?
Hedonism. If you're negotiating with a country like Iran, okay, they just brought this up, the cable. Okay, so then you have to ask yourself, did they figure this out? Or did Russia drop this on them and whisper to them and say, hey, like, do you think if you're sitting down with Iran and Russia in that room that they had Abbas Araghchi that went over there and met with them in Russia? I don't know if you remember that when Putin said we're teammates, we're allies. What do you think is the possibility of Abbas Araghchi saying the following to Putin? Hey, Vladimir, question for you. What is the one area of pain that we can bring to the world that nobody is thinking about? And maybe Putin's team are like, you know what's the one thing nobody is thinking about? What's that? Let me tell you, with Nord Stream pipeline, CIA was behind it. Tom, you know, if you want to scare them up, you know what you do? What's that? Why don't you go talk about all the cables that are coming through Strait of Hormuz? They'll be shitting bricks. They won't act like it's scary, but they'll be shit. What do you think is a likelihood of that meeting? So he goes, meets with Putin 2 weeks ago. Putin says we're allies and we have your back. And then a week later, you come out and drop cables on him. So I think.
And here's the thing, though, while we're over here with this whole AI initiative, you're just going to start cutting cables? Like, bro, what? It's like, yeah, I would be composed, but in my head, I'm shitting bricks. It's like, are you serious? Like, this is the worst thing you could do at this time.
This was dropped to them by Russian intel to say this is one way, because this morning I got a question from somebody that's big on news and asking me a question about Iran and all this other stuff. And I was telling this person about the concept of economic hitman, how America was known for having the biggest business of economic hitman. It used to be Britain. Britain was the best one. They did this to Iran and to other people.
Confessions of an Economic Hitman.
That's the guy, John Perkins. Yeah, I had him on 2 or 3 times. So I think there's something here where they're flipping it. Brad, how are you processing this information here?
I'm tracking with you. I mean, that makes sense to me.
How do you negotiate this? I guess if it's you now you're U.S., okay? And in U.S. right now, we have people that are not supportive of the war. 60% of them is not supportive of the war, right? They're like, this is a waste of time. Now it's hitting my pockets. Gas prices are up to $4.50. Diesel is at $5.30.
Yeah, like gas prices are high. Any prices are going up. Inflation's ticking up. And now you're talking about you guys want to cut the fucking cable? Like, wait, what? Oh, shit. Like, ain't no way, bro. Like, y'all shut the Strait of Hormuz. You held up a whole lot of gas and fertilizer. And now you're talking about cutting cables. Like...
Emotional damage.
Bro. You know, I'm starting to spend more money. This is not fun. But Iran, the country that wants to have nuclear weapons, they've said it publicly that they want to have it. And now they're telling you with the cable, if that's the negotiation that they're having, how do you negotiate back with Iran? Do you sit there and say, okay, you can get some revenue from the cables, you can get some revenue from the Strait of Hormuz? How do you negotiate with them?
You know, I would have to get a little bit more into the details, only because, you know, what do they want? What's their end goal? And based on that, I would. If it's a nuclear weapon, that can't happen.
They want the nuclear weapon.
That can't happen.
Bro, they don't want the nuclear weapon. They honestly just want to be left alone. And bro, it was in their proposal that we never attack them again. They want it in writing that we never attack them again. They're willing to sign a 10 to 20 year deal saying that they won't enrich past 60%. Sadly, where they won't give up their enrichment because they don't trust us not to attack them again. So they're like, how about this? 10, 20 years, you let us keep this 60% enrichment. Then, you know, if you guys are behaved and you guys don't pull out of the deal, then we'll go ahead and we'll start talking about watering it down. But if not, then, I mean, you're going to solidify why and vindicate us for why we need this 60%. And this is what Iran has proposed to us.
On the 14-point deal that they're talking about, one of them is Let's open up the Strait of Hormuz. Let's lift the sanctions, and then let's talk about nuclear control enrichment for us later on. But we are eventually going to have nuclear. If Pakistan can have nuclear weapons, why can't we? If North Korea can have nuclear weapons, why can't we? That's the kind of position they're taking.
What is the answer?
Yeah.
What is the answer?
What is the
Now, what is the answer? I mean, Israel got weapons. Why can't we? North Korea, they're a way more radical government than Iran. Like, honestly, they are a way more radical government. They can have weapons. Like I said, North Korea literally just said today, yo, if you guys nuke us, or not nuke us, but if you guys kill our leader, we're going to nuke the U.S. Period, point blank. If Kim Jong-un dies and gets assassinated and we find out it's you guys, we're nuking you. Actually, I mean, I'm pretty sure they'd do it to anybody. If they find out whatever country's involved in Kim Jong-un's death, they're going to nuke that country. And it has been written now, solidified in their constitution. Yes, now it's part of North Korea's constitution that if their leader dies, the country responsible gets nuked. Bro just secured his life pretty much. Because it's not that serious. I'll be real with you. Like, trust me, I want that man out of power too. Man, I never had plans of going on North Korea anyway. But I want that man out of power too. But if he's going to nuke the world, then it ain't worth it. He got it. He got it.
Answer to that. Why can't they?
Okay, so that's the position you would take.
Well, I mean, I need more details. Like, I don't study this news all day.
No, but ask the question. That's a fair question to ask because a lot of people are asking the question.
I'd like to know.
It's not an innocent question. Some people are saying, why can't they have it? Now, the argument to that is these are such reckless, crazy human beings that they hate America and they hate what we stand for. And they've publicly
said, how reckless? I mean, are they reckless enough to attack their neighbors? I mean, are they reckless enough to invade their neighbors? Are they reckless enough to steal land and pretty much put a group of people in open concentration camp? Are they reckless enough to pop off 3 or 7 different wars? Like, are they that reckless? I don't think so. But you know who is that reckless? Our greatest ally, Israel. So it is kind of funny how we're talking about, they're such a reckless regime. I mean, real with you, bro. If they were so reckless, then, I mean, why didn't they just pop this off on the 12-day war? Because let's be real. They could have attacked our military bases after the 12-day war. They could have hit that Qatari military base, the U.S. Qatari military base. And guess what? We couldn't have stopped them. Want to know how I know that? Because look what they did to our bases now, dude. Bro, our bases are destroyed. They're inhabitable. Iran was able to destroy our bases throughout the region. This lets you know that, they've been some pretty reasonable guys, even after we just blew up their underground base, and all they do was what? Send a missile at us, and they let us know about it. Now we pop off of this war, and they're literally able to destroy our bases, close the Strait of Hormuz, and now they got us here in basically a slight quagmire. Let's be honest.
That who's the Mojtaba Khamenei made comments 3 or 4 days ago about what's going to happen to U.S. You know which comments I'm talking about that we just read a week ago, Rob, where he says there will be a day where U.S. will be destroyed or something like that. This is their supreme leader.
Yeah.
That is talking about wanting to destroy the West. You can find a quote on what he said on their state TV, or he said it to his people.
I mean,
yeah, when you find it, we'll talk about
the new one, because I mean, bro, we did just kill his dad, his mom, and his daughter in that strike when we took out, the Ayatollah, the one before, the old one. So I'm just gonna be real. I don't like that fact that he's saying it, but I get it. I don't like it, but I get it.
So, but some people are saying, do we want a leader like that to have nuclear weapons?
No, I don't think there should be nuclear weapons ever again. There's enough to annihilate the whole world. So what's the purpose of having one?
Why can't Iran have it?
Look how great it is for North Korea. We leave them alone because they have one. So you can't really do anything to a country once they have nuclear weapons.
You are saying...
I told you. It's like, bro, it's going to be like North Korea. We did the same fear mongering with North Korea. As soon as they have a nuke, oh my God, they're going to destroy us. What happened? They got a nuke. We just left them the F alone. Why? So they wouldn't start firing off. And this is what a lot of these countries are seeing. Like I said, North Korea has been vindicated. If you get a nuke, you get left alone. If you don't got a nuke, you get bullied by the countries that do. So what's smart for Iran to do if they want to be left alone? Get a nuke or make America sign a deal. But it would still probably be safer for them to get a nuke, sadly.
it's okay if they have it.
No, I'm saying that's
Which
why
I
they
don't
cannot have
want.
it, because once they do have it, they have too much leverage over us. So we
Okay,
can't
so let me
influence
come
them.
to you as a negotiator. Think like a negotiator with the access to information that we have right now.
Mhm.
What are you doing with Iran? They're telling you what they want with Strait of Hormuz. They're telling you they want you to lift the sanctions. They're telling you that they want to have a nuclear weapon. They're telling you that we want to get
No, they
revenue
don't.
on this
Bro,
cable.
come on. PBD, you're being disingenuous. They're not telling us that they want a nuclear weapon. They're saying that they want to enrich. They're saying that they have the right to enrich uranium and not pass, and they don't want to enrich it past 60%. Part of that deal is allowing them to enrich uranium, well, for 10 to 20 years and to stay below that 60%. So, yeah, it's not about they don't want a nuke. They have not said, oh, we want a nuke. We want you to let us have one. I mean, come on now. Let's be real.
System that we have in Strait of Hormuz.
And if they wanted to nuke, they'd have made one in like 2021 when it was at 60% under Biden, and then the clock would have really been ticking.
How do you negotiate with them now?
Yeah, I mean,
is it at all cost? Is it using leverage by China to team up with you and say, China, stop helping Iran? How do you do it now?
Yeah, I
Give them
mean,
the money.
I mean, you have to match their level of savagery. Unfortunately, like it's not going to be a pretty situation.
Okay, so you're saying match their savagery.
Like,
You're saying give them the
cut their
$30
power.
billion that's sitting in the account. Tom,
Yeah.
what do you do?
No,
Match their savagery. I mean, bro, if you want them to agree to a deal, you're gonna have to release some frozen Iranian funds. You're gonna have to pull an Obama, and Trump don't want to pull an Obama, but that might just have to be done. You might have to freeze some Iranian money, and I know what you're gonna say, but they're just gonna spend it on proxy and missile set. Well, look, man, look. What's more important? Okay, you got A, B, or C: nuclear enrichment. You got their missiles and you got their proxies. You only get one. Which one's more important? Well, if you're reasonable, you're just going to say, all right, the nuclear enrichment. All right, then let's get that done. And the missiles and proxies, we'll leave it to Israel. Why? Because that's an imminent threat to them, not us. That's their problem. So let's leave it to them.
You have to push them hard. And the issue is you got to control Russia. No one's talking about Russia here. Russia is so pissed at the United States because our entire government, except our president, was willing to help Ukraine. Now, I'm not going to take sides in the Russia invaded first, and basically Biden gave him the wink green light. But then we gave all this aid to Ukraine, and they bought all the things that you needed to fight a war,
like yachts,
tanks. Wait, you missed my punchline. Tanks, planes, drones, Bentleys, and yachts. All the things you need to fight a war, according to what they were buying. And then what did Russia do with Iran? The first weeks of the engagement, they did this. They gave them satellite.
Actually, wrong. Actually, no. The JCPOA, they got release funds. Yeah, they got release funds for staying to enrich at 3.6%, not enrich at all. I mean, bro, some of y'all don't even really got the JCPOA deal down right. Like, it's kind of crazy.
Imagery of where we had concentrations of equipment, Pat, in our bases in the Middle East. That was Russian satellite imagery. Hey, if you're going to launch these drones over toward Oman and UAE, Boris, this is what you want to do. Here, and here, the Americans have got a lot of supplies and things built up. You might want to hit them. Then Russia was caught giving there's an Iranian drone called the Shahed drone, SHAHED, Shahed.
That's the main one they make.
But it had poor tracking system on it. The Russians gave them technology to improve the tracking system, along with they gave them the targeting information on the ground. So if Russia is giving that to Iran and they are so pissed at us about Ukraine, do you think they're also giving them a map of the
I mean, that's what I'm saying. This is like Russia's perfect time for get back. They could now sit there and be like, oh, okay, you want to hold us down in Ukraine by giving Ukraine weapons? Great. We'll hold you down in Iran by giving Iran weapons. Oh, yeah, and satellite information. So prepare yourself. So, yeah, I can definitely see Russia taking this time to get their get back.
Cables? Yes.
Probably.
Do you think Russia's got better intel on the undersea cables than Iran does?
Yep.
Yes. Absolutely. And so what do you got to do about this? You either have to be more ruthless than the other guy and push it all the way over in a war that got far deeper than you wanted. Because if you stop now, we'll talk about nukes later. And now we have to, okay, so listen, we'll make a deal. You don't touch the cables. You get a toll booth on the ships on the water. You get a toll booth on the cables under the water. And we'll talk about nukes later. That's a W for Iran.
No way.
That's a W for Iran.
So this is the part, and it goes to the folks who are sitting there who are not supportive of the war. Okay? So you finish up today and you give everything with Iran. We get the gas prices to go back down to 289 or 325 or whatever the numbers are. Great. But they get control of the Strait of Hormuz for the $2 million. They're able to enrich. You give them the $30 billion and they have control because the three requests they made is maintenance, that anybody that's using a cable of Strait of Hormuz, they have to pay Iran a fee. The asks they're making. And by the way, just so you know, it's ridiculous on what can happen. So some people are like, I don't want to deal with it. The 60% of community.
Guess what? We'd never be dealing with this if we didn't get into this in the first place. I always want you guys to remember that.
Not do any of that stuff. Let's give Iran everything they want. Is that a better position? This is a very complicated situation.
You just gave your competitor 2 new product lines, a toll booth on the water and then a toll booth on the cables under the water. Now he makes economic money on that to raise more havoc that he's already been doing.
That becomes the Panama Canal of the East.
Yeah.
That's a lot of control.
With the wrong guy.
If you're giving them control, like you can take it back. So it's like it's almost like pacifying them. Like you want control? Okay, here, you can have control. You only have control until I say you don't again. So at the end of the day, do you really have control? Or are you just pacified, calm down, and we can carry on? Because at the end of the day, who controls it? Well, whoever's the most mighty and powerful is who controls it. If I allow him to think he's controlling this company, when I own the shares and I own the board, he don't control shit.
You don't, though. But you don't. In this case, it wouldn't be the case because
that would not be the case.
In this case, if everybody is going through paying the $2 million to them, it's 60 a day. If everybody, that's a lot of money to them. And guess what they're going to do? The longer time goes by, more cash, more weapons, tougher. We learned that Iran is not Venezuela.
And they'll most likely use that cash to push their influence, build their militia groups in Yemen, Gaza, Lebanon. And then they'll probably start trying to take out the Sunni monarchs in the Gulf region because they rule over Shia majorities. Like, it's going to be bad. It's going to be bad. Like, Iran could actually take over the Middle East, worst case scenario.
So it was easy. Boom, boom, we got Maduro, we're out, right? And now they're joking about making Venezuela the 51st state. I don't know if you saw that or not. They're talking about, hey, what can we do to make Venezuela the 51st state? Iran has shown they're more relentless and they're not wired like other people are. Like, it's celebration if I die for my country in Iran. It's if I die for my profit, it's a celebration for them. Their mothers celebrate. I cannot believe my son killed himself on behalf of our religion, on behalf of what we stand for. It's a very, very different community. Here we mourn. They celebrate.
I mean, PBD, they're doing the same thing. I mean, let's be real. If you die for your country, it's always going to be an honor. No matter what country you're fighting for, if you're dying for the country that you love, I mean, you're always dying an honorable death in my eyes. In my eyes. And most likely in everybody's eyes as well. I mean, we do the same thing for our soldiers. We celebrate them. I mean, we feel sad, but we do celebrate the fact that they fought for this great country.
When somebody dies,
it could be done. I mean, and since we're saying that they're not rational actors there, but China and Russia are rational actors, even though we have our differences with them. Like, we could say, all right, screw Ukraine, let's make Russia happy temporarily and have them help us bleed Iran out, because Iran wouldn't be nearly as strong and in a position of strength if Russia and China weren't supporting economically and from an intel standpoint.
Yeah, you notice with everything that's going on with these guys visiting China and who the president is picking up to take with them. Look at the way he thinks on the amount of power he wants to bring to China to sit down in the negotiating table. Why would you bring Musk? Why would you bring Tim Cook? Why would you bring Jensen Huang?
Oh, because there are oligarchs. And I mean, you got to bring the leaders of our country with you. Yeah, guys. I mean, that's kind of the first time we've been exposed as an oligarch. When you got when the president and a whole bunch of business leaders pull up, what does that tell you? I mean, it tells me that we might just be an oligarchy.
Why would you bring all these guys? Why would you take all these guys to go? Maybe this whole thing is about sequencing.
No wonder money
and decision making that's going to lead to the end of being what he can get with Iran and, hey, give and take, and he knows the leverage that he has. All of this comes down to one thing, and that is, if you want to win in life, you have to know your next 5, 10, 15 moves. So once we host a conference called the Vol Conference, I want you to watch this video. It'll give you a little bit of details about them. We'd love to see you at the event. We do this every year. This is the
all right. Let's go ahead and move on here. All right, guys, go ahead and get into the next video. Hopefully they let me play this. If not, I guess we'll just move on. But look, what was it? It was Tucker and Kevin O'Leary that had a pretty interesting debate on these, data centers. And what was scary about it is, it kind of seems like Kevin O'Leary could honestly give a damn about the American people, and he cares more about his obsessive, competitive, like, I guess his competitive disorder with China. They're really fair to call it disorder, but I'm gonna be real with you. He's putting the American people over. I mean, I'm gonna be real with you. He wants to get back at China so bad, he's willing to throw the American people under a bus. I'm just gonna phrase it like that. But let's get right into it, because that was a pretty interesting debate on data centers. And I've been ringing the alarm on data centers for a minute too. It's like, yo, it is not helping the American people whatsoever.
How did you? I read. Kevin O'Leary, thank you so much for doing this. How did you? I read. First, I just want to check the facts here, but I read that you are building the world's largest data center in Utah, 40,000 acres. If that's, how did you get into the data center business? How did this start?
I've always been in real estate, and I sort of came up in commercial real estate with climate control storage for pharmaceutical companies. Data center development is very complex, but very similar in some ways. It requires permitting. It requires dark fiber. There's only 5 tenants in the world. You know them all: Amazon, Google, etc., Microsoft. And so the thing that got me motivated, though, was watching in the last 2 years this narrative in North America about how negative data centers are. It started in Virginia, actually. The idea that
they're raising energy costs, they're polluting water. So, yeah, it's not really working out for the American citizen, and they're only producing 10,000 jobs, which is not really much. So it's pretty much the American people are paying more for it than it's actually benefiting us.
they consume a lot of water, that they are very noisy, and all that's true from stuff that was built.
The sad reality is we benefit data centers more than data centers benefit us.
15 years ago, but today that's not the case. And yet the narrative kept going. And I thought, who's doing this? Who would not want us to have compute power? Who would not want us to build our power grid out? Because when you build a data center today, you have to develop your own power and you can sell it back to the grid. That's what we're doing in Utah. I'm thinking to myself, the Chinese,
bro,
they don't want us to do that.
Bro, look, it's not Chinese propaganda that people are telling you that their bills are rising and water is being polluted because of data centers. I'm sorry, but that's not Chinese propaganda. This is just American people's concern that you're just passing off as Chinese propaganda because you don't like being told that you're wrong for what you're pursuing right now, and how you say, oh, you care so much about the American people, but you're throwing us under a bus for data centers.
And I went through that whole thing with TikTok, as you may recall, and I actually saw the evidence of how the Chinese were manipulating the algorithm. Now they're doing it a different way, and that just kind of pisses me off. So I'm happy to add compute.
No, guys, you got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? Feel free to super chat that in, or you can send it in a Venmo. But otherwise, double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support.
Dude, I'm like, I don't want my kids in 20 years who live in New York being told what to eat for breakfast by the Chinese. So, I'm kind of on a mission here to compete.
Damn.
Okay, so the point, so you're doing this.
Week, he says the AI race that real. If we don't win the AI race, if we are not more AI technology advanced than China, well, China's just going to take over. You know what? There is a bit of truth to that, honestly, especially when it comes to AI and military tech.
Because it's a business opportunity, but also because China doesn't want you to do it. Why would China not want data centers built in the United States?
Because we're in a competition for AI compute. The nation that has the best AI models will be the winner of future wars. It'll have the most productive economy. We already know now, just looking at earnings that are coming out as we speak, Tucker, the earnings.
Oh, that's the problem, though. Yeah, I mean, the production, that's great, but at the cost of jobs, though. So these companies make more, the production goes up, and that's great. For them, but American people, Americans lose their jobs. So how does that really help them? I mean, yeah, they're getting their products faster than what they can't afford because they don't have a job. I mean, who gives a damn if you're able to get your products faster if you can't afford them?
This quarter are unprecedented in terms of how good they are, because somehow, very quickly, and this is probably just serendipitous luck for this administration, AI compute is now being implemented in all 11 sectors of our economy, and it's enhancing both productivity and margin. So these companies are making a lot more money than they were anticipated to because AI is very productive. And people debate about the job shift and everything else, but the fact is the economy's on fire, even at a time when we have conflict. So if I were the Chinese, the last thing I want in America is the 5 or 6 tech companies that are competing with me on DeepSeek having more compute capacity. I want to shut down every single proposal for every single data center in every single state. And I want agitators. I want paid protesters. I want environmentalists. I want to shut it all down so that they can't train their models as fast as I can. Meanwhile, the Chinese just built, in terms of new power in the last.
Yeah, but the Chinese just don't give a fuck. That's the thing. Like, you look, it's like this. He's trying to beat his enemy. Like, but what's the old saying? You know, don't become your enemy, trying to defeat your enemy or beat your enemy. And that's what happened to Kevin O'Leary. He's literally becoming or thinking like the Chinese do. You're like, yeah, don't give a fuck about the environment. So you're willing to do whatever to get ahead. And you don't give a F about American jobs and the effects on the American people. F all that. Like, look, long we get these data centers erected. So, yeah, guess what? The Chinese think the same. That's why a lot of people live in poverty, and like pretty much the way they do now. They live in literally destitute poverty, and they're eating grass in the outskirts. I mean, if you go in the inner city, I mean, guys, it looks like they're living in the effing future. But that's not all of them. And Joe, you think being poor in America is bad? Yo, try being poor in China. That is way worse. It's just way worse. So yeah, the very people that you say you don't want us to be like, the very people that you want to beat, you're kind of turning into.
18 months, 400 gigawatts of new power, all with coal burning turbines. Coal. You know, they're not worried about the environment. The big guy over there says, build one here and then stick a data center beside it so I can train my DeepSeek model faster. And you've heard it from the Anthropic CEO this week. He came out, the stereo guy, and said, hey, they're going to catch up in 6 months. So everybody wake up and smell what's going on here. And I started to dig in the last week, looking at all of these strings that are attacking the Utah proposal and the one I got up in Alberta.
I mean, look, bro, you waking up to money. People are waking up to higher energy prices and an eerie sound. Like, I'm sorry, but yeah, like people are not waking up to the same thing.
Going to where I can find power and developing these things. And I want the Chinese to see what we're doing. We're coming after you, buddy.
Can I ask, I've got a million questions, but let's just start with the competition between the U.S. and China on AI. If data centers are the key to AI, why has China built so few of them?
Oh, no.
So I think there are about 365 data centers in China, almost 4,000 in the United States. So clearly they haven't prevented us from building data centers. What do you think that is?
Okay, let me walk you through the math of the last, this is moving very, very quickly, but the data centers of even 24 months ago were 100 megawatt facilities. And they were useful for cloud storage, like your Excel files and all the rest of that. They were useful for just basic compute and storage of data. But then when these models started emerging, such as we have going with Anthropic or Gemini, and any of them, Grok, all of it, and all of the tools built on top of them, the amount of compute power geometrically grew, and it was no longer 100 megawatts. The minimum was 250 megawatts.
I mean, and that's also one of the things about AI is that sadly, the upkeep of AI is a bit too much, and it's kind of outweighing the profitability of it. It's like the problem is we're too busy kind of chasing a way to keep AI running, and it's kind of draining away at the profitability of AI, which may lead to this popping of the AI bubble that may be coming soon. God forbid, but you never know.
Then 4 months later, the minimum was 500 megawatts. Yes. Wait, here it comes. And then 2 months after that, it was 1 gigawatt. Now, try and get a gigawatt out of the American grid or the Canadian grid or the Mexican grid. Not a chance in hell. We're tapped out. So the Chinese were building these 1 gigawatt facilities So it doesn't matter about the number of facilities. It matters how many are gigawatt plus for training AI models, because you need a lot of compute for the modern day chip. And this technology is advancing very, very quickly. So it's the size of the large ones are the ones that they're beating us on, not the small 100 megawatts. Nobody cares about those anymore. You can't train anything on that. So we're competing now for campuses, 10,000 acres and more at a time. And that's where the Chinese are kicking our asses.
So you said you will go wherever the energy is, but I thought you were you're bringing your own energy to the project. Can you explain how you're going to power this?
Sure, that's a good question. You can't tap in, and you can't, you tap into somebody's grid. Let's take a place like Texas or in Mississippi or Utah, for that matter, where I am. The electrical bills in that
this is where the administration, I think, effed up. Like I said, they put the cart before the horse. They should have found out a way to for these AI not AI centers, but these data centers to make their own energy before they was even built. Like get your own mini nuclear reactor, get your own little power grid, and then we built the data center. It's like we built the data center and now it's dragging on the energy grid, and now we're like, oh shit, did they need to produce their own energy? Well, duh. We knew that, and we was telling people that in the first place. And actually, the Trump administration was telling us that. So it's kind of crazy how they kept going without completing that goal first. When, like I said, the first thing they should have done was make sure that these data centers can produce their own energy without dragging on the grid. And everybody would probably be happy. I mean, the water would still be a problem, but at least your electricity bill ain't going up.
County are going to go up 30%. And that's what pissed off so many people in Virginia. They went out of their minds as the electrical bills kept going up. So you can't do that. You have to bring your own power. So you do that is you find low-cost stranded natural gas. You acquire the new technology, turbines that burn very, very clean, require a lot less water, because that's a big debate too. And in some cases, no water. They're air-cooled. And you build those turbines first. So basically, the data center game is about power. Now, here's another reason the Chinese would not want, forget about data centers. Let's just say we're building new gas turbines that make electricity. The Chinese don't want you to do that either, because they know that that's how you're going to solve the grid problem. The people in Utah are telling me, look, is there any way when you build these power facilities for the data centers, you could sell back some of that power to our local grid? And the answer is yes.
And I mean, that's what y'all should have been doing. And then y'all have been able to avoid this whole problem with data centers, this whole complaint about these data centers. It's like, that's what you should have been did. First step, make the power generation, mini nuclear reactor, own energy grid, whatever you got to do, make sure that they're producing their own energy before you build a data center.
So now, instead of being the evil data center guys, we can be the guys that are actually powering the Utah grid, which, by the way, taps into the national grid. So we want to build as many of these power generators before we build any data centers. But
where does the gas come from in this the world's largest data center, the one you're planning in Utah?
Well, mine won't be the largest for years. That's another piece of misinformation being spewed everywhere, and I'm going to tell you who's doing it soon.
Guys, make sure to support the stream with a super chat or a Venmo. You could go ahead and use the Venmo code above or below, depending on how you're watching. And you go ahead and super chat any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements. And also make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support. Let's keep it going. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already.
We're going to build 1.5 gigawatts first, so a fraction of the 9 gig proposed, and make sure everything works. And the people there in Box Elder County can come and inspect it and see the air quality EPA standards we're going to hold up to, the water rights permits that we're going to maintain and be compliant with, the noise EPA requirements that we have to be compliant with, the air quality we have to be compliant with. Get the first one up, a small fraction of it, and show everybody how it works. That's the plan. And then I didn't need 40,000 acres, but that was the parcel available. That's twice the size of Manhattan. It's called a MIDA designation, right beside the Hill Air Force Base. So I'm not
it's at least
using it
3
all.
times bigger than Manhattan. Yeah, it's huge.
Yeah, but I don't need all that. But that was what was available. I'm going to lease it back to grazers, do some manufacturing. Maybe there's plenty of land. We don't need it all.
But the power for it, where does that come from?
So what we do is there's the Ruby pipeline there. It's only 17% utilized. It's one of the most underutilized pipelines in America. So it's not like we buy gas from the Ruby pipeline and we put it into a clean generator and it generates electricity. And we tie that back to the grid if they want it, or we power a data center. That's the idea. So we have to build the power first. And the power itself, I think we have a big challenge in every state. Everybody's got to build more power in the American grid right now, and the North American grid for that matter, Mexico too, and Canada.
So the older you get, you realize how fast everything can change.
And all right, guys. Shoot. Oh, yeah. Any question, comments? Nope. All right. Cool. Let's get right back into it. Did I miss anything? All right. Good. We're good.
Construction jobs, 2,000 maintenance jobs just for the first is correct. And that
nobody else, it creates 100% of its own power.
Yes, that's 100% correct. And that was always the proposal. And that is in the contract that we actually developed and got unanimously passed by the 3 commissioners in Box Elder, where this is the benefit. It's to the benefit of the Box Elder. 66,000 people there. They're going to get a lot of tax revenue, a lot of jobs, 10,000 construction jobs, 2,000 maintenance jobs just for the first 1.5 gigawatts. So there's a lot of economic upside. But I must tell you,
like I said, you add in 10,000 jobs, but in a data center, yeah, it can add 10,000 jobs, but AI is taking away like 50,000. Do you see the problem here with that math? And it's like I said, it's not like the web, like where the web took away 1,000, but it added like 20, 30,000. It's like it's not the math ain't mathing, bro.
And this is the first time this has happened to me. I have a pretty big team, as I'm sure you do, on social media. I'm managing a network of 12 million plus followers on different platforms, on all of them. And so about 4 hours after the vote was unanimously passed on, there was a Monday night at around 6:05 Utah time. I got a phone call from one of the people that watches our network, looks for abnormalities. And he said, there's something going on here, something very unusual on Instagram and on Twitter, which is now X. And I said, what do you mean? He said, the spiking of a bunch of IP addresses that we don't know. And it's spewing out a tremendous amount of information. I said, okay, guys, let's get our team on, because I'm very fortunate. I have a bunch of very good data scientists, investigative data scientists, if you want to call them that. Probably one of the best teams privately outside of the government in the Department of Defense. My team's pretty good. You can make the assumption they once worked in these agencies. All right, let me give you some names here, Tucker. Party for Socialism and Liberation. Apparently.
No, you can see Tucker's face like, bro, are you serious? So so we're just gonna pretend like data centers aren't making things more expensive on America. It's not making water more expensive. It's not making electric more expensive. We're just gonna pretend like none of that's real. The numbers aren't real. The reports from American citizens aren't real. It's just all Chinese propaganda, guys. Your suffering's not real, and if you tell me it is, it's Chinese propaganda, bro. Oh man, O'Leary. O'Leary
shares offices with the CPP all over my social media.
Okay, wait, let me just stop you there. So if you're saying that you're being criticized by agents of a foreign government, let me just add my empathy, in fact, having been the subject of that, quite a bit over many years.
I'm well aware.
Right.
I'm well aware.
Okay. But that doesn't, you make the case the Chinese don't like it. if you're that concerned about the Chinese, what percentage of the materials in the data center come from China?
And if you wonder why I'm going so hard on data centers, like, guys, one, I'm in Columbus, Ohio. We have a good amount of data centers. I've seen the effects of them, and I've worked in data centers before, kind of exposing my profession a bit. But yeah, I've worked in these data centers before, and well, I kind of still do. But yeah, what you guys got to understand is that, everything they're saying is right. This is dragging on the American people. And I mean, bro, we did the most shysteiest shit, and we put our data center in New Albany in one of the richest cities outside of Columbus. So, well, they're not going to bitch about higher gas prices. I mean, higher electric prices. Well, they are. But I mean, who cares? They're rich. I mean, those boys in New Albany got money, and that's where they're stationing up all the data centers instead of doing it where the poor people are at. And that's why they were getting all these complaints. And they've tried to put it where the poor people are at, got complaint. Middle class got complaints. You put it over there towards the rich people, you don't really hear too much.
Less and less all the time. That's one of the things the administration is trying to do. The turbines are European made or American made.
Which, that's fair. I mean, if we could put all the data centers in all the rich people's, neighborhoods and make them pay the higher prices, then I mean, okay. I mean, they're the ones who want it. They're the ones making the most money off it. Why not let them pay for it as well?
The pipelines are obviously American made. The chips are certainly American made. The actual build out of the facilities mostly American made. I don't think there's a whole lot of we're not mining Bitcoin here. So
right. No, I mean, I think I read it's about 40 or 41%. So it's just, I mean, China is benefiting from, most purchases that most of us make because it's the world's largest manufacturer. And that would also include the construction of data centers. But my point is, I'm sure there are lots of people trying to influence this outcome to their own benefit. And that would include foreign countries, maybe even China. But it doesn't change the facts about the project. So I just want to make sure I have these clear. Would you be paying market rate for the gas?
Yes, I don't have a choice on that.
Right.
I have to negotiate a gas deal. I'm pretty well paying market rate for everything. There's a competition between states for these jobs. I know there's a lot of bad press. I wanted to just finish with the list because I don't think, Tucker, you get the enormity of what's going on here.
Oh, I do.
I mean, these data centers got a couple technicians, a good amount of technicians, and some office workers, and maybe a couple dock workers, and that's it. It's not that much jobs, not that much departments. I'm be real with you. And then, like I said, these data centers are here to build up AI that are taking away more jobs than they're adding. I'm going to keep saying this. The math is not mathing when it comes to the jobs. Shit, the math ain't even mathing when it comes to the profitability of these data centers.
The enormity. And no, I have no doubt that, I mean,
well, I want to mention two that are cells inside of Utah, which really stunned me. This I'd never seen before. Alliance for a Better Utah elevates strategies, taking the content from the CPP, repurposing it, and jamming it down the throats of people in Utah on my social media feed and lots of other feeds.
I have no doubt that's true, but I'm asking questions that I think are relevant to the country. I'm not an agent of the Chinese. I'm not a socialist. So I just want to know, where's the water coming from? Because water, as you know, is one of the most contested resources in the
Yeah, low-key. It's not a socialist argument when you sit there and be like, all right, look, man, I'm all about, advancement and making profits and all that good stuff. Trust me, I'm a capitalist. But, you're kind of going to destroy capitalism if you create a whole bunch of jobless people. I mean, I'll be real with you. You're going to make people hate capitalism. You're going to push them towards socialism. And they're going to start demanding things like, universal income. And Lord knows you guys ain't trying to do that. And you guys, here's a problem. They're not really talking about the jobs that this can create, at all. We're seeing the jobs that it's taking before we're seeing the jobs that it's creating. And all people can really say, well, if you could sit back, do other things. Yeah, without a job, or will we be getting paid? How does that work?
The West.
No, that's.
I mean, let's be real. The people who support this AI stuff are turning into socialists. And we ask them how that works, just like socialists, they really can't explain how the money works every single time. Shout out to my man Lunatic Libertarian. He says all centralized systems are failed in data centers. And you know what, dog? I'm gonna have to give you that. I mean, until we could find a way for AI to work with man and not replace man, I think we should go ahead and pump the brakes on this because it's not going in the right direction. And these tech oligarchs, I mean, let's be real, they don't have our best intentions in hand, obviously, at hand, obviously. And if they did, I mean, like I said, they'd have been pushing Trump to say, like, look, we're not going to build these data centers until we get our own energy production, or else it's just going to drag on the American people. And we're not going to go too far with these models, or we're just going to have to make everybody work with an AI assistant, which at least they get to keep their jobs. But that also might lead to an AI surveillance state. But I mean, at least you got a job. I mean, imagine AI surveillance state with no job, with a universal income where you can never make any money. And I mean, like I said, straight up socialism. Do we really want that? Of course not.
Right. That's right. When you buy land in Utah, there are water rights that were granted that land sometimes over 100 years ago. You have to apply for a permit, a usage permit for that water.
Land.
So if it was once used for one purpose and you want to change the purpose to industrial, let's say in the case of a data center or power generation, you have to apply for the permit. Usually what happens, if it was grazing and it was 100% you could use, they may change that and knock it down by 40% to 60%. But there's water already on that property, already being used right now. We're just repurposing that water for a different purpose. It's not like we're going to draw water from somewhere else. We couldn't use the land if it had no water. We couldn't even have a toilet in the men's room if we didn't have any water. So
would you be using more water than, say, a sugar beet farmer would?
No, actually, probably not. It depends. Here's, Tucker, the way it works is, let's say your prime tenant is Google. They come along and they say, okay, we want to be the tenant for the Utah site. But we have a whole bunch of requirements because they're under pressure, too, to be a lot more efficient, productive, and more sustainable. They may say, well, let's not use water to cool our turbines. Our spec is going to be air-cooled turbines. So you're going to build out, you're the owner, you're the master developer. Here's our spec. And so I expect whether it ends up being Amazon or Microsoft or Tesla or Google, they're going to build in a whole bunch of things. And we can't deliver them water we don't have. So my guess is it's going to be contained cooling for the chips, which is like a radiator in your car. So you're not using a ton of water there. And then for the turbines themselves, it may be air cooled. We don't know yet. It depends what the tenant wants.
So what's your as you game this out, expected water use over the first 10 years?
Well, not knowing what my tenant wants yet, probably less than we had originally anticipated in terms of what is given us on the water rights. We've applied for that. I mean, we're anticipating we'll get, whatever we're going to get. I don't think we're going to use it all at all because what people
do you expect water rates in the state of Utah will go up?
Yeah, not because of us. I just think they go up anyways over time.
But if they go up, at a quicker rate than they have,
bro, from his body language, he come on now. Even he knows that's cap.
Been going up. If there's a spike in water price, would you compensate the state for the difference?
No,
in other words, if your business causes water prices to rise, are you on the hook for any of that?
Yeah, I think we would be. I mean, we're negotiating that. But I don't think water is the constraint because most of the technology, which advances every 24 months, is reducing the requirement for water. So I mentioned the air-cooled turbines. Those just came on the scene 18 months ago. So they're the first to actually generate 5 megawatts at a time, like Lego blocks, put them together, and you're using air. But they're also, you have EPA regulation about air quality. So you've got to be very careful that when you're using air cooling, you're not breaching the air quality because in Utah, and I studied this when I was back in college, it's a unique geography. They get inversions there because of the mountains. Yep. So you really, as an old environmental study guy, that's the one they'd always show us would be Salt Lake City. So I'm well aware of the problem and I know what the new turbines can do. The amount of hype and hysteria and over all of this stuff, well, I've already pointed out, I think it's being generated by our adversaries, but it's also misinformation. Everything that's been said about that site is false.
Well,
And
I'm
so
grateful that you're able to present your side of this, and thank you for doing it. Things around the world are moving so fast right now, it's impossible to keep up with all of the changes.
Bro, coming up with the most, poor excuses of how these data centers are, not hurting Americans. Like that is crazy. But all right, no, let's get right back into it, guys. And make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. And if you have any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements, go ahead and super chat that in. Brings us closer to hitting our goal and opening up the call-in line. Sure, let's see if we can get it opened up within an hour. So, because I'm trying to close it down within the 4 hours or 4 hours and 30 minutes. Depending on the support, I might go longer. But make sure to double tap that screen and like the video.
Let me ask, because
and subscribe to the channel as well, guys. And make sure to hit that bell, hit that icon above, and subscribe to the channel.
This is just a huge new thing, and I think it's understandable that people would be anxious about it. I don't think they understand it. I don't fully understand it, that's for sure. Let me ask, though, about why taxpayers should have to pay for this if it's a private business and your tenants are some of the richest companies in the world. Why would taxpayers be required, as they now are, to subsidize this?
They don't necessarily have to do that. They just won't win any contracts. It's a competition.
But why are you getting tax breaks is my question.
Yeah, everybody, you go back and you say, what incentives can you give us to invest $15 billion in the first 1.5 gigs? That's what it takes. I have to go raise $15 billion. That's just
but anyone who starts a business, why should taxpayers have to pony up for that?
They don't.
But well, of course they do. If you're getting a tax break and they're not, they're making up the difference. There's a state budget.
Hey, that's no problem. That's no problem. I can build it in Texas. I can build it in Jacksonville, Mississippi.
But why, if it's such a good business, would you be asking taxpayers to help pay for it without giving them equity in the company? Are you giving tax?
And here's the thing, though. If that's what you could have done instead of making it drag on, the American people in that state, then why don't you go do it there? Because obviously they don't want it. It's kind of crazy. It's like, like I said, he could honestly care less about the American people when it comes to these data centers and beating China.
Taxpayers shares?
No, the investors get the shares, but here's why they would do it.
Why would the taxpayers have to? In other words, if you want to start a business, but why am I as a taxpayer forced to pay for your business? I don't get it.
Well, let's forget about data centers. Let's go any manufacturing. Let's say you're going to build an aluminum sheet manufacturing facility.
Mm-hmm.
You go to the government there and say, look, this is going to huge capex huge capex expenditure. I'm going to hire 2,000 people. I'm going to build a community center. I'm going to pay a lot of tax on the profits in your state when I sell the aluminum. And I'm going to hire all these people who they will also pay tax. And we will build a school because our workers need a school. And. What can you give me to incentivize me versus the state right beside you?
Yeah, but your workers are pretty much building AI that's going to take jobs. And trust me, those jobs are going to be around them as well. So I'm sorry, but like I said, you're taking more jobs than you're creating. You're not helping out here. Like, he's mainly concerned about the success of these data centers than the success of, the American people and like what these data centers are producing. And if it's AI, then you're producing the loss of jobs. And I'm be real with you, data centers aren't producing enough jobs to replace these jobs that will be taken at all whatsoever.
Which is willing to give me an incentive package.
No, I understand. I understand that you're gaming a system in place. You didn't come up with this, but I'm just trying to understand. So the trade typically is jobs, okay? But these projects don't actually.
Well, no, it's also jobs and taxes because you're going to
taxes.
Yeah,
but then you're getting a tax break, so that doesn't really make any sense.
But only up front, you're getting. Tucker, welcome to America, buddy. This is how it's gone on for 200 years.
Okay, I don't know. Lots of bad things go on for a while. But I think at some point it's worth assessing, like, why are we doing this? So
not for its entirety, but trust me, not for its entirety. I'll be real with you. If the forefathers was to see the type of capitalism practice today, a lot of these corporate owners would probably be put to the gallows, to be honest with you.
On the job question,
you're doing it because there's a competition.
Well, I run a couple of businesses and we're not getting any tax breaks. I think they're every bit as virtuous as data centers. but I'm not availing myself of that, and no one's offered, and I wouldn't take it anyway because it's not the job of taxpayers to subsidize a private business.
It's a fair comment, but my job is to create a data center, create 2,000 jobs for long term and 10,000 manufacturing at the beginning or construction, and I'm obviously looking at multiple sites, and this won't be the last one.
And like I said, the data centers are going to be great for construction, but that's temporarily. Once these data centers are all done, that construction boom goes away. Well, unless they want to also make sure these factories are getting built as well. So once that goes away, then what? That's the major problem that he just can't answer because he don't care.
When I build,
that's fine.
May I ask 2,000 jobs? Okay, so relative to the physical size of the project, which, as you noted, is multiple times the size of Manhattan, and the power draw at peak, this data center, your projections, will have as much energy as New York City does. But New York City provides almost 5 million jobs. And this project, by your own description, would provide about 2,000 jobs.
Wild.
I don't see the trade here.
You definitely got that calculation wrong. By building a data center that trains AI, that provides productivity to the entire nation, we create millions of jobs, high-paying jobs.
So AI is going to create jobs?
Yes.
I thought it was going to eliminate jobs. Net.
Just think about the new technologies we don't even know yet that are going to be built off AI. Everybody thinks when television came, everybody would lose their job in radio. That was complete BS. And the same thing is going to happen here. Everybody's hysteria about losing jobs, making hamburgers or flipping them, being replaced by a robot. That's probably true. But all kinds of new technology.
All right, yeah, we do kind of see that, but it's being true. But that's also a problem as well. And AI can do accounting, so they're taking over in the finance. They can do coding, so they're taking over in tech. So AI can do a lot of things that these white collar jobs can do, and that's going to decimate them. And then once you put the AI into robotics, now they're doing manual labor, and that's going to take out the rest of us. Like, it's crazy how he don't see this. And I see why Tucker Carlson's face looks so lost and surprised. It's like, dog, do you not see where this is leading? Because it's kind of obvious.
You will become available over time, including in medical science and biology and all kinds of things where the models can be used. I'm extremely optimistic. What I'm doing is creating a whole.
I know some of you guys in the chat's also like, wait, are you serious? He's really saying this? Yes, he's really saying this. And he's thinking that this is the best thing for America.
Whole new opportunity for my children.
What kinds of jobs? Well, I mean, again, some of this, of course, is unknowable, and I want to be as fair as I can be because I'm grateful that you're willing to talk about it so openly. But you just said this will create AI will create millions of new jobs. You're
how?
Yes,
part of the basis of AI. You can't have AI without data centers, at least right now. So what are those millions of jobs? Because we can go through the list that the creators, the people who actually are making AI right now, developing it, we can go through the list of jobs they say it's going to eliminate, which would be like lawyers and financial planners and the basis of upper middle class America. That's going away. They've said this. What will it be replaced by?
That's what I'm saying. It's like it's going to take out the white collar jobs first. Actually, it already can. And then once y'all put it into robotics, then it's coming for the blue collar guys. And after that, now we're riding in the streets looking for tech CEOs to put on a stick. Heads on stick, guys. Heads on stick. And if you think Luigi Mangione was bad, well, wait till you take all of our jobs. And I'm not saying that we're going to go ahead and commit violence. I'm just saying that things might get violent. Just being real here. And if you're a tech CEO, please hear me out. I'm just saying this is the future. If you guys keep this going, I'm not going to participate in it, but I'm just going to be sitting back on the sideline. Like, see, I told you with popcorn, watching the mob with the flames go towards the buildings of Tesla, Apple, and Google, ready to pull you guys out of there and put your heads on sticks. I would not be participating, but I'll be real with you. I'm not going to feel that bad. My heart will hurt a little bit, though.
It'll be replaced by new science opportunities, new exploration into space, new manufacturing for robotics, for defense as well. Wars in the future probably aren't going to be fought with people getting shot in the flesh. It'll be one set of robots against another. I think the drone technology will advance, the manufacturing of surveillance, all that stuff against our enemies, which notably is basically China. So if you think about how, you debate the data center, I think it's fair to do that, what you're doing. But I would be very concerned if I were living in Taiwan that one day my electricity just goes out and I get invaded by basically robotics and high precision ordnance. And that's what China wants, and they want to get there first. Now, if we don't get there first, if we don't develop...
So give up our jobs, give up our sovereignty for what? For beating China in AI? Like, you know what, bro? You're going to have to sell that a little bit better. You're going to have to sell that a little bit better for me. I'm sorry, but I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it. Like, I hear the argument. I get it. I understand it. But it still hasn't convinced me. What about you guys? Did that convince you guys? Because it didn't convince me. I'm not any closer into supporting these data centers. Oh, and shout out to my man. Let me see here. Somebody sent a gift. Boom. Oh, shout out my man Jay. He said the high five for 100 joules. Appreciate the support, my man.
Something better than their AI, and our ability to be predictive on where these conflicts are going to happen, I think we'll be in a bad place in 20 years. And so,
okay, but I think it's very revealing that I asked you about jobs in the United States and you went immediately to defending Taiwan in the South China Sea.
We manufacture the equipment here, Tucker. That's where it's made.
But I'm okay. Well, actually, a lot of this is made in China, as I know you know. So
but that's my whole point. I don't want to do that anymore. Okay, I want to start making it here. I want to do advanced robotics.
I totally agree. But the promise of AI and robotics is that the robots will make the products of the future. So how exactly does that result in American jobs?
If you're in the
more
camp
specifically, what are those? What are you talking about
when you say replaced by a machine? I don't buy that. I just don't agree with you because it's never happened.
I'm not saying I don't want that to...
There ain't nothing to debate about. It's already happening. People are being replaced with AI learning models. Like, what are you talking about? It's already happening. Like on the white collar level, at least. So to sit there and say that you can't see how it would take other jobs, bro, you're being dishonest. He has to be being dishonest at this point. He can't truly believe that.
It happened. Trust me.
Like that, bro. It's literally 1 + 1 = 2. It's that simple.
I'm really worried about it, almost panicked. But I'm trying to feel better. Okay, then please make me feel better. Where are these millions of new jobs? What specifically are you talking about?
Well, every time technology advances, it creates new opportunities that were not foreseen prior because you don't know the direction of new tech. Think about if you and I, because we were actually around in the late 80s contemplating what new jobs would be created by the internet. And look at what's happened. It's created millions of jobs and advanced all kinds of technologies.
Yeah, because let's be real. The internet, I'm be honest with you, the internet couldn't take accounting jobs. The internet couldn't take, coding jobs. Actually, we still needed coding to make the internet work. So the internet's a little bit different than AI. Why? Because, well, AI has the ability to take jobs and it has the ability to self-learn. The internet was something that we had to build brick by brick. AI is building itself. Like, that's a problem.
It changed the way we live to the better. And I would say to you, the same angst we had, the same narrative that was going on in 1992.
I'm sorry, but building the internet created a lot of jobs. Here's the thing, building internet still creates jobs. The problem is once AI can reach a level where it can work without us. Internet, it really could never reach a level where it couldn't work without us. The internet's never just going to create new websites out of nowhere. That's what we do. Like, that's the thing. That's the beautiful thing about the internet. It's all like the internet, it depends on us. But AI, once we get it to a certain level, actually it's already at that level, it starts doing its own thing.
About how the internet is going to wipe out the economy and it's a bad thing and it's dangerous. Of course, people loathe change. That's the nature of how it is.
Do you think that the United States is a happier country than it was in 1992?
What? Define happy. What does that mean?
I don't know. How about the suicide rate or the addiction rate or the life expectancy?
Shoot, dog. Like, what about the early 2000s? We didn't even got to go back that far. The early 2000s, things were just a little bit more affordable before the crash, of course, of 08. Like, come on, man. Back when people were still seeing like 99-cent gas. Yes, I'm that old.
Those are all
Yes, I
upside
mean,
down.
look, there's lots of social issues, and there always has been. I would remind you, though,
But they've gotten worse at exactly the period in history that the internet was formed and then seemed to infuse every part of our lives. So if you were worried about the effect of the internet in 1992 on America, looking back from the vantage of 2026, you could say, yeah, I had good reason to be worried. Couldn't you? Or am I imagining this?
you could say that it would have some effect on society, but let me remind you something. And I'm probably the right guy to make this comment because I spend a lot of time all around the world, investing all around the world. I don't care where you go, and I feel this way. And and I've really learned this over the last 20 years. What is the number one export of America? It's not energy and it's not technology. It's actually the American dream. For all its faults that America has,
Oh, I'm sorry.
everybody I meet in every country.
Bro, nigga, what? I'm sorry, that was too funny. He said, "Our big we sell the American dream." Okay, bro, please tell me I could go to the another country and sell them the American dream. Because I'm sure if I go to another country and try to sell them the American dream, I might end up with my head chopped off. Please tell me how that works, bro. Oh, because what type of philosophical bullshit is that? That was a word salad like Kamala level. Kamala level word salad right there.
Pretty well every single one would like to figure out how they can get to America, start a business, and be part of the American dream. And I go to some pretty gnarly places where people are willing to risk their lives to go under a river with barbed wire to get in here. So until that changes, which I don't see ever happening, my only concern is China. They're the ones.
If you could just be more precise. I mean, born here, I love this country. I'm not leaving, so I'm vested in the idea of the American dream. But I'd love to just define it more precisely before we discuss it. What is it?
Okay, let's make it really basic. Let's go to Shark Tank. Those people that trot out in front of me and have done for almost 20 years with an idea to solve someone's problem, they'll get paid for. And 80% fail, but 20% make it. And it creates
Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video and subscribe to the channel while you're at it. Go ahead and hit that icon above. And also make sure to support the channel with a gift or a super chat. Let's keep it going.
personal freedom for them.
I can't lie, this dude Kevin O'Leary low-key pissing me off. I'm not even gonna lie to you, because it's like, bro, you could tell it's like, dog, you really don't care. You're framing it as if you care, but the words coming out your mouth lets me know that you do not care about the consequences that this will bring. It's all about how much money you're gonna make in your family, and that's great. I get that, but at the sacrifice of the American people, yeah, like I said, dog, when the angry mob goes towards your house, I mean, don't complain. Just say that. Just remember that we warned you.
Because it was just an idea. I mean, I think of some of these things, wicked good cupcakes, set two women free for the rest of their lives, base paws, cat DNA testing, Anaskaya, a researcher that came up with this idea, walked away with 105 million.
Guys, this was actually like predicted that if AI ever came around and it got too advanced to the point where it was just taking, jobs, there would only be a select few people who would actually make money off AI, and it would literally be them held at the top, and it would turn into a complete oligarchy, and the people would pretty much rise up against that oligarchy and, like I said, start putting heads on sticks. And this would possibly lead them to push out a hardcore socialism to pretty much, quell the mass. And it might push us into a different age of prosperity or into further destruction. Who knows? But we'll see when we get there, right?
Cash 36 months later. That's the American dream, and I'm an ambassador for it.
So it's freedom and opportunity, I think you just said. Is it fair to summarize?
It's not about the greed of money.
Freedom
What I've
and
learned.
opportunity. AI, which is going to take some freedom. Yeah, when it comes to the surveillance that they're using it for right now, that's going to start taking freedom. And when it starts snatching jobs, that's going to start taking opportunity. It's crazy how he does not see that.
Opportunity.
It's opportunity. And I see it over and over again, and I'm an ambassador for it all around the world because of the fact that somehow magically this show, and you understand television better than anybody, this thing is on in 54 countries around the world. I can go anywhere and call up the leadership of any place and have a meeting with them because I'm just an ambassador of the American dream. That's pretty interesting.
And guys, here's the thing though. Like, look, I'm not no supporter of socialism, trust me. But you could only piss off people so much with the crony capitalism that's going on. And I'm not a supporter of no crony capitalism. I would actually like, fair capitalism. And trust me, like we all know what I'm talking about. And guys like this don't really believe in that. And this is what's going to turn people, this was going to turn people away from capitalism, making them take more of like a socialist approach or maybe an in-between approach. You might start hearing the the term, capitalist socialist or social capitalists. You might start hearing that term, guys. Why? Because people aren't going to be all the way done with capitalism, but they're sure as hell going to be done with this shit.
Well, it's a great thing, the American dream. If freedom and opportunity is what the American dream is, then those are things worth dying for.
Yes,
I think
that's what people are doing.
So the question is AI going to bring us freedom and opportunity? Because AI is the big bet that the entire American economy is making right now. And I want it to be a good bet more than anything. But I wonder if it's going to bring us freedom and opportunity. So let's just start with opportunity. The concern that people have is that their jobs, and not just their jobs, but their purpose for being alive, will be replaced by machines.
Yep.
To which you say that's not true. Great things will happen. To which I said, okay, what are those great things? To which you talked about Shark Tank. So I just want to be a little more specific about what the upside of AI is, because then everyone will calm down and feel happy about your data center. What is the upside?
Well, let's start in medicine.
Nah, he did say, oh, but Shark Tank. And I think all of y'all was low-key pissed off at that. I think even Hammer was like, bro, did not answer the question whatsoever. He just started talking about his career on Shark Tank. Because there is no defense for this. There is no defense. There's only gaslighting. Like, oh, what? You don't want us to beat China? All right, then let AI. Well, look, let AI take your job, or we can't beat China. Like, wait, bro, what? Like, I'm sorry, dude. This needs further debate. Like, I hear you, but I don't like it. I'm sorry. I reject your position. This needs to be debated a little bit more than just, oh, but China.
Let's use specific cases everybody can understand. I was in Miami 2 weeks ago and went for a full body scan, the price of which has dropped 80% in the last 3 years. So in an hour and a half, this machine went right through my body. 2 years ago, it would have taken 3 weeks to get the results, looking for cysts on your liver or whatever it is. With AI, with the agent they had there right at the scan facility, 18 minutes later, it delivered me a report, told me I had an infection in my sinus, that I had a cyst on my kidney that hasn't grown since the last body scan 4 years ago. That was stunning and remarkable.
Yeah, it's great.
It is great. So that's one use case of something very, very important. And that's just medicine. And so if you think about all the things that this can do, including the arts and in music and film and everything, I think the use cases are going to be created by humans who find ways to use the tool. I view it, and maybe you don't agree, as simply a tool. Another example, because it's great to tell people just examples. I've been a photographer my whole life, including a period when I was a professional commercial photographer and a cinematographer of the networks. I've amassed 590,000 images during my career, half of which are on film, not shot with a phone, where you get all the data on it and it knows where it was shot, when it was shot, and everything else, which is easy to index and look for. So call it 250,000 negatives. How could I possibly catalog that as a human? I couldn't. I don't have enough time left before I'm dead. So I used AI last week with a tool to actually, after scanning all the images, to go look at them for 2 weeks. And now I'm able to just go to this computer and say, find a picture of my wife the day I met her in the gym. Boom. There it is.
It's
Now,
amazing. No, you're kind of making my point, though, because the two examples you gave are examples of a machine replacing human labor and doing a better job than any person could do.
oh, Tucker, that's horrible.
Which is great.
Well,
but hold on.
that's my point.
Well, I know it's your point. And I can see the marvel of it.
Yeah, I know.
But it raises the question, which won't go away, which is, okay, now that machines do what people do better than people did, what do people do?
Okay.
And what is the answer to that?
Let me ask you, let me pose a question against that. Would you prefer? I'm giving you one of two options with the uncertainty of both, okay? But I want you to pick one. This will tell me a lot about how you think. Would you prefer in the next 5 years that China have more compute power than we do, even though the use and the outcome and jobs and everything else we're talking about is unknown? Or would you prefer the United States of America and their allies in North America had more compute power to develop AI?
It depends. Whichever makes the United States happier, freer, and more prosperous, I guess, is the answer.
Well, do you know what
to
the
every
answer to
question.
that is? What do you think it is?
I'm not sure that we know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like I said, I'm here with Tucker on that one. I'm not sure we know the answer to that. Even you're saying that, well, I'm not sure if they'll create jobs or take jobs. You're not willing to, concede that argument, and that's fine. But most of us are seeing it for what it is, and it's going to take jobs. Actually, it's already taking jobs. That's what a lot of these companies were making cuts over last year. It wasn't because the economy was doing bad. It wasn't because they had to take in tariffs. It was because, we made advances with AI, and we don't need these people no more. So it's already happening. And here's the problem. You can't really show us where AI is adding jobs, but we can show you where it's taking it.
No, I know that reducing this question to a competition between the United States and China is a very quick way to derail people from the core questions, which revolve around whether or not it's a good idea. So that's always kind of a red flag for me. China has more economic power now than the United States, probably has more military power. I didn't want either of those things to happen. I'm a little bitter at the American business community, which allowed them to happen, but they happened. So here we are. There's not much I can do about it. My focus remains, however, on, is it good for the United States? Is it good for us? Does it make people happy? And I don't understand what people are going to do.
I mean, the problem is, does it make people more productive? Of course, AI can make you more productive. I'm not going to sit there and deny that fact. But I mean, the problem is, though, does it make people happy? Well, there's been kids and adults who've committed suicide through the assistance of AI, or these chat, or literally saying, "Hey, I want to kill myself," and AI is like, "Okay, I'll help you self-delete," or these chat boxes that convinces you to self-delete yourself. So, yeah, I'm not sure about the whole happiness thing. I'm not really sure how much happiness AI is really bringing. Honestly, you could damn near say the same thing about the internet. How much happiness has the internet truly brought? I mean, it's a really, we could have that debate. I mean, we could really say it destroyed a lot of lives. We could say it enhanced a lot of lives.
For a living, if machines are going to be able to do most things that people currently do better.
Sure, you can make the same argument with OnlyFans.
Better than people do them. What is the answer? And a lot of people are honest enough to say nothing. We're just the oligarchs are gonna send out checks to everybody, the bread and circuses.
Nope.
And everyone's just going to kind of stay home and be obedient. But I don't.
It's crazy. How much money would it literally take for these tech oligarchs to pay us for us to just sit there and be like, all right, I guess we'll just let AI run everything? Dog, you'd have to literally make sure everybody's living I'm gonna be real with you, at least maybe $500,000 lifestyle. Hopefully that's still worth something in this, in these times. But, or at least 700,000. Everybody would have to get paid about 700,000 a year for you to shut the fuck up and let AI take over. And that's I think a lot of people would still actually go out there and work regardless of the universal income. But how much you'd have to pay us for us not to ride in the streets? Probably somewhere around there. And that's a hefty ass bill.
I don't know that.
No, I think you're raising a great point. It's a wonderful debate, and it's certainly going on, but it's analogous to the narrative that must have been happening back when the Model T Ford rolled off the assembly line, and everybody that had a buggy looked at it and said, "Oh no, this is going to wipe me out, and there'll be no work for me." That the American economy is very resilient as it develops new sectors.
What happened after the Model T was ruled out. We had two big events in the, say, 40 years after
We
that.
actually had
one was the
in a-
First
in a-
World
in a
War and
ca-
one was the Second World War. The Industrial Revolution, like all technological change, caused dramatic political and social change, which resulted in the biggest bloodletting in human history. So I'm like, it's worth thinking this stuff through. Like, technological change forces social
fair
and
enough,
political
but
change. Yeah.
unfortunately, capitalism and the freedom it provides is volatile. And it has lots of periods, including the Great Depression, where it taxes the people that support it. But it's still better than the alternative anywhere on earth, it seems, 200 years later. And so, when you start looking at the American economy and the vol it's had, it's been unbelievable. But the system, with all its faults, and you're raising some good points, I agree with you. I'm just trying to think what's the alternative. And regarding AI and the ultimate issue around your job issue, and I think it's fair. I'm looking at it differently. I'm looking at it as insurance. I would prefer, even though the future is uncertain and the outcome, and the end is always near, to quote Jim Morrison. I love that line in his song,
Roadhouse Blues.
The future's uncertain and the end is always near. Words I live by, but it's sort of, if you had to give me the two alternatives, let China do this first or us, I'll take us. And I'm part of that now. And in the controversy of it, we started our conversation. I've never seen a controversy like this. I've never seen attacks like this. I know you have, but I haven't experienced it. And I'm hiring.
Well, I mean, if you take money from taxpayers, you should expect them to weigh in too and take their complaints seriously and not just dismiss them as agents of China.
And you're right, but this has been going on. Incentives.
I'm glad he said it. It's like, you should actually listen to the taxpayers who are helping out with your data centers instead of just saying they're agents of China. Like, they have real concerns. Yes, their tax bill went up. There's a water problem. So you can't sit there and just say, oh, you're just an agent of China who don't want us to beat China. No, these are real concerns that American people have. And please just don't sweep them under the bus for, but China.
State by state in every sector happen, even real estate.
Not incentives. It's a forced transfer of wealth from taxpayers to people who are richer than taxpayers. So like,
no, they're not.
Of course they have
you get a tax break to create 2,000 jobs, and the taxpayer wouldn't do it if it wasn't the long-term outcome.
The taxpayer has no choice. The taxpayer has no
choice. They can say no. That's not what happened.
They tried to say no to this.
Not really. It's like, it's these commissioners that, the taxpayers vote in, but when this stuff comes around, the taxpayers come to their commissioner, tell them they don't want them to vote on it, and they vote on it anyway. Why? Because they're getting bought out. So no, actually, just because you bought out some commissioners doesn't mean that the people agreed with this
data center, and they got laughed at. And then the governor, Spencer Cox of Utah, who really is a kind of living symbol of our ruling class, said that the state has an obligation to do this, and basically, as you are doing, waved away concerns as like foreign propaganda, when I think they're probably non-crazy people who live in Utah are like, why is this good for me? Why should I pay for this?
It's fair. It's fair. All this is fair. How about we forget the data center and just talk about the power for a second? Because there aren't going to be any data centers in America unless we build power generation. Do you have the same visceral reaction to power generation as you do to data centers?
Inversely, I think we need more electricity in the United States, and I think
that's what I'm talking about.
I mean, here's the thing, though. It's like, no, I'm like, here's the problem. That's what you guys should have focused on first. Is power generation, is finding a way to generate more power. So these data centers and they're taking up of power and water wouldn't be a problem. Maybe if you had sat around and worked on ways of advancing instead of rushing this, we wouldn't be here. But since y'all didn't, and y'all put the cart before the horse, you're getting all the complaints because you didn't think it all the way through.
Of agents of China, in fact,
bro, I want to talk about what about power generation? Oh, the thing you should have did first. Oh yeah, please, let's talk about it.
If you're looking for agents of China, it's the people who told you that you could live without fossil fuels, that babies wouldn't die without fossil fuels. Babies will die without fossil fuel. Civilization will collapse without fossil fuel, and that right there is the foreign op telling us that people are causing global climate change. People are not causing global climate change substantially. We're having global climate change as we always have, but to blame it on natural gas is just a flat out lie, and a lot of rich Americans fell for that. So no, I'm strongly for energy. I'm just very concerned about replacing people, their purpose for living, which is to create, with machines. That seems like hell to me, literally hell. So I think it's fair to ask, like, how is this not?
So guys, make sure to smash that like button. And if you're watching the vertical, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video. Appreciate the support. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, feel free to super chat it in or send it in on the Venmo. Appreciate the support.
Not hell. And no one has been able to answer it.
Yeah, I think trying to stop advancement of technology with the uncertainty it brings has always been a dilemma in capitalism and in America. And it's a fair comment.
But how is this capitalism? If taxpayers are paying for some of it, how is that capitalism? That seems.
Oh, I think that's no different than building an apartment building downtown in Austin. You can get incentives for that too, and that's just part of how it works.
I mean, incentives, yeah, but you know, the operation costs, yeah, is not being paid by the taxpayers. Like that's the difference here.
How is that capitalism? How is that free market? If politicians are handing you other people's money to do it, how is that capitalism?
Well, capitalism is built into the Constitution, which I think was genius because it couldn't have even thought that far ahead, was the idea of competition between states. Why is there an exodus out of New York City to Miami, where I live? Why are people leaving New Jersey and Massachusetts and moving into my building? Nobody in my building is from Florida. They're all from other states.
I understand.
Hey, yo, the chat is not effing with AI. Like, for real? They no, 85%. Yes, 15. Well, damn. All right, then. The chat has spoken.
Well, these people moving, why? Because they're reaching retirement age, and the environment in these other states is not conducive to their lifestyle when they're being
But I think you're making my point for me. You just listed states that use a higher percentage of taxpayer dollars for private industry, and people are leaving those states. Illinois.
Wait a second.
California, New York.
New York is an inefficiently run.
It may be inefficient, but the principle that politicians can take the public's money and hand it to their friends in business, that's a longstanding practice in New York, California, and Illinois, and relatively uncommon in Florida. So people are moving to the free market state, but you're now saying that actually the beauty of capitalism is that politicians hand other people's money to their friends? That doesn't.
No, I'm not
the
saying
opposite
that.
of capitalism.
I'm saying that you're.
I mean, it sounds like it's good for you, but not, like I said, that's that crony capitalism I'm talking about. And the thing is, these guys are so deep into it. He's so deep in it, he don't even realize that what he's saying is like, you could tell he's lost in the sauce. Like, bro, what you support isn't the capitalism that's supposed to bring the poor up to the wealthy or the poor to the middle class. The capitalism you support just maintains all wealth at the top. That's that crony capitalism bullshit that we're talking about that creates an oligarchy that we want to take down. And Kevin O'Leary don't even know that he's low-key a huge supporter of it. He low-key idolizes it, and he low-key wants it. Well, I would say one at a higher degree.
That is incorrect. I didn't say that. I said what makes capitalism work is competition. And it does work. And it has worked for hundreds of years. And so the concept, you may not like the policy of giving incentives for manufacturers and real estate. You may not like it, and I understand you don't. But you don't have to do it. A state can stop doing it. And then for a while, maybe they'll be less competitive in terms of getting new projects. I didn't make those rules up. I'm a football player on the field of capitalism. I have to play by the rules.
I get it. No, I get it. And I'm not attacking you for it. I'm just wondering, again, occasionally it's worth pausing and asking, are we doing the right thing, even if we've been doing it the same way for a long time? I'll ask just one final question. I'll stop torturing you. But do you see how other people find it unfair that one of the richest people in America, you, in league with the biggest companies in America, Amazon, Microsoft, et cetera, the ones you listed, that the richest people in our society would be taking money from people much poorer than them? That seems very unfair.
You know, Tucker, I'll speak for myself on this. I'm not motivated by money anymore. That is not why I get up and work 18 hours a day. I want to build something incredible. I want my legacy from my children's.
I'm sorry, but like, let's be real. But then again, you know what? I halfway believe him. A lot of people do it on the stance of legacy, but let's be real though. You're in it for the money, and you know this is profitable, and you know AI is highly profitable, or you wouldn't be in it. You'd have just stuck to your multiple other businesses.
Be something that they're honored by.
Right.
I want to compete against the Chinese. I don't like the Chinese government, in case anybody has noticed that over the last 5 years. I don't like how they treat their people. I don't like how they treat me in business. I simply don't like them. What's motivating me now with all of this barrage, this firestorm, which I understand you've experienced in the past, is I want to beat them in AI. I don't want them controlling the most advanced models wherever that's taking us, because you bring up.
Yeah, that's the problem though. You want to beat them so bad that you're gonna become them. Like, that's the problem. Bro, this man want to beat China so bad that you're gonna make it China. There's the problem. This man is going to make the United States like China, trying to beat China.
Great points about the unknown and jobs and everything else. But I want to be part of the team that makes sure our way of life in North America remains the same for my children. I don't give a shit about money anymore. I don't need any more money. I've already been very successful. I'm very lucky, but I'm not finished. I'm very motivated.
Then get into an industry that actually produces like jobs then. I mean, if you actually want to help the American people, and if you're motivated by legacy, I mean, you don't want to have a legacy of the AI tech oligarch that one day the people will rise up against. Like, you don't want that legacy, do you? I don't know, maybe they do.
To win. And if people want to compete with me, I want that. If they don't think my motivation is to beat the Chinese, they're wrong. I am going to beat them. I am going to show them these data centers. They're going to be this shining example of how you do this sustainably, because I'm the only guy that is graduated out of environmental studies and builds data centers. No one else on earth has done that.
Do you think, I love the idea. I'm for America above all. Do you think that Microsoft and Amazon and Google will do a good job preserving the American way of life? Are they substantially superior morally to the Chinese government? Do you think that? Those are your tenets?
Yes, I do. And in fact, I deal with
Tell me how. Tell me how is
I'll tell you why. I was talking with the guy yesterday that does is doing the build outs all around the world for Google's data centers. They are on incredible sustainable mission. They are looking at every technology to reduce their need for traditional power sources. And, we were talking about.
They also are looking at all available AI options to reduce their need for actual human workers as well. Like, come on now, let's tell the truth.
The campus in Utah. They have some very advanced thinking on the use of battery, wind, and solar. And so they want to do that. Why? Because their customers want that.
But wait a second. China leads the United States in battery, wind, and solar in development of those technologies.
Yeah, that's such a great. It's a great story, but not in data centers. They don't. They're powering.
But hold on. Jumping around a little bit. Yeah. I'm just trying to ask. Okay, so you say you want to preserve the American way of life. That's why you're building this. My question was, okay, well, your tenants are these big companies that are not really American companies, they're publicly traded companies that are owned by the sovereign wealth funds of tons of countries around the world. In what sense are they American?
Guys, make sure to subscribe to the channel. And when you subscribe, make sure to hit that bell by hitting that icon above. Appreciate support. And don't forget to double tap that screen, like the video. Any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements you guys have, I'll be happy to answer them. Just send in a super chat.
American companies, in what sense do they have American values? Was my
because
question.
they operate under the laws and are headquartered in the United States of America under the regulations. The only reason that Google can raise as much capital as it does from the sovereign wealth. Now you're coming into my space. I'm an indexer for sovereign wealth. The only reason 52 cents of every dollar comes to America is the transparency of our laws and the appellate system and our banking system and the
Copyright.
regulator.
Right.
And so that's why you find the largest tech companies on earth housed in America, because the regulatory environment and the actual regulatory environment in the context of the globe is the most advanced on earth. So you may hate the SEC, you may not like, regulations, but in fact, it gives an infrastructure where most capital comes here. That's what happens, because the outcomes. Why does France have no Microsoft? Why does Germany not have one? What happens?
Bro, I mean, no, that's the argument of why we want them to bring the chip manufacturing, car manufacturing. That's the reason why we want them to bring manufacturing here, not the reason why we want to start pushing data centers all over the place. Like, come on, bro.
To the European countries, they and Britain, they don't have any of this tech because they regulated it out of their society. We don't want to change that. We want the innovation here, not the regulation necessarily. But
I strongly agree, except to the extent the regulation protects the public.
Yeah, it's a balance. That's why we trust the government.
Centers.
A lot of people don't like them. We say, look, at the end of the day, the great example that we could use that you both know, I don't think crypto is going to work until they pass the bill about crypto. They got to finish this infrastructure act so that finally crypto can find its place inside of the 11 sectors of our economy. I'm not investing in crypto until they get that friggin' thing through the house.
May I ask, okay, so just to your second point about the American dream, there was opportunity, I think, the ability to be judged on
very interesting comment.
On your actions, on your behavior, on your character, to be treated equally. And there was also freedom. And so I think many people have deep concerns about AI's effect on freedom. And you said yourself, the purpose of AI is in part surveillance.
Yep.
What is the point? Right. So what is that? What does that look like? I asked, what jobs does it create? Couldn't get an answer. Now I'm going to ask you a more specific question.
Well,
what surveillance
you can't get an answer from me because nobody knows what jobs it's going to create yet.
Thank
but I
you
would
for
say
admitting that.
Well, of course, but I've always seen every technology.
All right, then, y'all don't know what jobs is going to create. Thank you for stating that. But here's the problem. We know the jobs that it's taking, and it's taking those jobs right now. So while y'all sitting here talking about, oh, well, you don't know what's going to happen. It's going to create jobs. It might create jobs. It might create jobs. But you know what it's definitely doing? You know what it's doing for sure? Taking jobs, replacing human beings. So when you guys sit here and tell us, oh, well, you don't know what's going to happen, I'm like, you know what? I'll give you that argument. We don't. But guess what? We do know what's happening. That is taking jobs, and it's doing it right now. But you know what it's not doing? Creating jobs right now. So do you see the problem here? You guys are hitting us with the biggest trust me bro ever right now. And we're hitting you with the facts, and you're hitting us with the, well, trust me, bro, it's going to create jobs.
It has been loathed as it's come in, always creates new jobs. And I assume the same for this tool. It's just a tool. So, the surveillance is a great point. We have laws regarding surveillance, and we have laws that restrict the government, and they're built into the Constitution. And we have free speech. All of these things remain the same. They don't change with AI.
Well, they did until last week when the president led the charge to change the law and allow warrantless spying on Americans.
Yeah. Okay. Well, wait a second.
In direct violation of the U.S. Constitution. So obviously the Constitution doesn't matter to the people in charge.
No, it does. Every administration is kept in check by the Supreme Court, including this one. And so that's why the founding fathers created this structure. And I think it works, and I trust it for one, and I'm willing to, have my kids who are Americans grow up here, and I want to protect them.
Okay, so what kind of surveillance? I mean, it seems like AI will make it possible to know what every American is doing at all times. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I would say that's not AI that's going to do that. I would say now with the amount of high-resolution video and surveillance that is built into every street corner,
with the use of AI. So quit playing with us. So we all know that you're going to do it with the use of AI. You already have a company out selling it to police stations.
That's how they solve a lot of crimes. Now, if you don't like
do they solve a lot of crimes? Has the
they do. They do.
Has the closure rate for murders in our big cities, like what percentage of murders are in New York City or Chicago or?
Now, like, let me show you how on top of it they are. And I mean, shout out to my man Guest Dude, because he showed me this here. So this is what they're already on top of, and no, I'm rejecting the cookies. But all right, see here, safety is something we create together. But how? It's like, bro, do you see this? Like, it's literally able to track your, like, well, people who commit crimes. And I know what you're saying, like, Set. Well, how could this be a bad thing? And you know what? It's not. But you gotta understand what this could lead to. It's just the surveillance of it all around. And wow, all right, yeah, they're really trying to sell this to me. But anyway, though, like, look, see, as a member of an organized retail crime ring arrives at a Shopmore superstore on site, loss prevention officers are immediately alerted to the suspect's present. Threat alert is gonna start catching you. Boom. Like what? At street light? So this is like they say law enforcement, but yo, this is like a citywide thing. I mean, and they're integrating this as an AI system. They're going to integrate it all over the city, so it's going to be able to pick up all types of feed or all types of video feed throughout the city to start tracking crime. And I know what you're saying. And in terms of safety, this is excellence. But I mean, let's be real. On the terms of violating, your privacy. Yeah, this is pretty stretching it. This is stretching it. But I'm be real with you, it's pretty cool. It's badass, but it is quite concerning. And your city might be using it today because it's trusted by 5,000 plus law enforcement agencies in 49 states. Well, damn, who's the real nigga state that's not allowing it? 52 reduction in robbery in 1 year. I mean, and this was what Colb County, PA, in Georgia. So it's doing its thing. It's doing its thing. Okay. But like I said, I mean, this is like a crazy type of surveillance.
Detroit are solved.
I don't track the
Pretty
murder
low,
rate.
actually. It's lower in this
The
country than
the point
a lot
is
of civilized
surveillance is a great issue, but the enhancement of surveillance with AI tools is how you now walk through the Dubai airport. And you also walk through some airports here in the US. Facial recognition technology has finally got to the resolution using AI's tools.
Why?
Where
It's going to run through your data center. There'll be pictures of all of us in your data center.
every
Everything
data
else
center.
about us.
But
right. So
you don't.
But how does that make it freer?
You don't have to opt into that program. By the way, I do it for convenience. I'm not hiding anything.
Well, it's on street corners, as you said. So it's anytime you're in public, your face is being surveilled by the U.S.
It
government.
is, but I'm not doing nefarious things. I'm not a criminal, and I'm not stealing any money from anybody. So
the definition of nefarious changes, as you know. I mean, hundreds of thousands of American citizens were sent to concentration camps by Franklin Roosevelt because they were Japanese.
Correct.
So in 1940, it was not a crime to be Japanese. In 1941, it was. So the definition does change, as you know.
It's true. So you could have those concerns, but I ask you again, Tucker.
I do.
No, and I know you do, but I ask you again, and you haven't answered my question. Do you want the insurance policy or not? Would you, with all of the nefarious concerns about AI, which outcome do you prefer as an American for your family? Would you prefer all of us that are developing these data centers put down our shovels and stop while the Chinese accelerate theirs?
You see, that's the only argument he has. He knows it's hurting the American people. He knows it's drawing on our resources and driving up prices. He knows it's not creating enough jobs, so it's not really adding to the community as much as it's taking. And all he can tell you is, well, what about the Chinese? Would you rather the Chinese do? Well, here's the problem with the Chinese. They don't give a fuck about their people. They don't give a fuck about their environment. So what? You want us to be like them? And like I said, he's like, bro, like in his quest to beat the Chinese, he's going to become just like them.
Would you like that?
Well, I see it kind of a different question. I see the question,
you're not
do I
answering
want
my
to be, let me answer your question in the following way. Do I want to become like China in order that we can, quote, beat China? Not at all. The problem with China, from my perspective, is that it's surveillance.
Thank you. It's like, I don't want to match China's energy on, like, not giving a fuck about their people or their environment. I don't want to match that energy. I'll be honest with you. And here's the thing. I mean, it is a really good argument of, how much jobs will this create? Will it create more jobs than it take? And to be honest with you, I mean, right now the numbers is in the negative for AI. AI is so far taking more jobs actually is able to replace more jobs than it's able to produce. Like, that's just the facts right there. Not everybody's going to go to school for, what is it, machine learning? Like, come on now.
Its citizens, and it limits their ability to say what they think and to oppose existing power. That's why China is bad, I thought, because there are a lot of things about China that are great. But what I don't like about China is the totalitarian approach it has towards its own population.
I agree with you.
You're making it possible for our government to have the same approach, and our government already does. They're surveilling us at all times. Most Americans don't even know they're being watched. There are license plate readers, there are facial recognition cameras everywhere.
Yep.
And the question is why? So the crime rate can go down, and well, it hasn't gone down. So of course, the real reason is to make you obedient, obviously.
No, I have a different vision of the future. Because
why do we still have crime?
Everybody, but now hear me out. Here's what I think is going to happen, because I'm enjoying this conversation. Let me, as I know we come to a close soon, but here's where I think we're going to be in 20 years. Okay.
Yeah.
I believe in 20 years, and this is my vision of what's going to occur. And I think I'm a great guy to actually do this because I have a foot in both economies. I think by the time the 20th year, I'm going to make it in 10 years. It may not be with this administration or the administration in Canada. The two economies are going to emerge for one reason.
Which two economies?
Canada has all the raw resources, the largest consumer on Earth has. And it's crazy that we're fighting on this stuff. It's crazy.
I agree.
It makes no sense.
Totally agree.
And so we should merge these economies. You don't have to merge the countries. You merge the economies. So you get an EU type situation where you allow freedom of movement across the border, and you allow no tariffs on all the stuff we need. The rare earth Canada has, the water, the paper, all that stuff. And the only reason we're going to do that is so we can take 5% of our GDP, which will be the largest on earth by around 25%. No one will be close to us if you merge those two together, and the benefits that accrue. Okay. For one reason, to tell the Chinese, don't.
I just want to know, has anybody been convinced that data centers are a good idea, or that this whole AI, this whole push for AI is a good idea? Has anybody been convinced? Because I sure as hell haven't. I mean, what about you? Because maybe I'm just being dense. I don't know. I'm open to that idea.
Don't fuck with us. That's basically what's going to happen, because they want to fuck with us big time. And that's my belief. And I think I'm right. I think that's what's going to happen. And AI and compute and all this stuff, that's a side story. We have to keep all of our tech ahead of theirs, including data centers and everything else. But ultimately, they are our adversary on our way of life.
Then can I ask, our way of life, right? So I would think, since you disagree with the Chinese way of life, which is pretty civilized in a lot of ways, but the one way in which it's barbaric is that it grants its citizens no real rights.
Yep.
And so I would think that you would be very worried about aping their system, which we are now doing. Like, they have total surveillance. It's panopticon in China. We should create our own. Let's take 40,000 acres in Utah and make it possible for the government to know where you are at all times and what you're thinking, listening to you on your phone. Like, we have that.
But
I would think you'd be upset about
that. You have to choose the less of two evils in your scenario. And I'm telling you, what you should do is say, I want Kevin O'Leary to succeed. I want him to beat the Chinese in compute power. And then use the laws of the United States to make sure that you keep that compute power in check whichever way you want. But to not have it available, to put down my shovel, I don't think people want me to do that. Even the people in Box Elder, the majority of them want me to hold my shovel.
All right, hold on now. Trump just had a press engagement, came out about an hour ago on Air Force One. So let's go ahead and tune into that real quick. I know, right? Just came out. I think another interview. What else just came out as well? Oh yeah, and the Iranian foreign minister. Yeah, he also held a press conference as well an hour ago.
Hello, everybody. How are you? So we had a great stay. It was an amazing period of time.
Oh, guys, make sure to super chat any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements you want read out loud and want me to engage with, about $2 and up, or you can send it in a Venmo. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going. And let's not forget to double tap that screen, guys. We're almost at 300 likes, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel while you're at it.
President Xi's an incredible guy. Got along, made a lot of great trade deals, including over 200 planes for Boeing with a promise of 750 planes, which will be by far the largest order ever if they do a good job with the 200, which I'm sure they will. And that's General Electric also, the engines. So they're buying General Electric. So it's approximately 450 engines, 200 planes, and a promise of up to 750 if they do a good job. We had an amazing time. It was a very historic. Oh, look who we have. Hello, David. It was a very historic couple of days, I think. Really amazing.
Sir, I know there'll be a lot of questions around the China trip, but just first on Iran, have you rejected the latest proposal from Iran, or where does that stand?
Well, I looked at it, and if I don't like the first sentence, I just throw it away.
What was the first sentence?
An unacceptable sentence. Because they fully agreed, no nuclear, and if they have any nuclear of any form.
Nah, the problem is they said, look, man, we're going to keep our 60% enrichment and we're going to give you a 10, 20-year agreement. Yeah. And, well, what was it? A memorandum, a 10, 20-year memorandum of understanding of that. We're not going to progress past this 60%. And if you don't attack us within this 10 to 20 years, we'll talk about, downgrading the enrichment. But what Iran is pretty much saying is that, yeah, we're going to keep our 60% enrichment. And they're also saying if you attack us again, we're going to enrich to that 90%. So there is that problem as well. Oh, and they also want control of the Strait of Hormuz and start to be able to charge taxes through there, or, oil tank taxes of about $2 million per ship, I believe. And then also they're going to start charging internet fees as well because, they can start cutting wires underneath there and start cutting off internet for the entire region.
I don't read the rest of it.
20 years is not enough for you. It's got to be a permanent.
No, 20 years is enough. But the level of guarantee from them is
damn, Iran done stole the Wi-Fi.
In other words, it's got to be a real 20 years, not a big one.
You got to get all the fuel out and no more production.
You have to get everything, but
yeah, like thanks, Galactic. Yeah, it's like, what was it? $2 million a barrel, something like $2 a barrel, but it comes out to be like $2 million per tanker, or per vessel. Yeah, $2 per barrel, but it comes out to be like $2 million per ship, and that's a lot of money they'd be making. And then also they're going to become that region's internet provider. Well, hostile internet provider.
We're not even talking about. I call it the nuclear dust. Came up with a term which seems to have caught on.
They're talking about it because they would not remove the.
Yeah, they said that they can't remove it because they don't have the technology to remove it.
Well,
they don't have the type of tractors. They say the only one. They told me directly. They said the only one that can remove it is China or the U.S. We're the only ones with the equipment. They said you were right. It is a complete obliteration. With that being said, I want to get it. And they agreed to it, but then they took it back. But they'll agree to it eventually.
Can I ask you about Taiwan? What did President Xi say to you about Taiwan? And what did President Xi say to you about Taiwan? And are you still going to approve the arms sale?
So President Xi and I talked a lot about Taiwan. He thinks they cannot have anything to do with what they're doing. I mean, he's against very much what they're doing. We talked about Taiwan. We talked about Iran a lot. And I think we have a very good understanding with both. On Taiwan, he does not want to see a fight for independence because that would be a very strong confrontation. And
yeah, but here's the problem, though. Is like, how are we going to stop them? That's the problem. Is like, how we're going to stop China to make a move for Taiwan when we're wasting munitions and we can barely give anything out to Taiwan while we're over here busy with Iran. And like I said, we sacrificed protecting Taiwan one day for this conflict with Iran. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's pretty much what Trump was coming to, or trying to, work out with Xi, is like, yo, can you not take, Taiwan while we're dealing with Iran right now? Because, it'd be kind of easy for you guys. And I know it'd be easy for you guys. Well, because look, we wouldn't be able to support them. So can you not attack them? And what deal are you willing to work out so you don't attack them?
I heard him out.
Are you going to change your wording?
No, I didn't make a comment on it. I heard him out. I have a lot of respect for him. On Iran, it's very interesting. He feels strongly they can't have a nuclear weapon. He said that very strongly. They cannot have a nuclear weapon, and he wants them to open up the strait. But as he said, they closed it, and then you closed them with a smile. And it's true. We control the strait. and they've done no business. Literally, they've done no business in the last 2.5 weeks, which is approximately $500 million a day. So we have, we're doing very well on all fronts.
So just before we leave Taiwan, Mr. President, President Xi said that there was a risk of conflict with the U.S. over Taiwan. What's your response to that?
I don't think there's a conflict, other than we don't need their strait. We don't need the
So on Taiwan, Mr. President Xi said there was a risk of conflict with the U.S. over.
I mean, when it comes to going towards a fuel shortage, no, we don't need them. But when it comes to stabilizing prices and bringing them down, we do need the strait. So no, we don't need it when it comes to, us having, oil. Trust me, we got enough for ourselves. But when it comes to bringing down the price of oil, yeah, we do need the strait.
Taiwan.
No, I don't think so. I think I think we'll be fine. He doesn't want to see a war. And you have two things. You have the Iranian situation, and that I think we agree almost entirely, other than he's a buyer and we're not. We don't need it. And on Taiwan, he doesn't want to see a movement for independence. He says, look, we've had it for thousands of years, and then at a certain period of time it left, then we were going to get it back. They had the Korean War. A lot of things happened. That's all history. But on Taiwan, he feels very strongly. I made no commitment either way. We'll see what happens.
What about the arms sales to Taiwan?
I'll make a determination over the next fairly short period.
Well, you're not necessarily going to go ahead of this. Your proposal.
Make a determination. I'm going to see. I have to speak to the person that right now is, you know who he is, that's running Taiwan.
Mr. President, did President Xi make any firm commitment to put pressure on the Iranians to reopen the Strait of Hormuz?
Nope.
I'm not asking for any favors, because when you ask for favors, you have to do favors in return. We don't need favors. We've wiped out their.
Because China got a whole we don't care policy. We don't interfere, no interference policy. Like I said, they don't care what you do with your government, what you do with your people. I mean, they'll do business. If you want to do business, they'll do business. Like, that's just how China works. So look, as long as Iran's still willing to give them that oil, still willing to sell it to them and all that good stuff, they don't care. They're like, well, if you're at war with America, that's your problem. Leave us out of it. I mean, I guess we'll nudge them and give them a call and be like, hey, you trying to stop the war? If they tell us no, then it is what it is. But as long as we can get that oil, we really don't care. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's China's position, is that they honestly don't care. Why? Because they're able to get their oil, guys. Yeah, the blockade is not doing anything. And if you knew a little bit about geography, you'd know what I'm talking about. Or at least the geography of Iran. I mean, you don't even got to know worldwide geography. Just look at a map of Iran and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Armed forces, essentially. We may have to do a little cleanup work because we had a little month-long ceasefire against Iran. We have a blockade that's so effective. That's why we did the ceasefire. We really did the ceasefire at the request of other nations. I wouldn't have really been in favor of it, but we did it as a favor to Pakistan, with terrific people, the field marshal, and the prime minister. But no, I mean, President Xi and I agree on many things, and we agree very much on trade. We're going to be doing a lot of trading. Our farmers are going to be taking in. I mean, our farmers are going to be very happy with the deal we made.
Is it realistic that he will put pressure, that he will try and get them to
ask him to put pressure, because I don't need favors. I think he will. I think automatically he'd like to see it opened up. He gets about 40% of his energy or his oil from that, from the strait. We get none. We get none. We don't need it.
Yeah, I know, but he's still able to get that 40% of energy. And here's the thing, China, well, they use mostly coal, right, guys? Like, China's energy is mostly on coal. So it's not like their main thing is oil anyway.
On Truth Social, you said that President Xi had made a reference to the decline of the U.S. We didn't hear him say that. Maybe it was something he said in private to you. So what was it, first of all, that he said that prompted you to do this?
He made a statement. It might not have been from him. It was somebody, but they talked about the decline. But he said today, and he said it very publicly, he said the U.S. was declining for the last 4 years. And he said what President Trump has done in the last 15, 16 months has been virtually a miracle. He said we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. But he said that it was a declining country. Under Joe Biden, he said we had a seriously declining country, which we did, with people poor.
Nah, I think he was literally just being bold enough to tell you that our country's on the decline right to your face, Trump. I think that's what he was talking about.
Pouring in from all over the world, from prisons and everything else.
You ain't gotta hold
what
back.
President Trump has done has been a virtual.
Man, you ain't got to hold back with the president of the United States when you got nukes. You could talk however you want. I mean, that's just how it works out here in the global streets.
Miracle. It's the hottest country anywhere in the world, and it is. Yeah.
On a different subject, on Cuba, there's reporting that Raul Castro could be indicted by the DOJ, I believe. What does that mean?
Well, I don't want to comment on that. I'll let DOJ comment on it. But they need help, as you know. And you talk about a declining country. They are really a nation or a country in decline. So we're going to see. We have a lot to talk about on Cuba, but not maybe for today.
Tariffs, Mr. President. Did you agree with President Xi to extend that year-long truce on tariffs?
No, we didn't discuss tariffs. I mean, they're paying tariffs. They're paying substantial tariffs, but we didn't discuss. You know, before I came along, it was the opposite. We didn't discuss tariffs.
How come?
It wasn't brought up.
Mr. President, you said in January to us that you were going to bring up the expansion of their nuclear program. Obviously, they've got 600 weapons now, by the Pentagon's estimate, going to 1,500. Did that come up? Did you succeed in getting them into any form of arms control? Or remember we discussed
You're talking about China.
China.
We brought it up. The denuclearization. I talk about it all the time with Russia and with China. And it did come up. We did discuss that. And what did you?
I'm sorry, nobody giving up their nukes in this hot geopolitical climate. Like we're proving that the only way you get to be a sovereign nation is if you have nukes. Like ain't nobody giving up their nukes no more, man. That's just that dream's been thrown away.
I got a very positive response.
Like unless we're all about to give up our nukes, I mean, it's over.
It's the beginning. So, you know, we're going to be together 4 times potentially this year. We have the G20, which he wants to come to, which I'd like him to come to. It's going to be in Miami. It's going to be at Doral. And it's going to be, I think, very good. Much more important if he's there. And so you have the G20. We have one that he has, as you know, in November, right, in China. He's asked me to be there. I'm going to try and be there. And then we have another one on September, I guess, 26th or 24th, where he's coming into the White House.
I'm trying to understand what it is he committed to, if he committed anything.
Well, I don't want to say anybody committed, but we have a very good understanding.
So are you
know, the concept of denuclearization.
Denuclearization or just an extension of
denuclearization.
In other words, building down.
And you bring Russia into it also. But the concept of that is something would be very good.
Can I ask about the political prisoners in China? Did you bring up with President Xi any of the political prisoners in China? Are any going to be released? Any progress?
I think he's giving very serious consideration to the pastor. The pastor is, he said he's giving very serious consideration to that.
What about Jimmy
I discussed it.
What about Jimmy Lai?
It's a tougher one. I did bring it up. It's a tougher one. For him, it's a tougher
We ain't
one.
getting
What did
nothing
he
out of
say
that.
about it? I understand. It's, for him, it's a very, he told me, I don't want to mislead anybody. He said Jimmy Lai is a tough one for him to do. You know, they went through a lot. And right or wrong, they went through a lot. So he told me that would be a tough one. He said he's going to strongly consider the pastor.
Sir, can I ask you 2 on technology? First, computer chips, advanced computer chips like the H200s that Jensen has. Did that come up at all with Xi?
It didn't come up, but as you know, Jensen was there. He's an amazing guy, NVIDIA. And he would be inclined. You know, they have much higher level than the H200. But the H200 is good. China needs it. And so, yeah, it came up.
They haven't bought it.
We haven't much, no, because they chose not to. They want to try and develop their own. But it did come up, and I think something could happen on that.
And then on artificial intelligence,
have quite a bit higher level. But the H200 is it's a great chip.
And then on artificial intelligence, What is it that you want to get done? Did you bring up?
We did. We talked. We're leading by a lot, but they're second, and they're very strong.
Yeah, but the problem is those that we're not far, like by a lot. Like we're just barely trailing these guys with these chips, and we're barely trailing them in AI. Like they're closer than we think. So the problem is we're over here going all in on data centers, and we're thinking that, oh, we got this big leap in front of them, but we don't. Or we really don't got a leap in front of them when it comes to robotics. But like I said, China don't care. They're okay with placing their civilians and their workforce with robots. Like they have no problem doing so, as long as the top guys are still rich. In America, I don't know if you guys want to. I don't know if you tech oligarchs want to try that one out with us.
And we talked about possibly working together for guardrails.
And what kind of guardrails?
The standard guardrails that we talk about all the time. AI is fantastic. So many things can happen in terms of health, and medicine, and operations, everything. The military, and so many things can happen, but it's also got some drawbacks. And we're talking about, we probably will. We're going to work together. We had a very good conversation about a lot of stuff.
So biological, nuclear, cyber. Did you specifically discuss those risks?
We discussed, I would say, almost everything you could discuss except for a reduction of tariffs.
On Iran, Mr. President, just to be clear, what's next? Is the threat of the bombing starting again? How realistic is that?
I don't want to say that. I'd like to tell you. I'd like to say on a certain hour, a certain day, the bombing is going to start. I don't want to say that. I can only say that Iran, I can say this with very, very strong conviction, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. Not going to happen.
Never
no
wanted
chance.
What would the use be of repeating the bombing? You did it for 38 days.
Well, no, we did.
And you did not get the political changes in Iran.
No, I had a total military victory. But the fake news, guys like you write incorrectly. You're a fake guy, and guys like you write about it incorrectly. We had a total military victory. We knocked out their entire Navy. We knocked out their entire Air Force. We knocked out...
if we knocked out their entire Navy, then they wouldn't be closing the Strait of Hormuz right now. If we knocked out most of their missile launchers, like you said, then, like I said, they wouldn't be closing the Strait of Hormuz. And, they're, like I said, their Air Force, well, that was never a threat because their aircrafts are from what? The 60s, 70s? So that was never really a threat. The threat that Iran holds is their ballistic missiles and their drones that they're using to threaten the Gulf countries and close the Strait of Hormuz.
All of their anti-aircraft weaponry. We knocked out all of their radar. We knocked out all of their leaders, number one, and then we knocked out all of their leaders in the 2nd Division, and we knocked out numerous of their leaders in the 3rd Division, and they're very confused. We've had a total victory, except by people like you that don't write the truth. You should write. I actually think it's sort of some treasonous what you write, but you and the New York Times and CNN, I would say, are the worst.
On another war.
You should know better. You're a professional. You know better. Your editors tell you what to write.
This is coming from our intelligence, CIA. Is coming from, yes, the CIA and the DIA, which is the Defense Intelligence Agency. So this is coming from the Pentagon as well, that Iran maintains most of its missile capability, and apparently that the Trump administration has over-exaggerated the damage done on Iran through operations, Epic Fury, or as the jokesters like to say, Epstein Fury.
You're right, and you should be ashamed of this.
This is another war.
I actually think it's treason. When you write like they're doing well militarily and they have no Navy, no Air Force,
bro, what do you expect people to say? When the regime is still in power, when they still got the Strait of Hormuz closed, they're rejecting all of our maximalist demands, which lets us know that they still have leverage because we can't remove that regime. We can't get the Strait of Hormuz open, and we can't get their enriched uranium, and we're asking for them to give it up. So please tell me how we're just winning this war, how we're just sweeping them. Please inform me.
Anything. By the way, we knocked out 85% of the manufacturing for the missiles. We knocked out everything. We haven't knocked out other than one bridge that we did because they misbehaved. but we have bridges we could knock out. We could knock out their bridges and their electrical capacity within 2 days. We could knock out the whole thing. And then I read the New York Times and they act like they're doing well. And everybody knows that. That's why your subscribers are way down. You know, the Times subscribers are way down because it's fake news.
Did you discuss Ukraine?
Way down, way down.
Did you discuss Ukraine at all with President Xi? And is there any movement on that?
And here's the thing: it's like the Trump administration versus our own intelligence agency. Our own intelligence agency is coming out and making Trump look like an idiot. And here's the problem: I think the intelligence agency is kind of going rogue right now against Trump because of, him pretty much believing the Mossad or the Israelis over them. Remember, the CIA and the intelligence agencies came to Trump and said, yo, Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon. They're not going towards a nuclear weapon. And they're holding true to this whole religious fatwa. And they've stayed at this 60% enrichment since 2021. So if you're trying to go in there and get this uranium, trust me, it's not going to be done. It's best you just do it through diplomatic means. And of course, Bibi comes in there and says, nah, F all that. We can get the uranium. We could overthrow the regime. And we could do it all in 2 weeks or less. And sadly, Trump went with the 2 weeks or less lie. And now we're here.
We discussed, well, it's one that we'd like to see settled. Until last night, it was looking good, but they took a big hit last night. So it's going to happen, but it's a shame. 25,000 people died last month. Yeah.
Admiral Cooper of CENTCOM was asked yesterday about the strike on the girls' school on the first day of the war.
Oh, it's under investigation. You're talking about the original.
It was the only case of investigation at the moment into civilian casualties.
I think we have a couple of things under investigation, but that is under investigation.
Are you able to confirm yet that it was a U.S. missile?
Who you with?
BBC for the radio.
Fake BBC. You mean the ones that put AI in my mouth? The ones that gave me, that had me saying a statement that they now admit was not true? That the ones that put terrible words in my mouth and then had to admit that it was fake? The ones that are being sued now for $5 billion and don't know what to do? You with BBC? They're another fake outfit. Yeah.
About the deals in China? Did you get a deal on soybeans? You know, the farmers.
The farmers are going to be very happy.
Now, what BBC did to Trump is low-key egregious. That's absolutely fair. They did AI edit his voice to make it seem like he was ordering protesters to go, storm the Capitol, and they purposefully did it. So, they deserve every bit of that heat.
Everybody buying billions of dollars of soybeans.
Sorry, well, we were talking about Britain, but Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister there, is in a lot of trouble. I know you were asked about this.
Well, he's in trouble for two reasons: energy and immigration. He's very bad on energy. He should open up the North Sea. He's got a gold mine, and he should open up oil in the North Sea, and he doesn't. They have a tremendous value. They buy their oil, a lot of it, from Norway. Norway gets it from the North Sea. Not as good an area as Scotland and the UK has. So they're paying Norway a fortune for oil that they take out of the North Sea.
Do you think Starmer's going to survive as Prime Minister?
It's a tough thing, unless he can straighten out immigration where he's weak. And if he doesn't start drilling and stop with the windmills all over the place that are causing havoc. They're causing havoc. Most expensive form of energy. They kill the birds. They're unsightly. They're ruining the landscape. If he doesn't stop with the windmills, he's got to do energy. He's got to open up the North Sea. He's got one of the greatest oil finds anywhere in the world, and he's not using it. And I tell him that. He's not using it.
Should he quit?
The oil companies call me every day. Please, we want to go to...
I ain't gonna lie, the way these European countries do push for green energy and how they put it on the backs of their on the backs of their people through higher electricity bills is egregious. I'm not gonna lie. Like, trust me, green energy has potential, but the way people are doing it, it ain't it. It's just not it.
I don't know. See, he doesn't allow it to happen.
Should he quit?
I don't say that. I think he's a nice man, actually. But I didn't like when he said we're going to send ships as soon as you're finished with the war. Well, we're sort of finished militarily, pretty much. But David, we finished probably 70-75%. We didn't finish every one of the things. We'll go back and finish them off. And by the way, and more than that.
You saw the reporting on the missile capability, missile launchers that have remain.
Yes, no, it's New York Times fake news. The missile launches are probably 80% gone. The New York Times said it's like we were hitting them.
Yeah, the New York Times, aka basically CIA intelligence, our own intelligence agency, is telling us that they still maintain 70% of their pre-war missile ammunition. So this is the stuff they had before the war, aka they've only used, or we've only destroyed, or they've used about 30% of their missile arsenal. Only 30%. And they still got 70% of it. Which makes sense because I mean that explains how they was able to fire that volley of missiles at the UAE. And how they were able to overwhelm the Iron Dome.
Like pinatas. The missile launches are largely gone. The manufacturing of missiles is about 80%, 80 to 85% gone. And we know where the rest of it. So if we go in, we'll take that out very early.
The intelligence reports seem to indicate, though,
there are no intelligence reports. They weren't intelligence reports. They were New York Times fake news.
Sir, would you consider lifting the sanctions on Chinese oil companies that buy Iranian oil?
Well, we talked about that, and I'm going to make a decision over the next few days. We did talk about that.
Do you think Xi felt stronger in his dealings with you than he did the last time that you
great
went to
relationship last time until COVID came along? I blame them for that. I said it was Wuhan, and I was right. And look, that was a strain on everybody, COVID, and. So, it affected our relationship at the time. But we always had a great relationship before that and after that. And now it's as strong as ever. I mean, I went over to where he lives, which is something that rarely happens. Were you there? I don't know.
It was beautiful.
It was amazing. I mean, people have never seen it before. It's amazing, actually. We had lunch. We have a great understanding.
You don't think he feels
it's a very positive thing to have these two nations getting along.
Mr. President, on Taiwan, and you said you were going to check with the president of Taiwan, but the 1982 assurances that President Reagan gave said the United States would not consult with China on arms sales to Taiwan. So it sounds to me like you have consulted.
Well, I think 1982 is a long way.
It was.
That's a big far distance
You
away.
dispensed with that?
No, I didn't say anything about it, but certainly. He brought that up. He talked about that to me, obviously. So what am I going to do? Say I don't want to talk to you about it because I have an agreement that was signed in 1982. No, we discussed arms sales too.
And what's his request?
We discussed to Taiwan. The whole thing with the arms sales was in great detail, actually. And I'll be making decisions.
What was his request?
But I think the last thing we need right now is a war. That's 9,500 miles away. I think that's the last thing we need. We're doing very well.
Would the U.S. defend Taiwan if it came to it?
I don't want to say. I'm not going to say that. There's only one person that knows that. You know who it is? Me. I'm the only person. That question was asked to me today by President Xi. I said, I don't talk about those.
He asked you today. He asked you if you would send troops,
He asked me if I defend them. I said, I don't talk about that.
You tell him that.
I don't talk
Did you talk to him about the cyber attacks that he's done in the United States or the MSS has done?
I did, and he talked about attacks that we did in China. What they do, we do too. It's like the spying. They're talking about, the spying. I said, well,
the spying,
we do it too.
The infrastructure.
Look, no, I'm talking about spying. The question was asked to me yesterday, I guess. What about the fact that China's spying in the United States? I said, well, it's one of those things because we spy like hell on them too. So
what about the fact that China is putting in the U.S. infrastructure?
Yeah, that's true, but it doesn't mean you're letting like 600,000 Chinese spies into our universities, though. I'm just saying, it doesn't mean we just let them continuously spy on us. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Code that they could use if you ever decided to come to the
Well, you don't know that. I mean, I'd like to see it, but it's very possible that they do. And we're doing things to them. I told them we do a lot of stuff to you that you don't know about, and you're doing things to us that we probably do know about. But we do plenty. It's a double-edged sword.
So again, on President Xi, a couple of years ago when President Biden met him in San Francisco, he was asked if he thought President Xi was...
All right. I got to go ahead and close it down, guys. We're at that 4 hours and 30 minutes. I do appreciate you guys for tuning in. So make sure you guys double tap that screen on your way out. And also, make sure to subscribe to the channel, guys, and hit that bell while you're at it so you actually get notifications for when I drop a video shorter next time I go live, which will be tomorrow around this same time, and most likely concluding around this same time. So, all right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and head out on a funny clip. I'm gonna go ahead and play this clip. If you have any comments that you want to get in, you want to ask me, you can go ahead and send it in a super chat. By the time these clips are done, I will go ahead and read them. I'm gonna go ahead and do this as a new segment. All right, so enjoy the short little videos. Send in your super chats with any question or comments. If none, I'll just go ahead and conclude the stream. But all right.
Iran made a video about Charlie Kirk. I didn't even know that was in their wheelhouse. It was literally a video. You have this Iranian general just sitting in a chair with his face blurred. He's speaking in English, which means it's to me, okay? But he has an Iranian accent. I know it's an Iranian accent because I lived in LA for 10 years. Like, let me tell you about a Charlie Kirk. I'm like, what do you got for me, General? And he's like, did you know Charlie Kirk was killed by your government? I was like, yes, I did know that. I did actually. He's like, well, while we were hacking Cash Patel for funsies, we got into your FBI's mainframe, no big deal. Apparently the password's Valhalla123. And we found documents that revealed that your government plotted the murder of Charlie Kirk, and it didn't go according to plan. What? Our government botched an assassination attempt? We would never. He says, well, did you know Charlie Kirk was not killed by a bullet. He was killed by an explosive device planted into his microphone that was clipped to his shirt. I know. Mind blown. Better choice of words? Sure. I'm sure a lot of people are asking, what? Who could even plant an explosive device in a small piece of technology and detonate it remotely? Who would do that? But it's a thing, and it is real. 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 And it's Israel. They did it with pagers in Lebanon. By the way, where did we get this? Trevor? Best Buy? What is it? Tel Aviv Tech? Okay. He said the device was supposed to explode downward into Charlie's chest cavity to make it seem like a clean gunshot wound to the chest. So we would all be like, oh my God, he was shot. They'd thumbs up the fake Tyler on the roof. Be like, good job, buddy. We'll see you in Valhalla. But it didn't go according to plan because the device misfired. Like, where have I heard that before? And a piece of shrapnel shot through Charlie's neck and it came out to the place that we were supposed to see the bullet going in. Now, this was the part that he said that blew. Okay. This was the part, he said, that really opened my eyes. He said, because it misfired and because it exploded in all sorts of which ways, a bunch of pieces of shrapnel flew everywhere, and a lot of them went down and lodged themselves deep into the concrete where Charlie Kirk was speaking. And this is why, the next day, a bunch of people came to repave the entire area. So Charlie Kirk is shot, and the next morning, a bunch of random guys from God knows where in Israel come and start repaving the entire asphalt. It's like, you could have chose a better time to do that. This is literally the weirdest, most eerie part of the Charlie Kirk case, aside from Erica. It is the second strangest part about the case. Like, if you were watching a crime drama like CSI Orem and somebody gets shot and then like moments later like, oh, nothing to see here, we're just repaving the whole area, that would be like a 10-part series where they're trying to figure out like, who the are these contractors? And so then the Iranian general was like, and this is how you know that it was your government who killed Charlie Kirk. Like and subscribe to my page. Hit the bell. I was like, do you have Lego content? The Iranian intelligence, they understand the American mind because they know that Charlie Kirk is a very sensitive issue in the United States. They understand that even better than I did. Because after Charlie Kirk was shot, I honestly didn't even know that much about him. I was like, oh my God, that's horrible. But I still did a stand-up routine because that's what I do. I would do it to any of you. Don't take it personally. I posted it on YouTube and YouTube took it down instantly. That's never happened to me in the history of my whole career. And you've seen some of the things I talk about. That's how many people flagged it saying no, they were upset. They were very sensitive about it. I didn't know you can't make jokes the same day. All right, that was stuff on my part. I should have at least waited for the cement to dry.
Zohran Mamdani has just balanced the New York City budget. All he did was kick the can down the road. He faced a $12 billion 2-year budget shortfall left to him by Mayor Adams, which was the largest gap faced by a mayor since the Great Recession, and Mamdani managed to close it without drawing from the city's reserves, increasing property taxes, or cutting into service delivery. He did a stellar job. Remember during his campaign when he said he was going to pay for all this free stuff by raising the income and corporate taxes on rich people, and I told you that won't happen because it needs state approval? Well, I was right. Well, his budget does include free childcare, a government-ran grocery store pilot, and funding for his Office of Community Safety. Very watered down versions from what he promised, thankfully so, but where are the free buses? But let's dive into piece by piece how he balanced this budget. The largest chunk, so $4 billion of the $12 billion shortfall, was aid from the state. I wouldn't call it aid. New York City is the lifeblood of New York, so Zohran did a good job negotiating for the city, and the state will benefit too. But it doesn't address the city's underlying budget issues, and it creates bad incentives, making it seem like the state is always there for a bailout when they can't be, especially as the New York City deficit is expected to climb up to $7 billion by 2029 and $9 billion in 2030, But Zoran also closed $2.3 billion of today's deficit through an accounting gimmick of extending the amortization period of unfunded pension liabilities by 5 years, which doesn't reduce any retirees' benefits or any current employees' promised benefit, but it lengthens the period which the city pays interest like carrying costs on unfunded liabilities. So he's increasing the cost on New Yorkers in the long run while decreasing it in the short term. Again, kicking the can down the road. The mayor was not in an easy situation, but he did close $500 million of the shortfall through his second home tax on places worth over $5 million, taxing the rich. That still needs to be approved by the state. He also closed $1.47 billion through efficiency gains by his chief savings officers. He closed around $1 billion through deferring state-mandated student-to-teacher ratio, so that's a cost that will return in future years. But let's summarize. So of every $10 of gap closure, about $4 is one-time state cash, $2 is deferring pension costs, $1.5 is deferring class sizes costs, and another $1.5 is efficiency savings, and about $1 is the new tax. This is straight accounting kerfluffle. The efficiency gains are real, and Mamdani was faced with a tough situation as the previous mayor chronically under-budgeted, so his budgets appeared balanced when they actually weren't. So Mamdani did the responsible thing to re-baseline to actual estimates and solve the problems the real way. But he failed to do what is so obviously needed, and that is cutting spending. New York City has the highest taxes in the nation on rich people who are moving out, so income tax revenues are projected to fall, but instead of cutting, Zoran is delaying the problems for future years. The mayor was able to solve an almost impossible budget deficit while doing more for New Yorkers at the same time. I trust his judgment to do the same in future years. We have breaking news, Taiwan. As we all know, Trump is in China right now, and according to the Chinese, Taiwan is the biggest issue on the plate. Why? Quick history lesson on Taiwan. There's a lot, so lock in. So in 1683, Taiwan became a part of the Chinese Qing dynasty, becoming an official province in 1885, and then in 1895, China lost a war to Japan and permanently gave them Taiwan, and then World War II happened, of course, and Japan lost. So what happens to Taiwan after World War II? It gets a little complicated. So during World War II, China was controlled by the ROC, the Republic of China, and in 1943, while the war was still going on, Churchill, Roosevelt, and Kai-shek, who was the Chinese leader at the time, signed the Cairo Declaration saying Taiwan will go back to China after the war. And then they issued the Potsdam Declaration in 1945, reaffirming that idea. So did they follow through? Did Taiwan go back to China after the war? Yes, but then in 1949, a civil war in mainland China erupted, and the communists, led by Mao Zedong, defeated the ruling government of China, the ROC. So Kai-shek and 1 to 2 million Chinese fled to Taiwan and claimed to still be the legitimate rulers of all of China. So the ROC lost the war, fled to Taiwan, which was a new part of China, and claimed to still lead all of China? Yes, meanwhile, Mao and his PRC, the People's Republic of China, claimed to, of course, lead all of China, the mainland, which they occupied, and Taiwan, which is where the ROC went. And in the 1950s, Mao considered invading Taiwan to finish the Civil War, but then the Korean War broke out, and Truman sent our Navy to the Taiwan Strait to stop communist expansion and an invasion, basically saving the ROC government in Taiwan. Okay, then what? From the 1950s to the 1970s, the ROC kept ruling Taiwan in an authoritarian martial law way while still claiming ownership of all of China, and many countries still recognize them as the legitimate leaders of all of China, although they didn't rule the mainland. Mao and the PRC did. But then, in 1971, the world started recognizing the PRC, so Mao, as the legitimate government of China, and then the U.S. formally switched this recognition in 1979 from the ROC to the PRC. And then what? Well, the ROC continued leading Taiwan, and in 1987, martial law ended as Taiwan got richer and the public demanded democracy. And then in the 90s, the ROC transformed itself slowly, stopping to pretend like they ruled all of China. And in 1996, the first direct presidential election took place in Taiwan. Okay, hold on. Did Taiwan ever declare independence? No, because doing so would trigger a military response from China. So formally, they're still known as the Republic of China, although they have their own constitution, military, and democratically elected leaders. Holy shit, this is a complicated one. What's the big issue right now, though? So China still views Taiwan as a part of China, and they prefer a peaceful reunification, although they haven't ruled out using force, while Taiwanese leaders view themselves as a sovereign state, of course, and have said they do not want to be ruled by the PRC and have vowed to defend themselves. And what about the U.S.? So the U.S. follows a one China policy. That's the name of it. We recognize Beijing as the government of China, of course. We acknowledge but don't endorse China's position that Taiwan is a part of China, and we do not support any unilateral changes to the status quo. So basically, we say China, don't invade Taiwan, but also Taiwan, don't declare independence, and we hold strategic ambiguity on whether or not we would defend Taiwan militarily. Wow, I have so many other questions, but we're out of time.
And alrighty, guys. Shout out to my bad Noah Joyner. He says, where does babies come from? Well, you know, when a man and a woman, only a man and a woman, by the way, love each other, and they, you know, sit down and have or lay down together and have coitus, which is a fancy word for sexual intercourse, and boom, bada bing. Boom, and it'll give it about 9 months, or maybe give it about a couple more tries of coitus, and you'll have a kid. Ta-da! So it's a beautiful thing. I don't got no kids, but I've seen people be pretty happy about having kids. Guys, like I said, if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, you can go ahead and send in a super chat. I'll be happy to answer all of your questions. If not, I'll just assume that I've laid out my arguments so well that you just have no questions because I just laid it out my arguments so well. Like, you have no disagreements because the facts were just so cold. Okay, I'm playing. I know some of y'all just don't want to do it. It's all right. I understand. But nah, that was actually pretty funny one. And I owe you one from yesterday because you said the first documents on aliens were released. And this was from Noah Joyner yesterday. Yeah, it was yesterday. He sent $10 on Venmo. So I appreciate the support, my man. I told you I was going to get you back on that one. So yeah, you know what? That was actually pretty damn cool. I knew they were going to go through with it. But what they did was release videos that, shoot, I ain't gonna lie, that I haven't even seen before, but I knew they had plenty of. And I knew they had plenty of these UFO videos. I know that they talk about these non-human biologics that they've recovered from these crash sites. So I believe them. Trust me, like when they came out in front of Congress and started talking about, oh yeah, we've seen alien armadas and alien dead bodies. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I believe you. I mean, you know, bro got the credentials. He's in front of Congress. And I'm not saying everything that's said in front of Congress is the truth, but when you're coming out like that, and when you got different people outside of the profession, outside of government and inside kind of, you know, telling you the same thing, like people, yes, outside and inside of government pretty much saying the same thing, that aliens exist, you kind of got to sit there and be like, all right, there got to be some truth to this. And, you know, I guess the best case scenario would be, oh no, we're just effing around with these spacecrafts, so we've advanced and we're just saying that it's aliens and all this good stuff. Or you can go completely conspiratorial and talk about Project Blue Beam and how about the fake and alien invasion to bring in globalism. Yeah, to bring in the whole globalist, like, you know, what was it? The whole globalist world, the whole new world order. We're all going to work together, break down borders to fight the alien invasion. It sounds like a really good movie, doesn't it? Yeah, it was Independence Day. And that was a really good movie, wasn't it? But all right, guys, like I said, if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, feel free to super chat it in. You know what? I'll play one more video to give you guys some time to go ahead and send in your super chats.
Something big is happening in Ireland right now. A formal request for the army to be deployed has been submitted after hundreds of farmers and truck drivers have begun blocking major roads and critical infrastructure with the aim of pressuring the government to reduce the cost of fuel. In fact, according to local media, protesters have even started blocking critical oil terminals and refineries, which they say is halting about half of the country's fuel supplies from getting out to service stations. You see, right now, farmers, haulers, and small business owners say that fuel prices in the country have gotten so high that they are struggling to even operate. A spokesperson for the protesters told BBC Radio that the government support package, which was announced last month, is not sufficient. They say that what the government gave farmers and contractors was a, quote, complete and utter insult.
Do you think the government will back down?
Well, we're not. So if the government don't back down, we're staying here.
Do you think you'll continue to have the support of the public?
Yeah, we will, because everyone's hurting. It's across the board. We never thought we'd be in this situation. We thought that we would have a lot more people in aid with us, but we have the support of everyone at the minute, and we apologise for any inconvenience. This just has to be done.
Now, in response, Ireland's Justice Minister said that those who do not move their vehicles will face the full rigour of the law, and a request for the army to move these vehicles has been submitted. The protesters, however, say that they will not be backing down no matter what. So, we've reached a standoff. But of course, as the situation develops, I'll keep you guys updated.
Noah! Larry, what the hell are you doing?
Larry!
Larry, you can't just... Oh,
Larry! Oh, are you all right? How did...
Larry!
Well, damn.
The world was warned this could happen, and now it actually is. The Philippines just became the first country in the entire world to declare a state of emergency because of fuel shortages linked to the war in the Middle East. This is because a staggering 98% of the fuel that the Philippines imports needs to pass through the Gulf region. And it's not just them. The whole world is now facing its biggest restrictions on fuel since COVID. Slovenia just became the first EU state to begin fuel rationing, so you can now only buy 50 liters max of fuel per day. Meanwhile, the IEA UK has now advised their 32 member countries, which include the likes of Australia, Germany, Japan, France, and the UK, to implement various fuel-saving measures, including even lowering their highway speeds by 10 kilometers an hour. China have temporarily banned fuel exports to protect their domestic supplies. Australia are facing what's described as a national crisis, where hundreds of their petrol stations are running dry from panic buying and shortages. South Korea have begun considering work-from-home policies and have also introduced price limits for fuel for the first time in decades, along with other countries like Croatia, Hungary, Brazil, and Thailand. Cuba are really struggling this week with numerous countrywide power cuts only made worse by the fuel shortages. Japan will begin their biggest ever release of oil from their strategic reserves this week. And as for the United States, well, Trump was asked about the Strait of Hormuz, and he said this.
We don't need it. We have a lot of oil. We are the #1 producer anywhere in the world times 2.
Yeah, I know, right? Crazy. But you know what? I got one more. Like I said, guys, super chatting your questions, and I'll be happy to answer them. But I got, well, let me go to a more philosophical video. All right. I didn't give y'all long enough. All right, cool. Didn't miss no super chats or any questions like that. Make sure I check all of them. All right, then. And guys, like I said, make sure to double tap that screen. I appreciate everybody who subbed to the channel, who liked the video. So all you guys who subbed and all about over 200 of you guys who liked the video, appreciate the support. Truly do. Make sure you sub to the channel as well. Shoot, almost 300. So if we can get about 8 more of you guys to double tap that screen and like the video, that'd be great. But all right, guys, I'm heading out on this one, guys. I'll catch you on the next one. Leave out from a word from our partner. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, man. I'm here to talk to you about our partner, Kalshi. Kalshi is the largest legal prediction market in the United States with over 1 million users. It's available in all 50 states. They are a real money market. People trading on what they think will happen. You can build a position and trade in and out of almost any prediction you think. Kalshi facilitates trade between people kind of like the stock market. There's no limiting your trades just because you're winning. Kalshi will pay you interest on your position. So if you make a long-term trade, you can earn a return even before the market is resolved. If you want to try out Kalshi, go ahead and give them a try, guys, at my link, kalshi.com/setmedia. Get $20 when you trade 20, so it's 20 for 20, guys. Once again, that's kalshi.com/setmedia. Go ahead and use my code setmedia to get $20 when you trade 20. Let's go ahead and take a look here at Kalshi, because like I said, it is a trading market where you can put in your prediction and you can go ahead and earn interest on that. You can make money off the knowledge that you know, and if you put $20 in, you get $20 back. So all right, guys, make sure to go check out my guy at Kalshi, because you can get in on good trades like who will Trump nominate as Fed chair? Will Ali Khamenei be outed as the supreme leader? And will the U.S. confirm that aliens exist before 2027? So if you want to get in on this action, once again, go ahead and go to my partners at Kalshi. Go ahead and use the link, or you can hit the QR code above and use Set Media to go ahead and get $20 when you trade 20. This is Set from Set Media, and shout out to Kalshi.